Chapter 101, Ace &039's execution date. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Warring States Office.
Garp, look at what you have done.
Sengoku angrily threw a pile of documents in front of Garp. The sound was deafening. These documents come from CP0, and they clearly state that the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, Ace the Fire Fist, is actually the biological son of the late pirate king Goel D. Sengoku knew very well that Ace had been raised by Garp and could be said to be like Garp's own grandson. That's why the Warring States were so angry. If it were anyone else, Sengoku might not care so much, but since this matter involves Garp's grandson, the situation is completely different. What's even more troubling for Sengoku is that the document explicitly requires him to summon all the 7 warlords of the sea and publicly execute Ace in 3 months. Garp looked at the document in front of him, feeling sad. He never expected that Ace's true identity would be discovered.
Alas, you must never forget your identity.
Seeing Garp's painful face, Sengoku sighed helplessly. Garp remained silent and turned away quietly. As a friend of many years, Sengoku knew that Garp would not act recklessly, so he did not stop him. On the 6th floor of Impel Down, the light was dim and depressing, as if this was the entrance to hell. Now, Ace has been imprisoned here, quietly waiting for his public execution in 3 months. Cap took heavy steps and slowly walked into this dead silent place. Standing in front of the iron cell, he stared at the familiar figure inside Ace, his eyes full of pain and helplessness, and said in a trembling voice,
Ace, why don't you do as I say?
Tears gradually blurred his eyes, and Garp recalled every moment he had spent with Ace. If Ace had listened to him and joined the Navy, even if the world government knew the truth that he was Roger's son, Garp's status and strength would have protected Ace. However, the reality is so cruel. Ace chooses to become a pirate and embarks on a path that is completely opposite to Garp's expectations. At this moment, Ace looked at Garp's old and sad face and couldn't help feeling a little guilty.
Old man!
Ace opened his mouth, wanting to explain something, but ultimately remained silent. Because he knew that the freedom he longed for was not the same as the justice that Cap had fought for all his life. Garp took a deep breath, trying to calm his inner turmoil, and continued.
In 3 months, the world government will publicly execute you. By then, the Whitebeard pirates will surely come to the execution ground.
The world government has decided to publicly execute Ace in 3 months. Moreover, it is foreseeable that once this news is announced, the Whitebeard pirates will certainly not sit idly by. They will definitely come to rescue Ace. At that time, the world government will mobilize all the forces it can use to encircle and suppress the Whitebeard pirates.
Dad!
Ace couldn't help but feel worried when he heard what Garp said. He knew Whitebeard's personality very well. If he knew that the world government was going to publicly execute him, Whitebeard would certainly lead the entire group to rescue him without hesitation. Even though he knew there was a huge trap ahead, Dad would never look back. Ace sighed to himself. He knew Whitebeard too well. Even though that man was known as the
strongest man in the world.
He treasured his members immensely, especially his son like Ace, who had his approval. Thinking of this, Ace couldn't help but feel guilty. He knew that he couldn't let Whitebeard and other companions be put in danger, but now he was in Impel Down and there was nothing he could do. However, at this moment, Garp suddenly turned around, facing Ace, and said,
Ace, since you have chosen to stand on the opposite side of this old man, you must be mentally prepared. As a Marine, I will always uphold justice in my heart until the last moment, no matter when and where.
These words hit Ace's heart like a heavy hammer, causing him to freeze involuntarily. He looked at Garp's receding back, feeling mixed emotions. On the one hand, he was worried about the safety of Whitebeard and his companions. On the other hand, he understood the responsibilities and beliefs that Garp shouldered as a Navy. In this conflicting emotion, Ace silently made up his mind that no matter what fate awaits him in the future, he will face it bravely. This is the path he has chosen, and he has no regrets. As a sailor, Garp will never hesitate to defend the justice in his heart, no matter what the situation. Even if he watched Ace being executed, He would never waver in his belief in justice. As soon as he finished speaking, Carp turned and left. The Whitebeard pirates aboard the Moby Dick.
Whitebeard, Ace has been captured by the world government.
Odin, with a look of fear and self-blame on his face, boarded the Moby-Dick breathlessly, rushed straight to Whitebeard, who was meditating at the bow, and shouted out the shocking news. It turned out that an accident happened when they were capturing Blackbeard Teach. Because Teach was so cunning, Ace was taken away by the world government. After hearing this, Whitebeard's face instantly turned gloomy, and he angrily questioned Odin.
Aren't you going to capture Teach? Why did Ace fall into the hands of the Navy?
Faced with Whitebeard's deafening roar and sharp gaze, Odin had no choice but to tell him the whole incident in detail.
Ace and I met Teach on an island, and we planned to capture Teach.
Chapter 102, Whitebeard and -039's Actions.
What did you say?
When Whitebeard heard Odin's words, a surge of anger suddenly surged on his originally calm face. He widened his eyes and glared at the other party as if he was about to spit out flames. However, before Whitebeard could react, a member of the Whitebeard pirates suddenly ran over in a panic, holding a piece of paper tightly in his hand, with a look of horror on his face.
Dad, look at this.
The crew member shouted in a trembling voice. Whitebeard's heart tightened, and he temporarily put aside his anger towards Odin and turned to look at the paper in the crew member's hand. It was written on the paper.
Fire Fist Ace will be publicly executed by the Navy in 3 months. Who gave you this?
Whitebeard stared at the information on the note, frowning, and questioned the crew member seriously. The crew member heard Whitebeard's words and answered in detail.
I don't know. I was on patrol at the time and suddenly someone knocked me unconscious. When I woke up, I found this piece of paper next to me.
After hearing this, Whitebeard fell into deep thought, his eyes becoming increasingly profound. Seeing this, Marco calmly analyzed.
Dad, this is probably a conspiracy set up by the Navy. With their methods, it is not uncommon for them to do such a thing.
Everyone echoed and expressed their agreement with Marco's opinion. After all, the Navy has always been good at playing tricks and schemes, and this time it is very likely that they want to use Ace to lure the Whitebeard pirates into the trap. Whitebeard was silent for a moment, then slowly said,
No matter what, we can't just watch Ace being killed by the Navy. Gather all members immediately and prepare to rescue Ace.
Following his order, the entire Whitebeard pirates became busy, and a thrilling rescue operation was about to begin.
Are you the ones who said you wanted to drive us away from here?
However, Lingtian did not respond to Bellamy, as if he did not exist at all, and just lay there on his own. Seeing this, Bellamy's anger instantly rose.
You guy!
Bellamy widened his eyes and stared at Lingtian, unable to bear being ignored like this. Just as he was about to explode, Lingtian suddenly turned to Sauron and said,
Sauron, drive them out.
When Zorro heard this, he was about to stand up to deal with Bellamy, but at this time Kuina took the lead and said,
Let me do it.
After hearing this, Zorro stopped.
Hey, little girl, do you think you can kick us out?
Bellamy looked at Kuina, who stood up with disdain on his face. He didn't believe that the seemingly weak girl in front of him had the ability to expel them all. Facing Bellamy's ridicule, Kuina ignored him. She had a firm look in her eyes, gripped the hilt of the sword, and immediately used a move called
Itoriwado Tempuloan.
There was a flash of sword light, and the sword force swept away like a hurricane.
Boom!
With a loud bang, Bellamy flew backwards like an arrow with a broken string and fell heavily to the ground.
No.
He widened his eyes and looked at everything in front of him in disbelief. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, but his body was shaking continuously due to extreme unwillingness. The blow just now seemed to have shattered all his pride and self-confidence. He couldn't accept the fact that he would be defeated so easily by a woman. However, reality is so cruel and ruthless. Bellamy's consciousness gradually faded, and his vision began to dim. By the way, Lingtian, do we really not need to look for clues to the Sky Island?
Nami looked at Kuina with a puzzled look after she drove Bellamy and his group out of the door, and then turned to Lingtian and asked,
Lingtian smiled slightly and replied firmly.
Don't worry, Nami. I have arranged everything. I have already sent other people to explore the clues of Sky Island, so you can rest here with peace of mind.
After hearing Ling Tian's words, Nami's worries were slightly relieved, but she was still a little skeptical. However, Ling Tian seemed to be fully prepared and seemed to be confident in his plan. In fact, Ling Tian didn't send anyone to look for information about Sky Island at all. He knew very well that Robin would sneak off the Mary when no one was paying attention, and use her outstanding wisdom and ability to find information about the person who knew how to get to Sky Island. On board the Mary,
I'm so angry, I'm so angry, I'm so angry.
Usopp roared angrily, fiddling with tools in his hands, trying to repair the badly damaged Mary and cursing.
That damn bastard gorilla made our ship so shabby.
He widened his eyes and glared into the distance, as if he could see the ape whom he hated so much. If it weren't for that guy, how could the Mary have suffered such heavy damage? The more Usopp thought about it, the angrier he became, and his movements became more and more violent. Sanji, who was standing by, looked at the devastated Mary and couldn't help but sigh.
Look carefully, this ship has become so dilapidated.
He recalled the time when he first boarded the Mary, when it was still intact and shiny. Who could have expected it to become like this now?
Hey, why do you say that, you heartless thing?
Usopp became furious when he heard Sanji's words and interrupted his thoughts directly. This ship is a treasure that Miss Kaya entrusted to me for safekeeping. I will never give it up easily.
You heartless guy.
Seeing this, Chopper imitated Usopp and shouted at Sanji, his little face full of anger. Obviously, it stands on Usopp's side and has deep feelings for the Mary.
How did we get this ship in the first place, don't you know?
Usopp's eyes widened, an expression of disbelief on his face. He did not hesitate to bring up the experience that he had already recounted countless times on the Mary and asked Sanji directly. Chopper also spoke up immediately.
Don't you know?
Faced with the attack from both of them, Sanji sighed helplessly. He certainly knew what Usopp would say next. After all, Usopp had mentioned this matter many times on the Mary, and even he could recite it by heart. Seeing that Usopp was about to repeat the story of how he obtained the Mary, Sanji quickly raised his hands in surrender and shouted.
All right, I get it. You've told me this many times.
Chapter 103, People Who Know How to Go to Sky Island.
But it's too dangerous to continue sailing in such a tattered and shaky state.
Sanji said with a frown. Although he was very reluctant to hear Usopp's lengthy story of how he got the Mary again, he still told him the truth about the extremely poor condition of the Mary.
That's why I need to hurry up and repair it. Don't just stand there and complain, come and help.
Usopp knew what it meant to let the Mary continue its adventure at this moment, but his deep feelings for the ship made him unwilling to give it up easily.
How can this be considered a repair? It's clearly just some simple mending.
Sanji couldn't help but speak as he looked at Usopp, who was frantically trying to fill the large and small holes on the Mary with wooden boards. In fact, he knew in his heart that what he said was a bit inhumane, but the cruel reality was before him. Even if they still had the ability to carry out partial repairs on the Mary, one day, the Mary would completely lose the ability to sail.
You're so annoying.
After hearing Sanji's words, Usopp showed a hint of impatience on his face. At the same time, he leaned back slightly, made a weird gesture with his hands, and shouted at Sanji. At the same time, Chopper, who was standing next to him, saw this and began to imitate Usopp's actions, but because of his short stature, the action looked even more ridiculous. Chopper stood on tiptoe, raised his hands above his head, and shouted.
You are so annoying.
At this moment, Sanji seemed to remember something and was about to ask the two for their opinions on dinner tonight. However, before he could finish his words, Usopp and Chopper interrupted him in unison.
You're so annoying.
Looking at the two guys in front of him making such strange movements, Sanji couldn't help but feel helpless. He shook his head, turned around and prepared to leave, muttering to himself.
Since you don't want to eat, forget it.
Although Sanji said on the surface that he would not cook dinner for Usopp and Chopper, in fact, He was still thinking about Usopp and Chopper's dinner in his heart. Just as he was thinking about what delicious meal to make tonight, suddenly, a familiar voice came from a distance.
What is this sound?
Sanji frowned and moved his ears slightly. He immediately recognized that this was the unique sound made by the mysterious ape when he appeared before. Not only that, Usopp and Chopper on the side also noticed the unusual movement, but they did not show any fear. Now that Sanji is here, after 2 years of hard special training, his strength has improved by leaps and bounds. Faced with such a situation, Usopp was full of confidence. With Sanji's current ability, dealing with those enemies would be a piece of cake. At this moment, Sanji's eyes became sharp and firm, as if telling everyone, "Don't be afraid, I am here." Usopp quickly picked up his slingshot and watched the movements around him vigilantly. Chopper was not to be outdone and was eager to show off his fighting skills.
What happened? Why are you so serious?
Just then, Robin boarded the Mary with a handbag in hand. She was acutely aware that the atmosphere was unusually tense.
Robin, look at that.
As soon as Usopp saw Robin, he couldn't wait to stretch out his arm and point in a specific direction. Robin looked in the direction he pointed, and his eyes were instantly attracted.
That ship.
Robin stared at the ship in the distance and suddenly understood why everyone was so solemn.
Welcome back, Miss Robin. Would you like to enjoy a delicious meal or take a bath first?
Sanji noticed Robin's return and immediately went forward to greet her enthusiastically.
Robin, where did you go just now?
Chopper also came up and asked with concern on his face. However, Robin did not respond to Sanji's courtesy, but turned his gaze to Chopper and said softly,
Oh, I'm going to buy some clothes and find out some news about Sky Island.
As she spoke, she took out an old sea chart from her bag and handed it to Usopp.
What is this? Is it the legendary treasure map?
Usopp took it with a puzzled look on his face and looked at it carefully. He was surprised to find that there was a mysterious island depicted on the nautical chart.
Look here, the small town on the left side of the map is the Devil Town where we are now. And on the other side of it, do you see the X mark on the east side? It is said that there lives a weird old man who is not accepted by the Pressure Island.
Robin used the power of the devil fruit to create a hand pointing at the sea chart and explained it to Usopp in detail.
Goel Island?
Usopp felt very unfamiliar with the name and couldn't help but frowned and asked.
Oh, to put it simply, it's the island we're docked at the moment.
Robin replied with a smile and introduced the situation of the island to Usopp. After hearing this, Usopp suddenly understood and nodded repeatedly to show that he understood. Then he asked curiously,
So, who is that weird old man?
His name is Mont Blanc Killique. Because he always talks about his dreams, he was eventually expelled from the Pressure Island. Luffy might get along well with him.
Robin said as she opened the door of a room on the Mary and walked in.
Let's wait until Luffy and the others come back before discussing this matter.
Usopp said to himself as he carefully folded the nautical chart and put it in his arms. Then he turned his head and looked towards the looming ship in the distance, but it was not coming towards them. In fact, it is common to see a pirate ship at the port of Goel Island. The reason why they had an intersection with the ship in the original book was entirely because the Mary had already set sail at that time. However, at this moment, Luffy and his crew had not returned yet, and the Mary was quietly anchored in the port and had not gone out to sea, so they had no intersection with the people on that ship.
It seems like they've left Usopp.
At this time, Chopper was lying on the fence of the Mary and shouted at Usopp. When Usopp heard this, he turned around and looked. Sure enough, the ship was moving farther and farther away and gradually disappeared from his sight.
Gone!
Usopp stared at the ship that was moving farther and farther away, frowning slightly, and said to himself,
It seems that the ship is not the one driven by the ape we met before.
Chapter 104, The Situation of the Mary.
I'm finally back. That island is really full of surprises and fun.
Luffy shouted excitedly as soon as he boarded the Mary. Nami on the side looked at him helplessly and complained.
In the end, we still couldn't find any clues about Sky Island.
Faced with Nami's complaints, Lingtian chose to remain silent. In fact, he had already noticed Robin standing on the Mary, which meant that Robin had successfully obtained information about Mont Blanc Coulee. Even if Robin didn't get the news about Mont Blanc Kulik as smoothly as in the original novel, it didn't matter. Because for Lingtian, he knew from the beginning how to find this key person. As Nami continued to complain, Usopp hurried over to Luffy with a blueprint in hand and handed it to him. At the same time, Usopp also conveyed what Robin had said before. When Luffy heard Mont Blanc Kulige talk about his dream, he instantly showed great interest in this person.
Yoshi, let's go find that guy called Mubla.
Luffy has excellent hearing. After hearing Usopp's words, he gave the order without hesitation.
It's Mont Blanc.
Sanji had sharp ears and heard Luffy say the wrong name again, so he immediately corrected him. However, Luffy didn't seem to take Sanji's words to heart at all.
See, I knew we would get the news of going to Sky Island.
Looking at Luffy, who gave the order confidently, Lingtian turned to Nami and said,
Hey, let's get it straight. It was obviously the information found by Robin. What does it have to do with you?
Nami didn't buy it. When she heard Lingtian's words, she immediately retorted. He secretly muttered in his heart, how dare Lingtian say such a thing? It was obviously the information found by Robin. When Lingtian heard Nami's accusation, he did not make any further excuses. He just smiled slightly and did not comment. Not long after the Mary set sail,
It's damaged so badly.
Lingtian stared at the marks on the Mary that had been carefully repaired by Usopp and couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Although he knew very well that the Mary could not accompany them on their voyages forever, when he really faced that day, he still felt a sense of reluctance to let go.
Come to think of it, now that the Mary is damaged like this, should we consider getting a new ship?
Zoro, who was helping to repair the Mary, suddenly interrupted.
How can you say such things, you heartless guy?
Usopp was furious when he heard it.
What a heartless guy.
Chopper also joined in condemning Zoro.
Don't forget how we got this ship. You should know this very well, right? It's clear as day, isn't it?
Usopp and Chopper said to Zoro in unison. After all, Zoro is not like Sanji, who has not personally experienced the process of acquiring Mary.
Of course I understand how you feel, Usopp, but complaining at this moment will do no good. The Mary is our most important partner, so everyone must work harder and repair it no matter what.
Luffy responded firmly while listening to what Usopp, Zoro and others said. In fact, deep down in his heart, Luffy was also unwilling to give up the Mary easily. After all, this ship is not only the first ship in his life, but also has carried them through countless seas. Therefore, no matter what difficulties and obstacles he encounters, he will never give up easily.
Luffy, you bastard.
When Usopp heard Luffy's sincere words, he was deeply moved and tears flowed down like a dam breaking. He had never expected that Luffy, who seemed carefree on weekdays, could express his feelings so emotionally. However, this feeling of being touched did not last long. In a moment, Usopp witnessed a scene that made him dumbfounded. When Luffy was repairing the Mary, he accidentally lost control and applied excessive force, causing a huge crack in the fence of the Mary.
Damn it!
Seeing this, Usopp's blood pressure instantly soared to the peak, and he roared angrily.
Do you want to fix it, or do you want to destroy it? Oh, that.
Facing Usopp's questioning, Luffy explained guiltily, but before he finished his words, the tools in his hands went out of control again, leaving a new damage on the fence of the Mary.
Luffy!
Usopp stared at Luffy in astonishment, his eyes wide open, his heart filled with disbelief and anger. His pace involuntarily quickened as if pushed by an invisible force, and he quickly rushed towards Luffy. In the blink of an eye, Usopp came in front of Luffy and grabbed Luffy's neck without hesitation. He clenched his fingers tightly together, with such force that it seemed as if he was going to crush Luffy's neck. However, Luffy had no intention of resisting. He just stood there quietly, with helplessness in his eyes. Lingtian witnessed this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a faint smile. But behind that smile, there was a hint of worry in his eyes. He was well aware of the difficulties the Mary was facing at the moment, and couldn't help but worry about this ship that had accompanied them through all the storms.
Use up.
Lingtian took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. Suddenly, his originally ordinary eyes underwent a miraculous change. The pupils turned deep red and a strange pattern rotated in his eyes. This was the Sharingan. Relying on the insight of the Sharingan, Lingtian carefully observed the deck of the Mary. After a moment, he finally found some clues. After hearing Lingtian's words, Usopp slowly let go of Luffy's hand, turned his head, and looked at Lingtian with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Lingtian was silent and thought for a moment, and finally made up his mind and shouted to everyone.
Everyone come here.
Chapter 105, Wooden Castle. What's worse is that the keel is almost the lifeline of a ship, and once the keel is damaged or broken, it means that the ship is completely scrapped and cannot be repaired. Since the Straw Hat Pirates did not have a professional shipwright, they naturally neglected to pay attention to and maintain the keel of the Mary. Even Lingtian himself had never noticed this potential crisis before. When the other members heard Lingtian's shouts and gathered around, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Lingtian looked around at everyone and said with an extremely heavy heart,
I hope you can stay calm about what I am going to say next, especially Usopp.
Before he finished speaking, Usopp seemed to have foreseen some ominous ending. He bit his lips tightly and tried hard not to let the tears flow out.
I'm afraid the Mary won't be able to accompany us for much longer.
Lingtian knew that this sentence would make Usopp sad, but he still said it.
I just checked it carefully, and there are some cracks in the keel of the Mary.
When the other members heard this, they couldn't help but feel sad. After all, they had been sailing with the Mary for a long time, and it was hard for them to accept the news now. Robin looked at the Straw Hat Pirates with a puzzled look on her face. She had just joined the Straw Hat Pirates and didn't understand why everyone looked so painful. In her opinion, it is common for ships to be damaged, and the worst that can happen is to change to another one. However, the considerate Robin did not say much, as she knew very well that the atmosphere at the moment required silence.
Even though the Mary will soon be unable to sail, at least before it is completely unable to sail, let us work together to make it a legendary ship that lands on Sky Island.
Lingtian looked at everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates with a firm gaze and said passionately. In the original novel, the ship Elf appeared on the Sky Island, so Lingtian had to complete the voyage of the Sky Island with the Mary no matter what. When Usopp heard what Lingtian said, he stood up without hesitation and said passionately,
Yes, we must make the Mary the legendary ship that lands on Sky Island.
The other companions witnessed Usopp's firm action and nodded in agreement. No matter what, they were determined to get the Mary onto the Sky Island.
Okay, then let's set off immediately and look for the man named Mont Blanc Culique.
Luffy stood up suddenly, his voice as loud as a bell, his eyes full of expectation and determination. Lingtian looked at Luffy's energetic appearance and couldn't help but smile with relief. This is the result I hope to see. Rather than having Water 7 suddenly learn about the situation of the Mary in the future, causing a rift between Luffy and Usopp, it would be better to tell them the truth now and let them be mentally prepared in advance. Not only that, Lingtian also had his own plans in mind. He really couldn't bear to see the Mary being burned to ashes by Luffy's fire, just like in the original story. So, when the Mary had a ship elf, Lingtian decided to try his luck in the lottery shop in the system to see if he could draw a treasure that could make Mary materialize. If he could really get what he wanted, he would carefully place the Mary, which could no longer sail, into the system's space and preserve it properly. Strangely enough, not long ago, Lingtian accidentally glanced at the system store and was surprised to find that since some time ago, the number of draws in the lottery store had suddenly increased from 0 to a full 50 times.
Wow!
The Straw Hat Pirates members who came to the other side of Goel Island couldn't help but exclaim in amazement at the scene in front of them. Luffy, in particular, stared with his eyes wide open in disbelief at the magnificent castle in front of him, his mouth opened so wide that it seemed as if an egg could be stuffed in. He had never imagined that there would be such a luxurious and dazzling building on such a remote island.
This Mont Blanc couliquet is so rich.
Usopp on the side was also shocked. He originally thought that the guy named Mont Blanc Kulikai was poor and destitute because he was driven out of Devil Town, but now it seems that it is not the case at all. However, at this moment, Zoro finally couldn't bear it anymore. He frowned and said impatiently,
You two idiots, open your eyes and see clearly.
then he pointed his finger at the so-called
Castle.
Kuina also ruthlessly exposed the truth.
That's right, Luffy, Usopp, look carefully. It's just a huge piece of wood.
Hearing this, Luffy and Usopp were stunned. They rubbed their eyes and looked again, and found that the seemingly indestructible castle was actually just an ordinary wooden board. The other members on the boat had already seen the clues and shook their heads helplessly.
What kind of dream was he singing for to be expelled from Devil Town?
Nami stared at the wooden board and asked Robin with a puzzled look on her face. She really couldn't understand why such a person would be treated like this. Robin shook his head, indicating that he didn't know the specific details.
I only heard that guy claimed that there was a lot of gold buried on this Gaya island.
Gold.
Nami's eyes flashed with greed, and her original curiosity was instantly replaced by a desire for wealth. She stared at the ground beneath her feet, as if she could see gold gushing out from the ground.
Chopper, keep digging. There must be a lot of gold hidden in here.
Chopper followed Nami's instructions without hesitation and immediately transformed into an elk form, ready to dig down with all his strength. However, just when they were getting excited, Lingtian stepped forward in time to stop Chopper.
Stop, Chopper. There is no gold on Gaya Island now.
Lingtian said calmly. He knew very well that the place where the gold was truly hidden was not Gaya Island, but the mysterious Sky Island suspended in the sky. When Nami heard this, the expectation on her face suddenly disappeared and was replaced by deep disappointment. Chopper also stopped what he was doing and looked at Lingtian, as if waiting for further explanation.
Oh, really not.
Chapter 106, Sanji and -039's background.
In fact, the place with countless wealth and gold is the Sky Island floating in the sky.
Lingtian noticed the expression of doubt and expectation on Nami's face, so he took the initiative to explain.
Luffy, we have to go to that Sky Island no matter what.
Nami became excited instantly when she heard what Lingtian said. She reached out and grabbed Luffy's collar without hesitation and said anxiously. Luffy was confused by the sudden action and scratched his head, unable to understand why Nami was so excited. Sanji, who was standing by, gazed at the surroundings of the island and couldn't help but sigh.
How can a person live in such a desolate place that even birds don't want to visit?
He found it hard to understand what kind of state of mind could make someone endure this for so long.
Hello, sorry to bother you.
Luffy, who had just broken free from Nami's hands, couldn't wait to push open the door of the dilapidated house and shouted loudly.
Hey, Luffy, you're too straightforward.
Usopp cried out in surprise when he saw this. Doesn't Luffy worry at all that there are some scary things hidden in the house?
Haha, Luffy's personality has always been like this.
Lingtian looked at the scene in front of him and said to Usopp with a smile. After all, Luffy has always been so frank and open-minded, and he doesn't care about details, so it's not surprising that he would do such a thing.
Wow, there's no one inside.
Luffy stepped into the house, looked around and shouted.
Is there anyone?
Luffy shouted loudly in the room, but was surprised to find that there was no one inside. At this moment, Usopp, who was standing outside the door, heard Luffy's reckless shouting and couldn't help but panic.
Idiot, what if it's a vicious person? Shouldn't we act cautiously in such a situation? Hey, everyone come and look, there's no one in here.
Luffy continued shouting to the Straw Hat Pirates members outside the house. But no one paid any attention to Luffy. At this moment, Lingtian picked up a book and shouted to his companions.
Hey, take a look at this.
Hearing this, everyone gathered around.
Wow, this seems to be a very old storybook.
Nami said in surprise, staring at the book in Lingtian's hand.
The big liar Noland. Oh, I've heard of him before.
Sanji also noticed the book in Lingtian's hand and immediately interrupted.
Is it true, Sanji, you actually know about this book? It was published in Beihai.
Nami was very confused by Sanji's words and couldn't help but ask. Sanji smiled slightly, then explained to Nami that he happened to be the one who came from the North Sea.
Yes, he is the prince of the North Sea after all.
Lingtian murmured softly to himself. After hearing this, Sanji dropped the cigarette in his hand to the ground. He stared at Lingtian with wide eyes, thinking to himself, I have never revealed my life experience to the Straw Hat Pirates, but why did Lingtian know this?
Oh my, Sanji is actually a prince.
Usopp shouted in astonishment. Not only Usopp, but other companions were also frightened. Sanji took a deep breath, calmed himself, then looked directly at Lingtian and asked in a serious tone.
How do you know this?
Lingtian was also very surprised when he saw this. He scratched his head and asked in confusion.
Hey, don't you know?
He thought that Sanji had already told everyone about his life story in the virtual space. After hearing Lingtian's words, the others shook their heads, saying that they had never heard of the mystery of Sanji's life experience. Seeing this, Lingtian turned his gaze to Sanji and said,
I see. Since no one knows, Sanji, are you going to tell the story yourself, or should I do it for you?
Sanji silently looked at the cigarette he had just lit in his hand, took a deep breath and slowly exhaled the smoke. His eyes were firm and steady, as if he had made up his mind. Then, he raised his head, looked at Lingtian and the others and said softly,
Let me do it myself.
After saying that, he took another deep puff of the cigarette, as if he wanted to use the power of nicotine to calm the turmoil in his heart. Sanji put out the remaining half of his cigarette in the ashtray, rubbed his cheeks with his hands, adjusted his mood, and began to talk about the past that was buried deep in his heart.
I was born in the Vinsmoke family in the far North Sea.
After taking a deep breath, Sanji began to slowly explain to the Straw Hat Pirates.
Vinsmoke!
Nami opened her mouth in surprise. She was obviously frightened by the name. She had heard of this family from her experience of working under Eren.
Could it be the legendary North Sea War family?
Usopp heard Nami's words and asked curiously.
Nami, do you know?
Nami nodded, recalling bits and pieces of the past.
Well, when I was still working for Arlong, I heard some things about the Vinsmoke family. It is said that this family is known for its warlike nature. Wherever they go, they are accompanied by endless flames of war and smoke of gunpowder. Alas,
Robin sighed thoughtfully and continued.
as far as I know, the Vinsmoke family has a long history of about 300 years. During this long period of time, they once dominated the entire North Sea with their powerful military force. During that period, it can be said that no one dared to compete with them.
As someone who once worked for Crocodile, Robin has a much deeper understanding of the Vinsmoke family than Nami.
Oh,
Sanji listened to Nami and Robin's story silently, feeling a lot of emotions in his heart. Finally, he said softly,
yes, I am a member of the Vinsmoke family. Vinsmoke Judge, my biological father.
When I was young and ignorant, Judge conducted his bloodline factor experiment on my brothers and me.
However, fate always seems to like to play tricks on people. My other brothers and sisters all successfully underwent transformation, but I became a failure. From then on, the man's attitude towards me changed drastically. He no longer regarded me as his own son, but as a disgrace. He even imprisoned me in a dark prison for the sake of his own dignity. However, life always takes a turn for the better. When Germa 66 arrived in the East Sea, I managed to escape the cage with the help of my sister. Originally, I planned to completely cut off ties with the Vinsmoke family and flee far away. Unfortunately, Judge eventually discovered my whereabouts.
Chapter 107, Luffy and -039's father.
Unexpectedly, this time Judge did not try to stop me. Instead, he let me go and sternly warned me not to pretend to be a member of the Vinsmoke family. Just like that, I began my life of wandering alone. Finally, I settled in Donghai, and with my talent and hard work, I became an excellent chef. And by chance, I met old man Jeppu. Together with the old man, I founded Bharati.
Sanji told his life story in one breath.
This is too much. How could you treat Sanji like this?
Luffy roared angrily, his eyes wide open as if they were about to spit fire. Zoro, Usopp, and others on the side also echoed, with anger on their faces. At this time, Nami was so angry that she was shaking all over. She remembered what happened to her as a child, and a strong feeling of sympathy and indignation surged in her heart. Because of Belmere, Nami cherishes the feelings between family members very much. In Nami's eyes, parents should be the most solid support for their children. They should do their best to protect their children, just like Belmere risked her life to protect herself and Nakigo, although Belmere was lucky to survive in the end.
Not only Sanji, Luffy's background is also very interesting.
Lingtian's mouth corners slightly raised, and there was a hint of mystery in his eyes. He looked at the surprised expressions of others after learning about Sanji's background and felt secretly proud in his heart and decided to throw out a more shocking news. When everyone heard this, their eyes instantly shifted from Sanji to Luffy, their faces full of surprise and curiosity. Luffy was completely confused. He knew nothing about his own life and was overwhelmed by the sudden attention from everyone.
I remember now, Luffy's grandfather is the Navy hero Garp.
Usopp stared at Luffy for a while and suddenly remembered the scene when Luffy saw Garp and called him Grandpa in Sirab village. There was disbelief in his voice, as if he had discovered some shocking secret.
Oh, really?
Nami's face became very surprised. She stared at Usopp with wide eyes, then turned to look at Luffy, as if wanting to confirm the authenticity of the news. The others also turned their heads and looked at Lingtian with expectant eyes, hoping to get a positive answer from him. They could never imagine that Luffy, a pirate, would have a grandfather who was a Navy officer. This was so unexpected that it completely overturned their perception of Luffy.
Oh, that's indeed my grandpa.
Luffy scratched his head and said with a smile. His tone was relaxed and natural, as if he didn't think this was a big deal.
I never thought that you, Luffy, had such a big background.
Sanji's eyes showed envy. At this moment, the whole scene fell into silence, and everyone was still immersed in this amazing fact. Sanji had always thought that his life experience was the deepest hidden secret in the Straw Hat Pirates, but he never expected that Luffy's life experience was even more mysterious than his.
Are you scared just by this?
Lingtian raised his lips slightly and said to everyone with a smile.
Then I will tell you one more thing you don't know.
Looking at everyone's confused expressions, Ling Tianxia made up his mind to tell the Straw Hat Pirates Luffy's complete life story.
Does Luffy have another background?
Chopper's eyes widened, looking at Ling Tian in confusion. The fact that he was the Navy hero Garp was shocking enough.
Known as the most vicious criminal in the world, Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, I believe you have all heard of him.
Ling Tian glanced at everyone present and said slowly.
Dragon, could it be the Revolutionary Army that attempts to overthrow the rule of the world government?
Sanji couldn't help but screamed when he heard that. You know, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, is recognized by the world as the #1 villain, and his danger is far beyond that of ordinary pirates. Compared with them, ordinary pirates are nothing more than dwarfs. In fact, except for Luffy, the Straw Hat Pirates are well aware of Dragon's deeds. Even the seemingly innocent Chopper had heard the legend about dragons from Dr. Doriel.
That's the man.
Ling Tian smiled and continued.
Listen carefully. The full name of the Revolutionary Army Dragon is Monkey D. Dragon.
Monkey.
Kuina blurted out in surprise as Luffy's name flashed through her mind. Others also remembered Luffy's full name.
Yes, Dragon of the Revolutionary Army is Luffy's father.
Ling Tian looked directly into everyone's eyes and revealed the answer without hesitation. Alas.
Well,
Usopp stammered, his voice trembling as if suppressed by an invisible force. The others also looked as if they were struck by thunder, with expressions of astonishment and disbelief on their faces. Their eyes widened and their mouths slightly opened, unable to digest this shocking news for a moment. Who would have thought that Luffy, who had been fighting alongside everyone and was full of energy, actually hid such a deep mystery of his life? This sudden revelation shocked everyone. Chopper was the first to come back to his senses. He stared at Luffy with his big round eyes and asked with a hint of doubt and concern.
Really, Luffy? Is that dragon really your father?
Luffy was also confused when he heard Chopper's question. He scratched his head and blinked, as if he had no idea about the question at all.
"Ah, father, do I still have a father?"
Luffy's response made everyone burst into laughter, but at the same time, they felt helpless. This guy actually knew nothing about his biological father. It was really laughable. The others exchanged glances with speechless expressions on their faces. They could never imagine that Luffy would be completely unaware of such an important matter, but they could understand it. Everyone who has been with Luffy for so long has long been accustomed to his personality, so they can understand why Luffy doesn't know who his father is. It's Luffy after all. At this moment, Lingtian suddenly broke the silence. His originally relaxed face became extremely serious, and his eyes revealed a firmness and seriousness.
"Luffy, there is something I want to tell you."
Chapter 108, Mont Blanc Coulee. The others were also startled by Lingtian's sudden serious look and turned their eyes to him. They realized that what they were about to say might be of great importance, and a sense of uneasiness welled up in their hearts. After hearing Lingtian's words, Luffy nodded slightly, indicating that he would remain calm. At this time, Lingtian stared at Luffy solemnly and said in a deep voice,
"The second in command of the Revolutionary Army. His name is Sabo." "What?"
Luffy shouted excitedly before he finished speaking. The others were all frightened by Luffy's sudden action. However, Luffy didn't care about other people's reactions. He rushed straight to Lingtian, grabbed his collar, and asked anxiously,
"Lingtian, are you serious? Is it really Sabo?" "Luffy, calm down first."
Lingtian, who was tightly held by Luffy, tried to calm him down.
"Yes, Luffy, don't be in a hurry."
Seeing this, everyone stepped forward and grabbed Luffy. With everyone's help, Luffy gradually regained his sanity.
Ahem.
Lingtian coughed a few times and continued.
"That's right, Luffy, that's the Sabo you know."
Sab.
When Luffy heard this, his eyes suddenly became blurred and dazed, as if he was recalling the good times he spent with Sabo and Ace.
That Luffy, Sabo is.
Nami looked at Luffy's expression and asked curiously. She had never seen Luffy like this before and was secretly surprised. On weekdays, Luffy is always laughing and carefree, as if nothing can bother him, but at this moment he fell into deep thought because of a name. Luffy seemed to be brought back to reality from his distant thoughts by Nami's voice. He slowly raised his head, with tears flashing in his eyes.
"Sabo is my brother."
He gently took off the straw hat on his head and said to Nami and others.
"Brother."
Everyone looked puzzled when they heard this. They have known Luffy for a long time, but they have never heard him mention that he has a brother. What's more, if he was really his brother, why didn't Luffy know that he was the second in command of the Revolutionary Army? Luffy sensed everyone's confusion, took a deep breath, and continued to explain.
"Actually, when I was very young, something happened to Sabo. At that time, everyone told me that Sabo was no longer alive."
At this point, Luffy's voice was slightly low and a little sad.
"Alas."
The other companions sighed and felt sympathy for Luffy's situation. However, what shocked them even more was that since Luffy's brother had passed away long ago, what happened to the second in command of the Revolutionary Army now? The others looked at Lingtian with confusion, eagerly hoping that he could give a reasonable explanation. Lingtian sighed and said slowly,
"Yes, that's the truth. The ship that Sabo was on was hit hard by artillery shells, and he did fall into the sea."
Lingtian then narrated to everyone.
However, fortunately, after that thrilling moment, Sabo was rescued by Luffy's father.
When Luffy heard this, the stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that the second-in-command of the Revolutionary Army that Lingtian mentioned just had the same name as Sabo. Although Lingtian had told him before that the Sabo in the Revolutionary Army was the Sabo he knew.
But Luffy, don't be too happy too soon.
Lingtian changed his tone and continued.
Due to that accident, Sabo has now lost all his memories of you and Ace.
Luffy was slightly stunned, but then showed a firm expression, saying that he didn't care whether Sabo remembered them or not, as long as Sabo was safe and sound, it was enough. Just as everyone was immersed in this emotional entanglement, a burly, muscular uncle suddenly interrupted and said,
Oh, so there is such a tortuous and bizarre story.
Usopp heard the voice and turned his head sharply, and was surprised to find that there was a stranger standing next to him, listening to everything silently. The others were shocked when they saw the old man. They were so engrossed in listening to Luffy telling his story that they didn't notice the existence of this man at all. Lingtian had actually noticed it a long time ago, but seeing that the uncle did not take any action, he did not mention it to anyone else. Just when Luffy and his crew were about to fight with the uncle suddenly went limp and fainted on the ground. Seeing this scene, Chopper was terrified and ran wildly while shouting loudly.
Aren't you a doctor yourself?
Usopp said in surprise, looking at Chopper's panic-stricken look. Chopper came to his senses after hearing what he said, and hurriedly ordered Luffy and others to carry the uncle into the house.
Hurry up and bring some cold, wet towels and open all the windows.
Chopper shouted anxiously after carefully examining the uncle's body.
Judging from the current symptoms, he should have suffered from decompression sickness.
After a comprehensive examination of the uncle's physical condition, Chopper came to a conclusion.
Diving sickness. Could it be that this uncle is a patient?
Luffy asked in astonishment after hearing what Chopper said.
Well, divers do sometimes suffer from this disease, but it usually doesn't develop into a chronic disease.
Chopper skillfully treated the uncle's wound and patiently explained to everyone.
When divers rise from the deep sea to the surface, if the decompression is not sufficient, some substances originally dissolved in the blood will no longer remain dissolved, forming bubbles. These bubbles will expand inside and outside the blood vessels, causing damage to blood flow or muscle joints. In short, this is a rather strange phenomenon.
Luffy on the side scratched his head, indicating that he had no idea what Chopper was talking about. Although the other companions nodded as if they understood, they knew very well that they were not professional doctors and naturally knew very little about medical knowledge.
This uncle must have dived to the bottom of the sea every day without waiting for the bubbles to disappear from his body.
Chopper speculated after examining the uncle's body.
Why is he working so hard?
Nami asked, puzzled after hearing what Chopper said.
It's probably because of his ancestor Noland.
Lingtian heard what they said and said.
Look at this, Noland's name is Mont Blanc Noland, and this uncle's name is Mont Blanc Kulikai, so this uncle is most likely a descendant of Noland. I think he dives into the sea every day to salvage gold because he wants to seek justice for his ancestors.
Chapter 109, Noland and -039's Descendants. When the others heard what Lingtian said, they suddenly understood. It turns out that Kulikai's ancestors were once executed for lying, which led him to work hard here to salvage gold all day long, hoping to clear the grievances of his ancestors.
But this is a very risky move.
After listening to Lingtian's explanation, Chopper understood what Kulikai did, but he still said with concern.
You know, according to the actual situation, decompression sickness can be a fatal hidden danger. But things have come to this, there is no other way. After all, it concerns the injustice suffered by our ancestors.
After hearing what Chopper said, Nami also echoed his opinion. At this moment, two apes suddenly appeared at the door and shouted to the people in the house.
Boss, are you okay?
Seeing this, Luffy recognized at a glance that one of them was the one he met at the beginning.
Why are you here?
The ape looked at the Straw Hat Pirates with a puzzled look on his face. He really couldn't understand why they appeared here.
What did you do to the boss?
One of the apes roared, with anger and hostility flashing in his eyes. Another ape echoed.
Hurry up and tell us, otherwise we will never let you go.
Luffy looked at the two aggressive apes in bewilderment and asked in confusion.
What are you talking about? We are just taking care of this sick uncle. Go away. Idiot, do you think people will listen to your nonsense? Don't forget they are wild animals.
Usopp couldn't help but scold when he heard Luffy's naive words. However, what happened next was completely beyond Usopp's expectations. After hearing what Luffy said, the two apes burst into tears like a flood. They trembled and sobbed as they said.
You.
Usopp was stunned when he saw this. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. It was unbelievable that these seemingly ferocious apes believed Luffy's words so easily and even felt grateful to them. He couldn't help but mutter to himself.
What's wrong with this world? Pirates can trust others so easily.
At this moment, Lingtian came over, looked at Usopp who was in shock, and said calmly.
What's so strange? We are treating this uncle. They are not fools. They can naturally distinguish right from wrong.
After saying that, he smiled and patted Luffy's shoulder to show his support. Their original purpose was to heal Kulikai's injuries, so they should have given him trust no matter what.
Yes, that's true. We were healing that old man in the beginning.
As soon as Lingtian finished speaking, Usopp shouted as if he had suddenly realized something. The original intention of their trip was to heal this old man.
Do you live here too?
Luffy asked curiously.
Well, because our old house was originally the base of our Ape Mountain United Army.
One of the apes replied.
But we usually sleep on the boat, so this place is a little small for us.
Added another ape. Luffy nodded after hearing this, then looked at the two apes carefully and suddenly said.
You two look alike.
Indeed, in Luffy's eyes, these two guys are exactly the same. Except for the slightly different clothes they wear, there is almost no difference in other aspects.
What's going on? They are chatting so happily.
Usopp on the side couldn't help but complain when he saw this.
Because they have something in common.
Zoro seemed to understand and said casually.
Yeah, they are all stubborn types.
Lingtian also explained and echoed. Indeed, Luffy and these two apes all have simple minds and straightforward personalities, so they hit it off immediately and had a great conversation.
Everyone, Uncle is awake.
Just as Luffy was chatting and laughing with the two apes, Chopper couldn't wait to run out of the house and tell everyone the good news. Hearing this, others quickly rushed into the room. As soon as he entered the house, Luffy ran straight to Kulikai and asked anxiously.
Uncle Diamond, I have something to ask you.
Kulikai took a deep puff of his cigarette, slowly exhaled the smoke, and then spoke.
I'm so sorry to have caused you so much trouble. I thought you were just like those idiots who were trying to find gold nuggets.
Before he finished speaking, Nami's eyes suddenly lit up and she interrupted with anticipation.
What? There really is gold.
As if the eyes were already filled with golden treasures. However, Kulikai ignored Nami's question and turned his gaze to Luffy and asked calmly.
What do you want to ask?
Luffy was extremely excited. He quickly walked up to Kulikai and said eagerly.
Uncle, we really want to go to Sky Island. Please tell us how to get there.
His eyes were shining with infinite yearning and expectation for the unknown world.
Sky Island?
Kulikai was stunned at first, then he burst into laughter. Obviously, even Kulikai himself had not expected that there are still people who believe in the legend of the Sky Island today. When Luffy heard the uncle say that there was no Sky Island, he was instantly anxious. You know, going to Sky Island is related to the final journey of the Mary.
I don't know either.
Kulikai looked at Luffy, who looked anxious, and said helplessly.
But I have heard that there was a person who firmly believed in the existence of Sky Island. It's a pity that he later became a legendary liar, causing his descendants to never be able to raise their heads as human beings.
The person Kulikai was talking about was none other than his ancestor, the great liar Noland. However, since the pronunciation of
Big liar
in Japanese is very similar to Usopp, Luffy immediately turned to look at Usopp when he heard it.
It's not me.
Usopp hurriedly explained. Although he did like to lie, he was definitely not the notorious liar Noland. It can even be said that apart from lying, he has nothing to do with Noland. To be more precise, even lying has nothing to do with Usopp. After all, Noland didn't lie at all.
You're talking about Noland, right?
Lingtian walked slowly to Kulikai with steady steps and said softly. Kulikai turned around and looked at the young man in front of him. A hint of doubt flashed in his eyes, but he still nodded in agreement. Then Lingtian told Kulikai in a firm tone.
Sky Island does exist, and the former pirate King Goel D Roger once landed on that Sky Island.
Chapter 110, Lingtian is over half-aged. Kulikai heard this with an expression of disbelief on his face. He shook his head and questioned.
How do you know such a thing? The era of Pirate King Roger is so far away from now. How can you, a teenager who looks like a teenager, know that period of history?
Facing Kulikai's question, Lingtian smiled slightly, as if he had already expected the other party to ask this question. He took a deep breath and replied calmly.
Don't look at my current appearance. In fact, I am over 50 years old. Oh!
Kulikai widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly, obviously stunned by Lingtian's words. Chopper on the side couldn't help but exclaimed.
Lingtian, are you really that old?
Not only Chopper, everyone present except Luffy, Usopp and Zoro was in extreme shock. They never expected that Lingtian, who had been fighting alongside them, was so old. This was undoubtedly unexpected news to everyone. Before this, they had never noticed any clues. For a moment, the whole scene became unusually quiet. Everyone stared at Lingtian silently, secretly pondering this astonishing fact in their hearts.
Roger and I used to be brothers.
Lingtian looked at the shocked expressions on their faces, his lips curled up slightly, then he slowly untied the scabbard at his waist, revealing Ace hidden inside to everyone.
This is Roger's sword, known as one of the 12 Supreme Swords Ace. Ace!
Luffy's eyes widened and he exclaimed in disbelief. He obviously remembered his brother, and a complex emotion surged in his heart. Lingtian keenly caught Luffy's reaction and quickly explained with a smile.
He is not your brother, we just have the same name.
After hearing this, Luffy suddenly realized and nodded vigorously to show his understanding. The shock in his eyes gradually faded, but he was still full of curiosity and awe for the sword named Ace. Kulikai, who was standing by, took a deep puff of smoke, exhaled a cloud of smoke, and then said,
So Sky Island really exists? Ah, the Sky Island does exist, and the legendary gold is also hidden on that mysterious island in the sky.
Lingtian explained to Kulikai in detail the situation of the Sky Island and the endless wealth it contained. After listening to this, Kulikai was silent for a moment, as if he was thinking about something.
That means Noland is not a big liar.
Usopp said immediately impatiently when he heard Lingtian's words. As someone who used to lie frequently, Usopp could actually understand Noland's feelings at the time. After all, he himself often made up various lies, big or small, when he was in Scylab village. At this time, Luffy asked curiously,
So what about them? Why are the apes here with you?
Hearing Luffy's question, Usopp quickly said,
This must be a man's underwater adventure.
His face was full of excitement, and then he said enthusiastically,
It must be a passionate story told with fists.
However, what Kulikai said next was completely different from what Usopp said. The fact was not that they got to know each other through fists as Usopp imagined. After all, if you think about it carefully, you will know that the two apes are much larger than Kulikai in both size and strength. How could Kulikai be their opponent and get to know them through a fist fight? Kulikai looked at everyone and explained to Usopp seriously.
Because they are big fans of that storybook. Is that all?
Usopp showed an extremely shocked expression on his face after hearing Kulikai's words. He had originally thought that it would be a legendary experience full of passion and fierce battles, but he did not expect that it was just because of such a seemingly simple and even somewhat unexpected reason. This made it a little difficult for him to accept for a moment. He just stood there blankly, thinking constantly in his mind, and fell into deep contemplation.
This reason is really simple.
Nami couldn't help but complain. Even she had not expected that the two apes would know Kulikai for such an incredible reason. About 5 or 6 years ago, Kulikai began to explain to the Straw Hat Pirates in detail the whole process of his acquaintance with the ape brothers. After they heard my story, they came here excitedly because they said that there must be Nolan's gold here. The seas in this area are very deep, and diving in that dark and cold sea will make people feel extremely lonely. I kept diving in that cold sea year after year, day after day. Until one day, they broke into my life very persistently and insisted on being my subordinates and kept making trouble in front of me all day long. They were really two stupid idiots.
But to be honest, they saved me. Can you understand how I feel?
Kulikai looked at everyone seriously, revealing a complex emotion in his eyes. After hearing what Kulikai said, everyone fell into a brief silence. Luffy scratched his head, then grinned.
Haha, although the reason is simple, it is also fate.
Zoro folded his arms and nodded slightly to show his agreement. At this time, the ape brothers appeared out of nowhere and shouted.
That's right, we and Big Brother are so destined.
They both had silly smiles on their faces and circled around Kulikai. Nami shook her head helplessly and said,
I'm really impressed by you guys.
Usopp also came back to his senses from his contemplation and exclaimed.
There are such wonderful encounters in this world.
Then, Kulikai took the Straw Hat Pirates to visit some of his collections and more stories about Noland. As they walked, they listened to Kulikai's stories about past adventures and discoveries as if they had entered a mysterious and legendary world. In the evening, everyone sat together and enjoyed the delicious food. In this joyful atmosphere, everyone's hearts seemed to be closer, and they all knew that every encounter on this vast ocean was precious. The story of Kulikai and the ape brothers will also become an unforgettable memory in their long adventure. The next day, Lingtian told Luffy how to get to Sky Island.
Hey, Lingtian, so you have always known how to get to Sky Island.
Chapter 111, Heading to Sky Island.
Hey, come and see.
Luffy shouted excitedly, holding up a rhinoceros beetle in his hand to show everyone. This rhinoceros beetle was as big as a palm, with a hard and smooth shell that flashed a faint light. Luffy has always been curious about and fond of creatures like rhinoceros beetles. At this moment, he finally got such a huge rhinoceros beetle, and his joy was beyond words. He carefully observed every detail of the rhinoceros beetle, with excitement flashing in his eyes. Others were also attracted by Luffy's shouting and gathered around to watch. They were amazed at the rhinoceros beetle and admired its large size and strange appearance.
Wow, so awesome. Is this really Hercules?
Nami exclaimed.
It looks so cool.
Zoro couldn't help but say. Luffy boasted proudly.
Haha, it took me a lot of effort to catch it. Okay, there's no time left, it's time to set off.
Lingtian said as he watched them discussing the rhinoceros beetle. Last night he had told the Straw Hat Pirates how to get to Sky Island. Hearing Lingtian's words, Luffy reluctantly put down the rhinoceros beetle in his hand, his eyes full of reluctance. But when he thought about going to the mysterious Sky Island, excitement filled his heart again.
Let's go!
Luffy shouted. Although Nami was also very interested in the rhinoceros beetle, she could only hurry up and catch up at this time. She was looking forward to Sky Island, but also a little nervous. Zoro followed behind calmly, knife tightly grasped in his hand. As for the unknown journey, he was more prepared to fight. Usopp seemed a little excited and a little scared, and kept muttering as he ran.
Sky Island, please don't be too dangerous.
Sanji was humming a little tune, and didn't seem to care too much about what he was about to face. Lingtian walked at the end, looking at the backs of everyone, his heart full of emotion. Finally, under the escort of the Sarayama pirates, the Straw Hat Pirates headed to the rising current. Kulikai stood on the shore, looking at the Mary which was gradually going away, and said,
Little brother, let's say goodbye here.
There was a hint of reluctance in his voice.
But there is one thing you must understand.
Kulikai raised his voice slightly and continued.
No one has ever been able to prove that the Golden Bell and Sky Island do not exist. Even your vice captain firmly believes that Sky Island is real. Some people may think that I am making up this nonsense.
Kulikai scratched his head and chuckled.
But so what? This is the romance of a man.
So romantic.
Luffy couldn't help but laugh out loud after hearing what Kulige said. The laughter was like a spring breeze, making the whole scene relaxed and happy. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also smiled. Some just raised the corners of their mouths slightly, revealing a faint smile, as if they were silently savoring this romance in their hearts. Some laughed out loud, their laughter was hearty, as if they wanted to pass this happiness to everyone, and some laughed so hard that their eyes narrowed into slits.
That's right, be careful and don't fall from the sky.
Kulikai repeatedly reminded Luffy in the tone of an old father. Luffy looked at Kulikai, and the smile on his face grew wider. He just waved his hands vigorously, and then shouted to Kulikai.
Hey, bye, diamond-faced uncle.
Thank you for your care, uncle.
Nami also came to the stern of the Mary and said goodbye to Kulikai.
Uncle, there must be a golden bell in this world.
Usopp also shouted to Kulikai. He always believed that there must be the legendary golden bell on the Sky Island.
Uncle, please stop messing around.
Chopper shouted this out of concern for Kulikai's physical condition.
Goodbye, kid.
Lingtian called out mischievously.
Brat, judging from my appearance, I'm much bigger than you.
Kulikai cursed in annoyance after hearing Lingtian's words.
Listen up, everyone. The current time is 7 o'clock in the morning. If we calculate based on the current speed and route, we are expected to arrive near that mysterious ocean current around 11 o'clock in the morning. And you must know that the specific location of each eruption of that strange bottom-up ocean current changes randomly, and there is no fixed pattern to follow.
The experienced old crew members of the Sarayama Pirates said to other members in a serious manner, with a hint of tension and worry in their tone.
Therefore, we must make adequate preparations in advance and arrive at the target area as early as possible, so that we can buy enough time to accurately explore its exact location. This is crucial for our next actions, and there must be no carelessness or delay. Do you understand?
He continued, glancing at everyone, as if to confirm whether they all understood what he meant. Everyone on the boat nodded to show that they understood, and then went about their business. Luffy was as energetic as ever, jumping up and down on the deck, excited for the mysterious current that was about to come. Nami was more focused on studying the charts and various data, calculating the best sailing route. Zoro continued to wipe his sword silently, his eyes firm and sharp. Time passed by, and as it approached 11 a.m., everyone became more and more nervous. Finally, they arrived at the expected area, but the current did not appear.
What's going on? Is the calculation wrong?
Someone couldn't help but mutter. The old sailors frowned even more, and they kept observing the situation around them. Just when everyone was getting a little anxious, a strange wave suddenly surged on the sea in the distance.
Look, it's an ocean current.
Someone shouted. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on it, and they saw the mysterious ocean current rising from the sea like a giant dragon.
Quick, adjust direction and get closer to the ocean current.
Chapter 112, Soran's Battle. Above the vast blue sea, the sun shines warmly on the surging waves. Riding the rising current, the Straw Hat Pirates, like a group of brave adventurers, head towards the unknown Sky Island. When they finally set foot on this mysterious island in the sky, the scene before them stunned everyone. The Sky Island was in a mess, as if it had just experienced a fierce battle, and the ground was littered with messy stones and broken branches. Lingtian frowned and carefully observed everything around him. His determined eyes revealed a hint of doubt.
It looks like someone has caused a big commotion on this Sky Island.
He muttered to himself. After arriving at Sky Island, the Straw Hat Pirates dispersed and began to explore this mysterious place. Surrounded by white clouds, it feels like a dream, as if you are in a fairyland. But beneath this beautiful appearance, there is chaos, as if someone had burned it with fire. Luffy was running around in the Sky Island like a child, his face filled with excitement and curiosity. Suddenly, on a tall tree, he found another rhinoceros beetle. Luffy's eyes lit up instantly, as if he had found the most precious treasure in the world.
Oh wow, another rhinoceros beetle.
Luffy shouted excitedly. At this time, Usopp ran over, looked at the rhinoceros beetle with curiosity and asked,
Luffy, which one do you think is more important, the Pirate King or the rhinoceros beetle?
When Luffy heard this question, he was stunned. He tilted his head and fell into deep thought. As time passed, Usopp complained silently.
Does it take so long to think about it?
Luffy still frowned, muttering.
Pirate King!
On the other side, Nami stared at the chaotic scene, her beautiful face full of worry.
What happened? Is there a dangerous person hiding here? Where is the gold?
At this time, Sanji stood in a corner with great grace. He turned his body lightly, walked to Nami's side, and said,
Ms. Nami, Ms. Robin, please don't worry. I am here to protect you and will definitely protect you too. I will never let you suffer any harm.
At the same time, Zoro was looking around intently, keeping a high level of alert.
Could it be that this place has been attacked by wild beasts?
At this moment, Kuina, holding a broken sword, slowly walked towards Zoro and said,
This sword seems to be quite good.
Long stared at the sword in Kuina's hand and murmured softly.
This sword?
At this time, Lingtian discovered that there were traces of burning flames around him, and those traces were particularly eye-catching on the white ground. He squatted down, touched it with his hand, and felt the remaining high temperature.
The temperature of this flame is not low.
Lingtian said solemnly. Chopper ran over to Lingtian, looked at the marks, and said nervously,
Lingtian, could this be left by some terrible monster?
Robin stood not far away, gently stroking the ancient wall, thinking,
Maybe there is a secret of Sky Island hidden behind this.
Yo, friends, let's split up. Let's go find the golden bell that Kulikai asked us to find.
Luffy's energetic voice echoed in the air. During the journey to Sky Island, Kulikai asked them to ring the golden bell if they found it. Although he himself did not want to clear the injustice of his ancestors, he also did not want to see their people living in this world forever bearing the stigma of big liars. After hearing Luffy's words, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates responded one after another and expressed their willingness to act separately. Nami secretly calculated in her mind, hoping to find some gold in the process of searching for the golden bell. Although the golden bell itself is made of gold, Nami is a principled person who would not dare to take it. Robin has a passion for history and is eager to find some discoveries of archaeological value on the Sky Island. Luffy, Usopp, and Chopper, on the other hand, want to explore this mysterious land purely out of curiosity and adventurous spirit. Just like that, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates left the Merry one after another. Sanji took the initiative to stay and took on the responsibility of protecting the Merry. He stood by the side of the ship, watching his teammates walking away with a firm gaze, praying silently in his heart that everyone would be safe. Zoro walked alone in an empty area, his eyes were firm and sharp, and he held 3 knives tightly in his hands. Under his feet was a piece of burnt grass which exuded a pungent smell. Suddenly, a figure came quickly from a distance, accompanied by a low roar.
Who are you? How dare you trespass into Sky Island?
Zoro took a closer look and saw that the person was burly and exuded a cold aura. It was one of the 4 great priests of Sky Island, Ohm. Ohm attacked Zoro without saying anything. He swung his arm and an iron slash flew out like a sharp blade. Zoro dodged to the side and the slash left a deep mark on the ground. Ohm mainly uses Cloud Shell that can produce Iron Cloud to fight. Iron Cloud has the property of iron, which can not only strike like a blade, but also provide defense like a shield.
HMPH, kid, you're quite capable.
Ohm sneered. Zoro raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said disdainfully.
Is that all you can do?
After that, he held the sword with both hands and rushed forward.
3 swords style burning demon slash.
The 3 swords instantly ignited with flames and slashed towards Ohm with a hot breath. Ohm was not in a hurry. He crossed his hands and instantly formed an iron shield in front of him to block Zoro's attack.
Interesting.
Zoro's eyes flashed and he attacked again.
King of Hell 3 swords style purgatory demon slash.
This attack was even more powerful, and a strong sword energy whistled out along with flames. Ohm felt the power of this attack and did not dare to be careless, defending with all his strength. However, his defense was still broken by Zoro, leaving a shallow wound on his body.
Damn it!
Ohm was furious and launched a more violent attack. Zoro nimbly dodged Ohm's attacks. After a fierce confrontation, Zoro gradually figured out Ohm's attack pattern. He took a deep breath and his aura suddenly surged.
3 swords Flowblood 1032.
3 sharp sword energies with bloody aura rushed towards Ohm. Ohm fought back hard, but was still knocked back a few steps by the powerful attack. At this moment, Zoro's eyes were full of determination. He shouted.
3 swords Styleblood Chi Blood Dragon Leap.
His 3 swords seemed to merge into one, turning into a giant blood-red dragon, rushing towards Ohm with overwhelming force. Ohm's eyes widened in horror and he tried to defend himself, but it was too late. Under this powerful blow, his defense was instantly defeated, and he flew backwards, fell heavily to the ground, and fainted. Zoro slowly put away his sword, looked at the fallen Ohm, and said coldly,
You lose.
Chapter 113, Chopper and -039's Battle. After the Straw Hat Pirates split up, Chopper took brisk but cautious steps, observing his surroundings with his round eyes while carefully searching for herbs. Its tiny nose twitched from time to time, as if it was trying to smell the unique scent of precious herbs.
Oh, why is this place burnt?
Chopper sighed helplessly. He scratched his head with his furry little hands, his eyes full of loss. It was originally full of expectations, but then it saw that everything around it was charred, and it was difficult to find even a normal blade of grass. Just when Chopper was filled with frustration, a figure quietly walked in front of him. This man was tall and had a serious face. He was none other than Jedaz, one of the 4 priests of Sky Island. Jedaz looked down at Chopper and asked in a low voice,
Little guy, are you sighing about these little grasses?
Chopper raised his head and looked at the stranger in front of him. He was startled at first, then nodded and said,
Yes, I wanted to see if there were any precious herbs here, but this place is destroyed like this.
There was deep regret in Chopper's voice, and his 2 little ears drooped. Looking at Chopper's pitiful appearance, Gaddaz couldn't help but feel sympathy and regret in his heart. He sighed deeply and said with emotion,
If that group of people hadn't come, Sky Island would have been a peaceful and beautiful place.
Chopper blinked his innocent eyes and asked curiously,
Uncle, who are those people you're talking about? Why did they make Sky Island like this?
Jedaz frowned and replied solemnly,
They are a group of intruders from outside. They have ulterior motives and act recklessly. They have destroyed the peace and tranquility here without any scruples. If it weren't for the great Lord Enelu showing up in time and taking action, I'm afraid the entire Sky Island would have been completely destroyed by them.
After hearing this, Chopper was filled with anger and said indignantly,
How could they be so excessive? They actually messed around in such a beautiful place like Sky Island.
Jedaz snorted coldly and said with a hint of disdain,
Humph, not only that. What is even more distressing is that some residents of Sky Island were deceived or threatened by those people and chose to betray Master Enelu and rebel with them.
After hearing this, Chopper nodded in sudden realization.
So there is a problem inside Sky Island as well. No wonder I don't see anyone else here.
Jedaz smiled and said to Chopper earnestly,
Okay, little guy, I have to go find those villains who invaded Sky Island. We can't let them continue to wreak havoc. I hope you can find the herbs you need successfully.
As soon as he finished speaking, Jedaz turned around and prepared to leave to find Enel and inform him about the people who invaded Sky Island. At this moment, Enel's majestic voice suddenly sounded in Jedaz's mind.
Jedaz, the little guy in front of you, is the invader of Sky Island.
When Gadaz heard this, his face changed instantly. He turned around without hesitation and attacked Chopper. He waved his hands and a powerful airflow blew out from the wind shell, rushing towards Chopper. Chopper, who was unprepared, was instantly blown away by this powerful force.
Ouch!
Chopper screamed in the air and fell heavily to the ground. He looked confused and puzzled.
Uncle, what are you doing? You were fine just now. Why are you attacking me all of a sudden?
Jeddah said indifferently.
Little guy, it turns out that you are the invader we are going to deal with.
Chopper suddenly realized that to them, he was an invader of Sky Island. Thinking of this, Chopper's eyes became determined.
Strengthen the fur.
With Chopper's roar, the fur all over his body instantly became as hard as iron, emitting a heart-pounding breath. It jumped flexibly like an agile cheetah, easily dodging the fierce attacks that Jeddahs continuously released from the wind shell and cloud shell.
Watch this, I'm going to strengthen my wrist strength.
Chopper shouted and rushed towards Jeddahs bravely. His small fist contained huge power. Faced with such a fierce attack from Chopper, Jeddahs did not dare to be negligent at all. He controlled Yunbei and quickly condensed it into a huge swamp cloud, trying to trap Chopper in it. However, Chopper's reaction speed was beyond imagination. He dodged sideways and easily avoided the seemingly inescapable swamp cloud.
Come on, Cherry Blossom.
Chopper used his special skill again. His hooves flashed with dazzling light, as gorgeous and powerful as the cherry blossoms blooming in spring. The blow was like a meteor across the sky, striking straight at Jeddahs. Feeling the power of Chopper's attack, Jeddahs hurriedly mobilized the power of the wind shell to resist. For a moment, the two powerful forces collided with each other, bursting out a thunderous sound that shook the whole space. Chopper gritted his teeth and held on hard. At this moment, a more powerful force suddenly emerged in his body.
Carve across.
With Chopper's angry roar, it jumped high, crossed its hooves, and smashed towards Jeddahs with an overwhelming force. This blow was like a mountain crushing an egg, bringing with it an unparalleled pressure that shocked people. Jeddahs had no time to dodge and was hit hard by the blow.
Oh!
He screamed and flew out like a cannonball, falling heavily to the ground and unable to get up for a while. He felt as if his body was about to fall apart, every bone was groaning, and the severe pain almost made him lose consciousness. Chopper looked at the fallen Jeddahs and felt a little guilty. It knew that it had just used too much force, but it had no choice. If it hadn't done so, Jeddahs might have posed a greater threat to it. Chopper panted and walked over to Jeddahs, looking down at him and said,
I'm sorry, I was just trying to protect myself. I didn't mean to hurt you. I hope you don't mind.
Chapter 114, Sanji and -039's Battle. The companions left the Mary to explore Sky Island, leaving Sanji alone on the ship to prepare a sumptuous dinner and wait for their return. In the kitchen, Sanji was cutting vegetables skillfully. The knife flew up and down in his hands, and the ingredients were neatly cut into even pieces.
HMPH, I must let them taste the delicious food as soon as they come back and replenish their strength.
Sanji muttered to himself with a confident smile on his face. At this moment, boom! A deafening explosion suddenly came from outside. Sanji frowned and stopped what he was doing instantly.
What's going on?
He muttered in a low voice, immediately put down what he was holding and ran outside. Rushing onto the deck, Sanji's eyes were instantly drawn to a strange figure. It was a ball-like man swinging his weapon in an attempt to attack the Mary. The sea breeze whistled past, ruffling Sanji's blonde hair.
Damn it, what are you doing?
Sanji's eyes widened and he shouted loudly. The man heard the voice, stopped and looked at Sanji.
Are you an intruder?
His voice was sharp and piercing. Sanji crossed his arms, looking disdainful.
Are you kidding me? How could I be an invader?
Shadley looked Sanji up and down suspiciously.
HMPH, then why are you on this ship?
Sanji raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a smile full of disdain and ridicule.
Humph, I am the chef of this ship, and it is my job to cook delicious meals for my companions. But you, a fellow, attacked our ship for no reason. What is your intention?
Shadley sneered contemptuously.
Don't try to flatter me. This is not a place you can easily step into.
Sanji did not flinch, but took a firm step forward and said in a firm tone.
No matter where this place is, you will never destroy our beloved Mary.
Shadley brandished the weapon in his hand and rushed over again like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, roaring.
Then let me see how strong you are.
Sanji swiftly turned sideways, easily avoiding the opponent's fierce attack with a confident smile on his face.
With your skills, do you still want to hurt me? It's just a foolish dream. Stop talking nonsense.
Shadley was completely enraged, and his moves became more and more fierce and tricky. However, Sanji was always at ease, dodging the enemy's attacks skillfully and giving them powerful counterattacks from time to time.
You are such an ignorant guy. You really don't want to accept my toast.
The battle between Sanji and Shadley entered a white-hot stage. Both sides refused to give in and showed their tenacious fighting will and indomitable spirit. Shadley held the impact shell in his hand, swung it hard, and shouted,
Taste the power of this impact shell.
In an instant, a huge and powerful force gushed out from the impact shell, like a ferocious dragon rushing straight towards Sanji. Sanji's eyes lit up and he flashed like lightning, deftly avoiding the powerful impact. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly and shouted provocatively.
Is this all you can do?
Seeing that his attack missed, Shadley was not discouraged. He quickly took out the yunbei and used his unique skills. He manipulated the surrounding clouds to form a powerful airflow that swept towards Sanji like a surging wave. Sanji leaped up into the air and used his
Shumit.
skill. His foot kicked towards Shadley as fast as an arrow. Seeing this, Shadley hurriedly used the surprise ball to defend himself. Various weapons popped out of the surprise ball, such as throwing knives, spears, etc., and shot towards Sanji like a dense rain curtain, trying to stop his attack. However, Sanji snorted coldly and said disdainfully,
These are just some tricks.
He flipped his body flexibly in the air and easily avoided the attack of these weapons. After Sanji landed safely, he immediately launched an offensive, rushing towards Shadley like a storm. He used the
Shoulder meat.
skill again and slammed his shoulder into Shadley. Shadley was knocked back repeatedly, but he still refused to admit defeat. He gritted his teeth and continued to fight with Sanji.
Look at my ultimate move.
Shadley shouted angrily, accumulating the power of the impact to the maximum, and then released it. The powerful impact made him retreat, but he firmly believed that this attack could defeat Sanji. Sanji's eyes were firm, and he had no intention of retreating. As he dodged sideways, he shouted,
It's time to end it.
Before he finished speaking, Sanji exerted his strength and used the
Saddle meat.
move, which was like a violent storm, dazzling the eyes. The continuous kicks rained down on Shadley, making him overwhelmed and almost losing his weapon. Shadley gasped for air, with a trace of panic in his eyes, but he still pretended to be calm and said stubbornly,
Don't be complacent, I haven't lost yet.
The corners of Sanji's mouth rose slightly, revealing a confident smile, as if he had seen through his opponent's bluff. He whispered,
How are you going to take this move?
Sanji gathered all his strength in his legs. His muscles tensed, veins bulged, and a strong aura surged from him. He roared.
Pork pot shoot.
A powerful force swept out like a whirlwind, rushing towards Shadley with a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Shadley's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. He tried to muster up his strength to resist again, but facing such a powerful attack, all his efforts seemed so pale and powerless. With a loud bang, Shadley was blown away by the powerful force like a kite with its string cut off and fell on the deck in the distance. The whole scene instantly became silent, with only the whistling sea breeze. Sanji slowly put his legs down, staring calmly at Shadley lying on the ground, and said softly,
You have already lost. Don't even think about destroying the Mary.
Shadley struggled to get up from the ground, his face full of reluctance and frustration, muttering to himself.
I never thought that I would lose to you.
Sanji patted the dust off his body, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile.
This is the end of going against us.
Chapter 115, Kuina vs. Shura. After leaving the Mary, Gina came to a dilapidated castle far away from the hustle and bustle. The castle stood on a barren hill, surrounded by weeds and vines climbing on the mottled stone walls. Under the gloomy sky, the cold wind whistled through the ruins of the castle, making an eerie whistling sound. Gina stepped into the castle gate carefully. The stone pavement under her feet was covered with cracks and moss, making a creaking sound. She searched the dim hall and saw many broken swords piled up in the corner. The swords were rusty and some were even broken, as if silently telling of the tragic battle that had taken place. Kuina squatted down gently, stretched out her delicate white hand, and slowly stroked the broken swords, as if she could feel that a thrilling, life-and-death battle had once taken place here. Her heart also fluctuated with the touch, and fierce and bloody scenes began to emerge in her mind. The flashing of swords and the shadows of sabers intertwined, the shouts of killing rose and fell. The soldiers fought bravely, swaying their lives and courage in the bloody wind.
Swish!
A cold light flashed, and an extremely sharp spear with a blazing flame passed by almost close to the corner of her clothes. If she hadn't moved quickly enough, she would have been pierced by the blow. Kuina stood firmly on her feet, looking coldly at the person who had just attacked her. Looking closely, I saw a man wearing a pilot's hat and goggles standing not far away. He held the still burning spear tightly in his hand, his eyes flashing with undisguised hostility and murderous intent. He was tall and mighty, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Facing such an enemy, Kuina did not dare to be careless and was fully focused on preparing for any situation that might happen next.
Who are you? Why did you suddenly attack me?
Kuina asked loudly, her voice echoing in the empty castle, as if it could penetrate every wall so that everyone could hear her anger. Her eyes were full of vigilance and doubt, but also revealed a hint of determination and indomitable spirit. The man sneered, his laughter was filled with disdain and ridicule.
Humph, anyone who breaks in here must die. I am Shura, one of the 4 great priests.
His tone was cold and ruthless, as if it was a messenger from hell making people shudder. Kuina frowned as she realized that she had encountered a powerful enemy. However, she was not intimidated by the other party's momentum. Instead, she said more firmly,
I have no intention of being your enemy, but if you insist on forcing me, I will not back down.
As she spoke, she tightly grasped the Wado Ikemanji at her waist with her right hand and slowly pulled it out. As the sword was unsheathed, a sharp sword energy rushed towards her, as if to tear the air apart. Kuina's eyes became focused and sharp, and she was ready to face the upcoming battle.
Then don't blame me for being rude.
Shura shouted, waving the fire spear and rushing towards Kuina again. He was extremely fast, like a flash of red lightning, and instantly approached Kuina. Kuina dodged sideways, her movements light and agile, like a dancing butterfly. He swung the sword in his hand and used the move.
Idorayu, Asuka.
The sword flashed and drew a graceful arc like a bird spreading its wings, slashing towards Shura's arm. Shura reacted extremely quickly. He noticed Kuina's attack and immediately retracted his spear to block it. There was a loud clang and the sword and spear collided, splashing a string of dazzling sparks. At this moment, the whole space seemed to be illuminated, and sparks scattered everywhere, as beautiful and dangerous as fireworks. Shura then made a gorgeous turn and pointed his spear at Kuina's leg with a thunderous force. Kuina leaped up lightly like a dancing butterfly and performed the amazing
Idorayu, Gyulang.
In midair, the long sword in her hand was like a dragon emerging from the sea, with majestic sword power and unparalleled momentum, directly approaching Shura's face. Shura did not dare to be negligent at all. He quickly took a few steps back and cleverly avoided this extremely fierce attack. However, he did not give up but waved the fire spear in his hand with blazing flames, and the flames drew dazzling arcs in the air, trying to disrupt Kuina's vision. Faced with such a fierce attack, Kuina remained unmoved. Her eyes were firm and sharp as if they could penetrate all illusions. She flashed and circled behind Shura like a ghost, with a clear sound of sword
One sword style, Hell's remaining life.
was performed. This sword was as swift as a storm, and the sword wind whistled, stabbing towards Shura's back with endless killing intent. Shura keenly felt the chill coming from behind, and without hesitation he lunged forward, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. He stood up, his eyes revealing an unprecedented solemnity.
I didn't expect that a little girl like you would have such means.
Shura said, gritting his teeth. The corners of Kuina's mouth rose slightly, revealing an imperceptible smile.
This is just the beginning.
Before she finished speaking, she swung her sword again and started a new round of fierce confrontation with Shura. For a moment, the whole castle was shocked by their battle. Kuina gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, her eyes fixed on the enemy in front of her Shura. Her breathing was steady and deep, as if she had merged with the surroundings. Suddenly, she caught a fleeting opportunity and launched an attack without hesitation. She just shook her wrist, and the sword instantly burst out with sharp sword energy, and the sword force was as fierce as a storm. Facing Kuina's sudden attack, Shura began to feel exhausted. He retreated step by step, trying to find an opportunity to counterattack, but Kuina's swordsmanship was as smooth as flowing water, making him unable to defend himself. At this moment, Kuina keenly noticed a flaw in Shura's moves. She shouted.
One sword style, Heavenly Tiger Leap.
The voice resounded throughout the space, carrying endless majesty and domineering power. Following this roar, Kuina's figure leaped towards Shura like a tiger. The sword in her hand flashed with dazzling light, condensing unparalleled power and momentum. Shura opened his eyes wide in horror, trying to block the fatal blow, but it was too late. The sword flashed, and with a puff sound, the sword pierced Shura's chest without any hindrance. The fire spear in Shura's hand fell, and his body slowly fell down, as if he had lost all his vitality. Kuina stood quietly in place and put the sword back into the scabbard. She panted slightly, stared at Shura who was lying on the ground, and said coldly,
You asked for this.
Chapter 116, Return to the Mary. Enelu, a man with godlike power, sat in his luxurious palace shining with golden light. However, at this moment, his face suddenly became extremely gloomy, as if covered by a shadow. It turned out that, relying on his unique mind network, that is, his observation haki, he realized a shocking fact. The 4 great priests under his command had all been defeated.
Damn it, these incompetent people were defeated so easily.
Enel roared in anger, and his fists slammed hard on the armrest of the throne, making a dull, loud noise. His anger burned in his chest, but despite this anger, he did not choose to go in person. The reason was simple. He sensed a bad aura outside the palace. At the same time, in another corner of the Sky Island, Lingtian was exploring with all his might. His brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes were sharp as knives, and he was vigilantly examining every detail around him.
What on earth is going on? Why did all the gold disappear without a trace?
Lingtian murmured to himself, with a hint of confusion and uneasiness in his voice. He squatted down and carefully observed the burning marks around him. Those familiar marks gave him an ominous premonition.
These traces.
Lingtian muttered to himself as he continued to move forward, trying to find more clues. His eyes swept around as if he wanted to take in everything around him. Every detail, every texture was not missed. On the other side, Robin was concentrating on studying a historical text on a sky island. Her eyes were full of curiosity and concentration, and her fingers gently touched the ancient characters. These characters flowed through her fingertips like dancing notes, telling stories of the past. She listened quietly as if she could hear the whispers of time.
The ancient weapon held in the name of God Poseidon is where it is. We are the ones who weave history, with the bells of the great bell tower.
Robin read the words softly, with a hint of awe in his voice. These words were like a key that opened the door to the ancient times. She seemed to see the once glorious civilization and feel their wisdom and power. However, when she moved her eyes to the bottom of the historical text, she found a line of very small words. She looked closely and saw that it read,
I came here and led this text to the end, the pirate Goel D. Roger. Goel D. Roger, could it be the pirate King Roger?
Robin looked at the small horizontal line below and felt excited. She knew the influence of this legendary figure, whose name had long been a symbol of the great pirate era. If this text was really left by Roger, then the information contained in it would probably have a huge impact on the entire world. Those who have completed the exploration of the Sky Island are now embarking on their journey back home, heading back to their warm ship, the Mary. The first to return was Nami, who landed lightly on the deck of the Mary, her face full of disappointment and anger.
Humph, it's a lie to say there's gold on this sky island.
Nami stomped her feet and complained loudly.
I've been searching on that island for so long, and I haven't even seen a single gold grain, let alone gold.
She put her hands on her hips, her brows furrowed, and her beautiful face seemed a little distorted with anger. At this moment, Sanji was busy preparing delicious food in the kitchen. Hearing Nami's complaint, he quickly put down the spatula in his hand, turned around, and trotted to Nami.
Dear Miss Nami, don't be angry. Please calm down first.
Sanji smiled, bent down slightly, put his right hand on his chest, and said very gentlemanly,
Would you like a glass of delicious juice? It is guaranteed to make you feel better.
Nami rolled her eyes at Sanji and said unhappily.
Okay, have a drink then.
Sanji immediately responded excitedly.
Okay, Miss Nami, please wait a moment.
After that, he turned around and ran towards the kitchen, as fast as a gust of wind. After a while, Sanji came back with a glass of colorful and tempting-looking juice.
Ms. Nami, this is the juice I prepared specially for you. Please try it.
Sanji carefully handed the juice to Nami, his eyes full of anticipation and joy. After Nami took the juice, she took a sip first, then her expression eased a little and she nodded and praised.
Well, it tastes pretty good.
After that, she took the juice and walked towards the table where the nautical chart was placed. Sanji stood there, his eyes closely following Nami's back, with an obsessed look on his face, muttering to himself.
Ms. Nami, you are so charming. You exude unparalleled charm no matter when and where you are.
Nami walked to the table and sat down, then slowly spread out the nautical chart and began to study it carefully. As she was looking at the sea chart, she was still muttering to herself.
This sky island is really a waste of time. It's just a waste of my precious time. How great it would be if I could use this time to look for treasure.
At this moment, Luffy also jumped back to the boat, his face filled with excitement and satisfied smile, and he kept muttering.
Haha, Sky Island is so fun.
As he spoke, he sat down on the deck like a child. Nami raised her head and looked at Luffy's happy face. She couldn't help but frowned and said in a somewhat dissatisfied tone.
Fun, we didn't gain anything. Did you come here just for fun?
Luffy scratched his head, showed his signature silly smile and comforted.
It's okay, Nami. Adventure itself is a very interesting thing. As for the treasure, we will definitely find it.
However, Nami was not moved by Luffy's optimism. She glared at Luffy and continued.
You are always like this. You only know how to play and never think about our goals and tasks. We need treasures to make a living and realize our dreams.
Chapter 117, Enel. Just as the two were arguing, Usopp came back. He looked exhausted, leaning against the side of the boat, and said weakly,
This Sky Island is too difficult to walk on. My legs are almost broken from running.
Hearing Usopp's complaint, Nami's expression became even uglier. She responded unhappily.
You just complain about being tired. I don't see you finding anything useful.
Usopp felt very helpless. He defended himself.
I have really tried my best, Nami. This Sky Island is too big and full of dangers and puzzles. It is not easy to find valuable things.
He sighed, looking frustrated.
That's right, I met a strange guy while searching for the Golden Bell.
At this time, Zoro also returned to the Mary. He was carrying 3 swords and had a serious expression.
Yeah, me too.
Kuina followed closely back to the Mary. There was a hint of fatigue in her eyes, but she was still determined. Soon after, Chopper, Robin, and others also returned to the Mary one after another. As soon as Chopper got on board, he said excitedly,
I found a lot of plants I've never seen before. They look so strange. Some look like mushrooms, some look like flowers, and some are curved like snakes. I wanted to find some medicinal herbs to bring back, but I didn't find any.
Robin smiled and said,
This trip to Sky Island has given me some new historical clues. Those ancient relics and texts seem to hide many unknown stories.
While everyone was talking, Lingtian also returned to the melee. He stood quietly at the bow, looking into the distance, as if thinking about something. Suddenly he said,
The burn marks here seem familiar.
There was a hint of doubt and caution in his voice. Everyone gathered around, looking at the charred area on the side of the ship and fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a deafening thunder and lightning exploded around the Mary, and the dazzling light instantly illuminated the entire sea. Everyone was startled, stood up, and looked around vigilantly. A figure suddenly appeared on the deck of the Mary. He had 3 drums on his back, his ears were drooping, and his eyes were filled with arrogance and indifference. This person was none other than Enel, who called himself the god of Sky Island. Enelu glanced at the Straw Hat Pirates and sneered with disdain.
"Humph, you ignorant ants dare to offend my territory."
When the Straw Hat Pirates saw that Enel actually tried to destroy their beloved Mary, the anger in their hearts was instantly ignited, and the anger erupted like a volcano.
"You bastard, don't even think about touching our ship."
Zoro roared first, and at the same time quickly pulled out the 3 swords from his waist. There was a sharp light flashing in his eyes, as if he wanted to cut Enel into pieces. Nami also shouted with indignation.
You damn guy, we will never let you succeed.
The other members also held their weapons tightly, ready to charge forward at any time and start a life-and-death battle with Enel. However, just as everyone was about to rush forward, Luffy suddenly stretched out his arms, blocking everyone like a solid wall.
"Don't attack, let me do it."
His voice was thunderous, full of confidence and determination. At this moment, his eyes were extremely firm, without the slightest fear. After hearing Luffy's words, everyone put down their weapons. They knew Luffy's strength very well and believed that he could easily defeat the enemy in front of him.
Luffy, you have to be careful.
Usopp shouted with concern. Luffy smiled and nodded, then turned around resolutely and faced Enel's terrifying gaze. Enelu looked at Luffy in front of him, a mocking smile appeared on his face, and he said disdainfully,
"Just relying on a brat like you who is still wet behind the ears, you dare to challenge this god? It's simply a foolish dream."
However, Luffy showed no fear. He stood up straight, stared at Enelu firmly, and responded loudly.
"Stop firing blanks, I won't be scared by your little tricks."
Enelu crossed his arms, looked down at Luffy, showed a look of contempt on his face, and sneered.
"Well, since you are so ignorant, I would like to see how capable you are."
As he spoke, he exuded a suffocating aura, as if the whole world was under his feet. At this moment, Luffy's muscles were tensed, and every muscle was full of strength, like a lion ready to strike. His legs were slightly bent, and it seemed that in just a moment he could shoot out like an arrow. Enel was equally unwilling to be outdone. Dazzling lightning began to flash on his body. His powerful aura pressed down like a mountain, causing the surrounding space to become distorted. The atmosphere on the Mary was extremely tense, as if even the air had frozen. Everyone held their breath, watching the fierce battle that was about to break out. Luffy and Enelu faced each other in the air, their eyes met, like 2 lightnings colliding and sparks flying. Both of them were silently observing each other, trying to find the opponent's flaws. Just at this moment, a dull thunder suddenly came from the sky, as if beating the drums of war for this showdown. The thunder broke the brief silence, foreshadowing that the next battle would be extremely fierce. Luffy and Enelu remained motionless, but the tension between them was getting stronger and stronger, and a thrilling battle was about to break out.
"Luffy, you must win, you must win."
Chapter 118, Luffy vs Enel. Nami bit her lip, holding the weather stick tightly in both hands, her expression serious and determined. Although she felt a little uneasy, she still chose to believe in Luffy's strength. Robin stood quietly by, staring at the battlefield with deep eyes. Sanji lit a cigarette, took a deep puff, and then exhaled the smoke. His eyes were always firmly on Luffy, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he said softly,
"Don't worry, Luffy is very strong."
Zoro also nodded, indicating that he agreed with Sanji's statement. He believed that Luffy had enough ability to defeat the enemy in front of him. Usopp was fiddling with his new invention in the back, with a confident smile on his face. He has absolute trust in Luffy and firmly believes that Luffy can defeat that powerful opponent. Even if something unexpected happens, Lingtian is still there, so Usopp is not panicked at all. Lingtian watched the 2 people confronting each other from the side, but the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a confident smile. He is well aware of Enilu's strength, but at the same time he is full of confidence in Luffy, because he knows clearly that as long as Luffy goes all out, Enilu is no match for him. At this moment, Luffy has only one firm belief in his heart: to defeat the guy who calls himself God. He wants to use his own strength to protect his companions and the Merry. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the whole world became unusually quiet. Only Luffy and Enilu's eyes, full of high morale, collided fiercely in midair. At this moment, Enilu moved without any warning. His body quickly turned into a dazzling lightning and pounced towards Luffy at an astonishing speed. Wherever it passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting bursts of sharp whistling sounds. Facing such a fierce attack, Luffy was not afraid at all. He clenched his fists tightly, ready for the upcoming fierce battle. Luffy looked at Enilu fearlessly, his eyes firm and full of provocation, and his voice sounded like thunder.
You, a boastful guy, don't deserve to be called a god.
As the words fell, Luffy flashed and launched the attack first. He shouted,
Rubber, rubber, rubber rocket launcher.
At the same time, his arms stretched out at an astonishing speed, as if they had turned into two huge rubber rockets which, with unparalleled strength and speed, instantly grabbed the mast of the Merry. Then, Luffy used the elastic properties of rubber to jump straight along the mast like a cannonball and pounced towards Enel. Facing Luffy's fierce attack, Enel just sneered slightly, and his body turned into a dazzling lightning, easily avoiding Luffy's attack at a speed that ordinary people could hardly imagine. He stood still, looked at Luffy, and said with disdain,
You think you can hurt me with such a childish and ridiculous move? You really overestimate your own abilities.
However, Luffy was not discouraged by the missed attack. As soon as his feet landed on the ground, he quickly adjusted his posture and roared again.
Rubber, rubber, rubber pistol.
Then he swung his right hand violently and used the rubber pistol to hit Enel hard. Enilu dodged to the side, a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he sneered.
Is this all you can do? How disappointing.
However, there was a determination flashing in Luffy's eyes, and he shouted angrily.
Gear second.
With this roar, Luffy entered the Gear second state without hesitation. His skin quickly turned red, as if it was burned by flames, and wisps of steam came out. In the blink of an eye, his speed and strength were amazingly improved, and like an arrow from a bow, he rushed towards Enilu again at lightning speed. Faced with Luffy's powerful momentum, Enilu's face became solemn. He quickly struck the drum on his left shoulder and let out a heart-shaking roar.
3,000 million volts, Thunder Beast.
In an instant, a giant wolf beast formed by violent lightning raised its head and roared, swooping straight at Luffy with its fangs and claws bared. The energy contained in this thunder beast was extremely terrifying, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. Luffy was agile, moving left and right in the air like a ghost, cleverly avoiding the fierce attack of the thunder beast. He dodged sideways nimbly, while shouting loudly.
Ha, your attack is just a tickle to me.
His voice was full of confidence and contempt, as if he didn't take Enel's special move seriously at all. In fact, it was true. Long before, Lingtian had told him that he was not afraid of electricity at all. Therefore, he had been avoiding Enel's attacks purely out of habit developed from years of fighting. Enel's face became gloomy. He slammed the drums on his shoulders again with his hands and shouted angrily.
Taste this 6,000 million volts, Thunder Dragon.
Along with his roar, a huge and ferocious thunder dragon roared and pounced towards Luffy. Luffy swiftly rolled sideways, narrowly avoiding the fierce attack of the thunder dragon. Then, he quickly jumped up and shouted.
Rubber, rubber, rubber eagle bazooka.
His hands were instantly covered with a layer of hardened rubber of armament haki that was as hard as iron, and then he used the rubber eagle bazooka with the force of thunder and fired directly at Enilu. Enel was knocked back several steps by this powerful blow. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face, and at the same time a strong anger surged in his heart. He widened his eyes, glared at Luffy, and roared like thunder.
You little bastard, how dare you do this to me? You've completely pissed me off.
As his roar sounded, Enelu waved his hands vigorously and shouted.
Divine judgment!
Suddenly, an extremely huge pillar of lightning appeared in the sky and slammed towards Luffy with the power to destroy the world. The lightning was so bright and dazzling that it seemed to tear the whole world apart. Luffy faced this devastating blow with a determined look in his eyes, not flinching at all. He quickly adjusted his body shape and used the elasticity of rubber to jump high. Faced with such a terrifying attack, Luffy did not flinch at all. He fully utilized the ability of the rubber fruit, and his body became extremely flexible and agile, dodging the huge lightning pillars that fell from the sky. Every thrilling evasion is terrifying to watch, but Luffy always manages to escape danger at the critical moment. Luffy shouted,
Rubber, 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 Eagle Spear Random Strike.
Chapter 119, Bucky and #039's Message. In an instant, countless fist shadows attacked Enelu like a violent storm. These fist shadows were densely packed, like locusts passing through, not giving the opponent any chance to breathe. Each punch contained Luffy's endless strength and faith. They fell on Enel like raindrops, making a series of dull crashing sounds. Enel was caught off guard by this sudden attack and could only defend desperately and try to fight back. However, Luffy's attack was too fierce for him to cope with. Enel was not to be outdone. His eyes were wide open and his facial expression was distorted with anger. Then, his whole body burst into dazzling light, releasing 200 million volts of lightning, and instantly transformed into the posture of a giant thunder god. The extremely powerful electric current surrounded him like a surging tide, and he opened his mouth and roared loudly.
200 million volts, Thunder God.
For a moment, the sky seemed to be torn open by a huge hole, with lightning and thunder and radiant light. The dazzling light was almost impossible to look directly at, and the powerful energy impact caused the entire space to tremble violently, as if it would collapse at any time. Everyone on the Merry watched the fierce battle nervously, their eyes unblinking, their hearts in their throats. Zoro tightly gripped the knife in his hand, his knuckles turned white from the force. Nami covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes full of worry. Sanji didn't know when the cigarette in his mouth had fallen, but he didn't realize it. Under the continuous bombardment of the two people, Enel's lightning gradually weakened. The originally dazzling light began to dim, and beads of cold sweat began to appear on his forehead, and beads of sweat continued to slide down his cheeks. There was a hint of panic in his eyes, a fear and uneasiness he had never experienced before. Finally, Enel couldn't hold on any longer. Under Luffy's violent attack of the rubber eagle gun, his defense completely collapsed. With a loud bang, Enel fell heavily to the ground, collapsed in the mess, and could no longer get up. Luffy shouted,
I said you are not God. I am the man who will become the Pirate King.
His voice echoed in this chaotic space, full of unyielding will and endless determination. After successfully defeating Enel, the Merry was filled with a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. The tense nerves were finally relaxed, and every corner seemed to be filled with joy. Night falls quietly like a huge piece of black silk. Everyone sat around the dining table happily, with relieved smiles on their faces. The table was filled with the sumptuous dinner that Sanji had carefully prepared, and the delicious food exuded an enticing aroma.
Wow, Sanji, this tastes amazing.
Luffy said loudly, his mouth full of food and his cheeks bulging like a balloon. There was a gleam of excitement in his eyes, and he kept stuffing food into his mouth with both hands. He ate so voraciously as if he hadn't eaten for several days.
Of course.
Sanji responded with a confident smile on his face. He was wearing his signature suit, and the spatula in his hand was still busy, adding delicious food to everyone. There were beads of sweat on his forehead, but his expression was extremely happy. Everyone was feasting on the food and chatting happily. Chopper excitedly narrated the wonderful moments in the battle, dancing, and his cute appearance made everyone laugh. Nami shared her expectations and plans for future voyages, her eyes full of longing. Usopp vividly described the story he made up. After dinner, the Straw Hat Pirates fell into a sweet dream quickly with satisfied expressions. Luffy was lying on the deck, snoring softly, with a hint of a smile on his face, as if he was continuing his adventure in his dreams. Zoro leaned against the mast with 3 swords beside him, sleeping soundly. Kuina leaned on Zoro's shoulder, holding her sword tightly in her hand. Her brows were slightly furrowed in her sleep, as if she was still practicing swordsmanship. After Sanji finished cleaning up the kitchen, he returned to his room tiredly and fell asleep. Nami was sleeping peacefully in the room, hugging her treasure chest. Chopper curled up into a ball like a furry little ball. Usopp was snoring and talking about his invention in his sleep. The entire Mary was immersed in peace and tranquility, swaying gently with the rhythm of the waves and continuing to sail towards the unknown. Lingtian sat on the side of the boat, looking at the starry sky in the distance, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The sea breeze gently brushed his face, and he looked at the sleeping members of the Straw Hat Pirates with a slight smile on his face. The next day, the bright sunshine shone on the deck of the Mary without reservation, and every wooden board was shining brightly. Lingtian took firm steps and searched around the ship, and finally found the members of the Straw Hat Pirates.
Everyone, last night I used my Sharingan to ask Enil about the location of the Golden Bell.
Lingtian said with a serious look and bright eyes. When Luffy heard this, his eyes, which were originally a little sleepy, suddenly lit up like 2 bright stars shining.
Wow, that's great!
He jumped up excitedly, waving his hands in the air.
So I want to ask everyone, do you want to go with me to find the Golden Bell?
Lingtian looked at everyone expectantly, his eyes filled with a desire for unknown adventures and expectations for support from his partners. Sanji held a cigarette in his mouth, blew out a smoke ring and said with a smile.
Since Enel has been defeated, it doesn't hurt to go and take a look. Maybe we can find some wonderful things.
His tone was relaxed, but his eyes revealed a hint of eagerness to try. When everyone heard Lingtian's words, they began to discuss among themselves. After a while, everyone expressed their desire to go together. Chopper waved his little hoof and said loudly,
I want to go too. I want to see the mysterious Golden Bell.
Nami put her hands on her hips and said with a smile.
How can I be missing from such an exciting adventure?
Usopp also shouted.
Yes, let's go together. Well, let's go.
Luffy shouted excitedly, his voice echoing across the sea. His hat fluttered in the wind like a flag of courage. Finally, the Straw Hat Pirates arrived at where the Golden Bell was. As the Straw Hat Pirates slowly approached, the legendary Golden Bell gradually appeared before their eyes. The Straw Hat Pirates stared at the huge and dazzling Golden Bell with wide eyes and couldn't help but sigh with emotion.
Wow, this is the legendary Golden Bell.
Chapter 120, The Bells of Shandora. As she paced around the Golden Bell, she secretly thought to herself.
This Golden Bell must be worth a lot of money. It's so big and its purity seems to be extremely high. If I can get it, it will be a huge fortune.
As she thought about it, the corners of Nami's mouth rose unconsciously, as if she had seen countless treasures waving to her. However, Nami was just thinking about it. Everyone slowly approached the Golden Bell, wanting to feel its charm up close. At this moment, Lingtian discovered a line of words written with traces of flames under the Golden Bell. We will accept the gold pirate buggy. A picture of the clown was also attached. When Nami saw this line of words, her excited expression froze instantly, and she immediately became furious. She put her hands on her hips, her face flushed with anger, and she cursed loudly.
Damn Buggy, how dare he steal our gold? Don't let me run into him, and when we meet him, I must make him pay. I'm going to take all his treasures.
When Luffy saw this, he couldn't help but laugh.
Heh, it turned out that it was Buggy who turned Sky Island into this guy.
After hearing what Lingtian and the others said, Robin's originally calm face showed a puzzled expression. She turned to look at everyone and asked,
What is your relationship with Bucky?
Robin naturally knew about the pirate buggy. From the information she knew, Buggy was a figure on par with the 4 emperors in the New World and was extremely powerful. She also heard that when Crocodile once challenged Whitebeard, he was also beaten up by Buggy. Such a character was actually related to the Straw Hat Pirates in front of her, which made her very curious. After hearing what Robin said, Nami quickly explained to Robin.
Baki is actually Luffy's brother. but he is not a biological brother, we just met on the road of adventure.
Ah,
Robin looked at Luffy in surprise, as if he could hardly believe this fact. Luffy scratched his head and said with a smile,
He, even though we're not real brothers, we've been through a lot together. He can be very cunning sometimes.
As Luffy spoke, he remembered that Buggy had told him that the eldest brother couldn't eat meat, which was an excuse that made him become the younger brother, although Luffy didn't care about it. While everyone was talking, Luffy suddenly leaped to the side of the golden bell like a flash of lightning. His body leaned forward slightly, and his hands tightly grasped the bell hammer like two iron pliers. He took a deep breath, then swung his arms suddenly, and an unparalleled force was transmitted through his arms to the bell hammer. Instantly, Luffy's palms were enveloped by a layer of strong armament haki, and this powerful aura made the surrounding air tremble. Then, he swung the bell hammer with all his strength and smashed it hard at the huge golden bell.
When?
The first bell rang out like a thunderbolt breaking through the sky. The deafening sound echoed endlessly on the Sky Island. This sound seemed to contain endless power, making everyone's heart tremble. However, Luffy did not stop. He struck the bell a second time, a third time.
It's the sound of the golden bell. It's really the sound of the golden bell.
Kulikai murmured excitedly, tears flowing uncontrollably from his eyes, his heart filled with indescribable emotion. His lips trembled and a low whimper came out of his throat, as if he was telling the world about his years of persistence and waiting. This moment meant too much to him. The Straw Hat Pirate stood quietly beside the golden bell, listening to the melodious and solemn bell sound echoing over the Sky Island. There was a different kind of emotion in their eyes, with emotion, awe, and a hint of sadness. Luffy knocked harder and harder, as if he wanted to convey his deepest desires and dreams through the sound of the bell. His face was filled with determination and persistence, as if he wanted the whole world to hear his voice. As the sound of the bell spread, the entire Sky Island was shrouded in a sacred and solemn atmosphere. The sound of the bell gradually faded away, but the echo it left lingered in people's hearts for a long time. Kulikai closed his eyes silently, letting the feeling of being moved settle in his heart. After the melodious golden bell sound gradually dissipated in the sky of Sky Island, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates stood on the deck of the Mary, looking at the sky full of mystery and fantasy, their hearts filled with emotion. Luffy put his hands on his hips, a big smile on his face, and said loudly,
The adventure in Sky Island is really great. However, there is no gold here, so we should leave.
Nami shook her head helplessly and sighed deeply, her tone full of disappointment and loss.
alas, it was all in vain. I thought I could make a fortune.
However, in stark contrast to Nami's frustration, Usopp seemed extremely excited, gesticulating with his hands and saying,
But it doesn't matter. We've experienced so many exciting and thrilling things, it's already worth it.
Chapter 121, Banquet at Sea. At this moment, Lingtian walked forward with firm steps, his expression serious and focused, as if he was performing a sacred ritual. He put his hands together, closed his lips, and whispered some incantations that others could not understand. As he chanted, a mysterious light gradually emanated from him, as dazzling as a bright star. Suddenly, Lingtian opened his eyes abruptly and shouted.
Spiritual magic, start.
Along with this roar, an extremely powerful force gushed out of his body like a surging wave. This force spread far away at an astonishing speed and finally lifted up the Mary steadily in the distance. The Mary seemed to be lifted by an invisible big hand, and it left the ground steadily and slowly, heading towards the direction where Ling Tian and the others were. When the Mary finally arrived in front of Ling Tian and others, the whole scene became silent, with only the breeze gently brushing across their cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. When they saw the Mary appearing in front of them, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates immediately ran forward excitedly.
Wow, Lingtian, you are so awesome.
Chopper opened his round eyes wide and jumped up excitedly. Sanji held a cigarette between his lips and showed a satisfied smile.
Haha, we can leave Sky Island smoothly.
Zoro folded his arms across his chest, stared at Ling Tian, and commented concisely.
It's really good to have this ability.
Captain Luffy stood at the bow, facing the howling wind, raised his arms high and shouted.
Let's go!
Nami was nervous, her eyes were fixed on the surrounding situation, and she muttered to herself.
Be careful, don't fall down.
Driven by Lingtian's continuous use of spiritual arts, the melee gradually increased its speed and rushed towards Qinghai. Along the way, the strong wind blew violently on everyone's hair and clothes.
Look, doesn't that cloud over there look like a super big cake?
Luffy pointed happily to a cloud in the distance.
Luffy, don't be distracted. We are still in the air.
Nami reminded anxiously. Usopp looked around with a telescope.
I wonder what the world below is like now.
Robin stood quietly by the side with a faint smile on her lips. Her deep and gentle eyes were as dazzling as the twinkling stars in the night sky. She looked at everyone quietly, as if she was feeling everyone's joy and expectations with her heart.
Everyone hold on tight and don't fall.
Lingtian shouted at the top of his voice. His voice echoed in the wind, carrying a reassuring force. The Mary soared steadily in the air, like a free bird, flying through layers of clouds and mist towards the unknown shore. At this time, Luffy suddenly turned around, his face full of excitement. He shouted to his friends.
This adventure is so fun. There will definitely be more interesting places waiting for us in the future. That's right, Luffy.
Everyone responded in unison. Their voices intertwined together like an exciting war drum, stirring everyone's heart. At this moment, their eyes were filled with longing for the future and firm belief. Sanji walked into the kitchen in the cabin, ready to cook a sumptuous and delicious meal for everyone to bid farewell to Sky Island. He skillfully manipulated the spatula, and the various ingredients in his hands became as delicate and attractive as works of art. Zoro, on the other hand, sat quietly in a corner, carefully polishing his beloved sword. The sharp blades gleamed coldly in the sun, as if telling of their past glorious achievements. Zoro polished his weapons attentively, fully preparing for the upcoming new journey. Usopp was like a busy little bee, running around the ship, carefully checking every corner of the ship. He carefully checked whether the ropes were firm and the sails were intact to ensure that the Mary could reach its destination safely and smoothly. Nami held the nautical chart in her hand and calculated the route with full concentration.
If we continue sailing in the current direction, we will reach Qinghai in no time if nothing unexpected happens.
Lingtian nodded slightly to show his agreement and then concentrated all his mental power to control the spiritual arts. However, there are unexpected events, and just as they were full of hope, a sudden gust of wind whistled in and the Mary shook violently.
Oh!
Everyone exclaimed in unison.
Don't panic!
At the critical moment, Lingtian shouted and instantly increased the output of spiritual power, which barely stabilized the shaky Mary. After these thrilling twists and turns, the Mary finally slowly approached the surface of the Qinghai Sea.
We're almost at our destination.
Luffy couldn't hide his excitement and danced with joy. Accompanied by cheers, the Mary came into close contact with the surface of Qinghai Sea, splashing countless huge water splashes.
Yeah, we returned successfully.
Everyone was ecstatic. Luffy's face was filled with a bright smile, and he said with great enthusiasm,
Next, a brand new adventure will be waiting for us.
When the Mary landed steadily on the sea, splashing white waves, the sea breeze gently brushed everyone's faces, bringing the unique salty smell of the sea. Sanji's face was filled with a warm smile, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, revealing a row of white teeth, and his eyes revealed his love and confidence in cooking. He strode into the kitchen, rolled up his sleeves without hesitation, and said in a loud voice,
Everyone, get ready for a feast of delicious food.
It seemed as if the whole kitchen was ignited by his enthusiasm. There was suddenly a crackling sound in the kitchen, the clatter of pots and pans, and the sound of Sanji's busy footsteps, forming a unique kitchen symphony. Not long after, Sanji came out of the kitchen carrying plates of exquisite delicacies. Each dish exuded an enticing aroma, making people salivate.
Wow, it's a roasted chicken leg. It looks so tempting.
Luffy's eyes lit up instantly like two twinkling stars. He stretched out his hand impatiently, grabbed a chicken leg in a flash and took a big bite. The delicious taste of the chicken melted in his mouth, intoxicating him. He couldn't help but exclaim.
Delicious, delicious.
Nami sat quietly by the side. She picked up a piece of cake gracefully, took a careful bite, and savored it. With a satisfied smile on her face, she said softly,
Sanji's cooking skills are getting better and better.
Chapter 122, The Banquet is Over. Usopp's mouth was full of food and his speech became unclear, but he still tried to express his feelings.
This is simply the most delicious thing in the world.
As he said this, he stuffed more food into his mouth. Chopper was holding a big bowl of fruit, eating it voraciously, his face full of juice, looking very cute. He raised his head, gave Sanji a thumbs up, and shouted happily.
Sanji, you are awesome.
At this moment, Lingtian noticed Chopper's juice-stained face. He smiled, picked up a tissue, gently wiped Chopper's mouth, and said gently,
Don't be anxious. Eat slowly and be careful not to choke.
Chopper felt Lingtian's concern and smiled even more brightly. Zoro held the wine glass in his left hand and a large piece of roasted meat in his right hand. He chewed it with big mouthfuls and muttered.
Well, not bad. Wine and meat, this is life.
Kuina, who was sitting nearby, also held a wine glass in her left hand and barbecue in her right hand, and echoed.
That's right, that's life.
Robin gently picked up a piece of vegetable, put it in his mouth and savored it carefully, then smiled and said to Sanji.
Thank you, Sanji.
When Sanji heard Robin's praise, a satisfied smile appeared on his face and he became more motivated. He kept shuttling back and forth between the kitchen and the deck, serving delicious dishes to everyone.
Come, try my new seafood pizza.
Sanji walked to the table with a pizza that was bigger than the table and carefully placed it in the middle of the table. When Luffy saw the huge pizza, his eyes lit up and he jumped on it, shouting,
Haha, mine, all mine.
Seeing this, Nami quickly stretched out her arm to stop Luffy and said angrily,
Luffy, don't be anxious. Everyone will get something.
Sanji brought out a pot of steaming, fragrant soup from the kitchen, gently placed it on the table and said proudly,
This soup is my signature dish. Come and try it.
Hearing this, everyone picked up their bowls and spoons, scooped up some of the rich soup, and then slowly tasted it.
Wow, this taste is absolutely amazing.
Usopp was the first to exclaim, his face full of ecstasy, and the others nodded in agreement. At this moment, the sun shines softly on the vast sea, the waves are sparkling and flashing dazzling light. The breeze blows gently on everyone's cheeks, bringing a touch of refreshing coolness. The Straw Hat Pirates sat together, enjoying delicious food and laughing. Such a warm and peaceful scene makes people feel an indescribable warmth and happiness. The banquet was held in a cheerful atmosphere, with laughter and conversation interweaving into a sea of joy. People tasted the rich food and enjoyed this wonderful time. Chopper was so excited that he jumped up and down among the crowd like a child. His mouth was full, his eyes were fixed on the delicious food on the table, and he muttered,
I have never eaten so many delicious foods.
Sanji stood aside with a satisfied smile on his face. Hearing Chopper's words, he smiled and replied,
Haha, little guy, don't be anxious, eat slowly. As long as I'm here, I guarantee that everyone will be well fed.
Nami looked at the table full of food and couldn't help laughing. She said to Sanji,
Sanji, you made so many delicious dishes. We can't eat them all.
Luffy, on the other hand, totally disregarded his image, stuffed his mouth with food, and shouted incoherently.
It doesn't matter if you're full, just keep eating. We can't stop this party.
As the sun gradually set, the sky was dyed into a colorful sunset. Sanji walked to the edge of the deck and lit the lantern hanging there. The warm yellow light instantly illuminated the entire deck and everyone's face.
Come on, let's drink.
Luffy raised his glass high, his voice loud and enthusiastic. Everyone responded, raised their glasses, and clinked them together, making clear and pleasant sounds. At this moment, they shared joy and happiness together. The sea breeze gently brushed across their cheeks, bringing a hint of coolness. People were immersed in the joyful atmosphere, forgetting all their worries and fatigue. This night will become an eternal memory in their hearts.
For our adventure, for our friendship.
Nami said with a firm look in her eyes.
Cheers!
Everyone shouted in unison. The banquet lasted until night fell. The moon was like a bright pearl hanging high in the sky, emitting silvery brilliance. Usopp lazily leaned against the railing, looking up at the starry sky, muttering to himself.
Today is really satisfying.
Chopper was lying on the deck with his arms and legs spread out, stroking his round belly and muttering.
I even find it difficult to walk now.
Sanji looked at the satisfied faces of the people. His heart was filled with joy. A smile appeared on the corners of his mouth.
As long as everyone can be happy, I will feel extremely satisfied.
Zoro leaned quietly on the mast, while Kuina curled up in his arms like a well-behaved kitten, slightly drunk, and whispered softly.
This is the life that belongs to us.
Robin had a gentle smile on his face and said with emotion.
Such a wonderful time is really unforgettable.
Chapter 123, Target 7 Water Cities. They deeply understand that such moments are as precious and rare as the twinkling stars in the night sky. Although the road ahead may be shrouded in endless challenges and dangers, they firmly believe in their hearts that as long as they work together with unity, nothing can stop them from moving forward. At this time, Nami walked to the bow alone, quietly feeling the gentle caress of the sea breeze. She squinted her eyes slightly, looking at the boundless sea in the distance, and couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation for the future in her heart.
I wonder what kind of surprises the next adventure will bring us.
Suddenly, Luffy leaped up from the crowd like a meteor full of energy. He raised his hands high and shouted excitedly.
No matter what awaits us ahead, we will not be afraid.
His words were like a passionate war drum, instantly igniting everyone's passion. At dawn the next day, the sun just appeared above the sea level, sprinkling rays of golden light on the vast sea, creating patches of dazzling golden waves. Nami stood at the bow, the sea breeze gently blowing her silky hair. She stared at the record indicator in her hand with full concentration, her eyebrows slightly frowned.
Lingtian, according to the indicator, the next island should be the Long Chain Island.
Nami raised her voice and shouted, but her voice was a little fragmented by the sea breeze. At this moment, Lingtian walked out of the cabin with steady steps, holding an old sea chart tightly in his hand, with a resolute and courageous look.
Nami, our next destination is the 7 cities of water.
Nami turned around upon hearing the voice, staring at Lingtian with suspicion, and asked in confusion.
Why is that? Changlian Island is clearly a scheduled route.
Lingtian walked forward, pointed at the sea chart and said seriously.
Look at this sea chart. The Mary is now in tatters. If we continue like this, I'm worried that it may not be able to support our future adventures. As far as I know, the 7 waters have the best shipbuilders. Maybe we can repair the Mary there.
Nami looked in the direction of Lingtian's finger, her gaze resting on the shabby deck and somewhat damaged mast of the Mary, a trace of heartache revealed in her eyes. She knew very well what this ship meant to the entire Straw Hat Pirates. It was not only their means of transportation, but also their partner along the way. After some thought, they decided to ask the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates for their opinions. On the other side of the boat, Sanji was concentrating on preparing breakfast with a cigarette in his mouth. Nami and Lingtian walked towards him together.
Sanji, we are discussing the next itinerary. The current situation of the Mary is not optimistic. Lingtian proposed to go to the 7 water cities to repair the ship first instead of going directly to the Long Chain Island. What do you think about this?
Nami asked directly. Sanji stopped what he was doing, exhaled a puff of smoke, and after thinking for a moment, he replied.
Well,
Nami nodded, indicating that she agreed with Sanji's point of view. Then, she turned to look at Lingtian and said,
Then let's proceed according to this plan. After everyone wakes up, we can discuss the specific details together.
Lingtian smiled and responded.
no problem. I believe everyone will understand our decision. After all, the safety and comfort of the melee are of paramount importance to us.
After saying that, he patted Nami on the shoulder, and the two returned to the bow together and continued to observe the surrounding sea conditions. At this moment, the sun gradually rises from the sea level, like a bright pearl emitting dazzling light. The golden sunlight sprinkles on the sea, forming patches of glittering light like countless diamonds inlaid in it, sparkling and dazzling. The Mary swayed gently in the breeze, as if telling everyone about its desire and anticipation for a new journey. Sanji stood quietly at the bow, took a deep puff of cigarette, and then slowly exhaled a smoke ring. He silently gazed at the dilapidated deck of the Mary, with a hint of emotion in his eyes. Afterwards, Lingtian and Nami walked towards the cabin together, looking for Usopp, who was busy tinkering with his strange inventions. When Lingtian asked Usopp about his opinion on going to the 7 water cities to repair the Mary, Usopp's eyes immediately lit up, and he jumped up excitedly like a child, shouting,
Of course we have to go. The Mary is not only our means of transportation, but also our close partner. No matter what, we must repair it and let it shine again.
Then, they found Zoro leaning against the side of the ship, wiping his 3 swords. He held a long sword with a broad blade in his left hand and gently wiped the blade with a rag in his right hand. Next to him, there were 2 other shorter swords, also flashing with cold light. At this moment, Sauron looked focused, as if he was treating his most precious treasure. Zoro, what do you think about changing the itinerary and going to the Water 7 cities to repair the ship first? Nami walked to Zoro and asked. Hearing the voice, Zoro stopped what he was doing, slowly raised his head, and his gaze first fell on the Mary in front of him. A barely perceptible hint of recollection flashed in his eyes. Then he turned to look at Nami and said in a deep voice,
This ship witnessed our beginning. It has taken us through countless storms. I also hope that it can always accompany us. So let's go to the 7 capitals of water first.
Zoro's words were recognized by everyone, so with everyone's unanimous opinion, the Straw Hat Pirates decided to go to the 7 cities of water. Nami returned to the bow and replanned the route. She stared at the nautical chart in her hand and muttered to herself.
The 7 water cities. I hope they can give the Mary a new look and make it our reliable partner again.
Lingtian, who was standing at the side, folded his hands in front of his chest, looking firmly at the vast ocean ahead, thinking silently in his heart.
I hope that the Mary can be repaired by going to Water 7 in advance.
In the following voyage, the Straw Hat Pirates sailed towards the 7 water cities with all their expectations for Mary and their vision for the future. Sanji quickly sped up the pace of preparing breakfast, his voice echoing throughout the ship.
Friends, come and enjoy a hearty breakfast. Then we will head towards the 7 cities of water.
Chapter 124, Iceberg. Before long, everyone sat together and enjoyed this delicious meal. Luffy's mouth was filled with all kinds of food, and he mumbled incoherently.
After we fix the Mary, we can continue our adventure.
Everyone couldn't help laughing when they saw his funny look, and there was laughter one after another. After breakfast, everyone immediately began to prepare for their trip to the 7 water cities. Usopp searched around in the cabin, trying to find tools that might come in handy, while muttering to himself. Zoro, on the other hand, was concentrating on checking his weapons and equipment to ensure that they were in perfect condition before arriving at the 7 cities of water. Sanji was busy cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen, but he would still observe the movements outside from time to time. Nami was in the cockpit, carefully adjusting the sailing direction according to the sea chart and wind direction changes. As for Lingtian, he was helping to sort out some miscellaneous items on the deck. Luffy sat leisurely on the mast, his eyes looking into the distance across the endless ocean. He opened his mouth and shouted at the top of his voice.
Come on, Mary, let's move forward together.
As time passed, the Mary was like a brave giant beast, braving the wind and waves on the rough sea, moving unswervingly towards the 7 water cities. Nami gripped the steering wheel tightly, her sharp eyes never leaving the front. She was concentrating on watching out for any possible danger. Suddenly, she shouted to everyone.
Everyone be careful. There may be wind and waves coming.
Before he could finish his words, a gust of wind came like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, and the waves became turbulent in an instant.
Hold on tight.
Lingtian yelled at the top of his lungs. The ship began to shake violently as if it was about to be torn apart. Usopp turned pale with fear, and he held on to the railing beside him tightly, fearing that he would be swept into the sea if he let go. However, Kuina was as steady as a rock. He stood firm and shouted,
This little storm is nothing. We will not be defeated easily.
Sanji ran out of the kitchen, shouting as he ran.
Everyone be careful. Protect yourself.
At this time, Luffy was laughing wildly on the mast, as if he was full of anticipation and excitement for this thrilling adventure.
Ha ha ha, this is so exciting.
His laughter echoed in the strong wind. With the joint efforts of all the crew members, the Mary finally successfully crossed the storm. They worked together to overcome the difficulties and continued to move towards the other side of their dreams.
Huh.
Nami breathed a sigh of relief, her heart finally settling down.
I finally made it.
Okay, don't relax. Keep moving forward.
Lingtian's voice sounded at the right time. After many days, the outlines of the 7 water cities gradually emerged before everyone's eyes.
Look over there. Those are the 7 water cities.
Nami's tone was filled with unconcealable excitement. Upon hearing this, the others also crowded to the bow, looking eagerly at the island that was shrouded in legends, full of mystery and carrying infinite hope.
Haha, Mary, we'll be able to repair you soon.
Luffy stood at the side of the ship, cupped his hands into a trumpet shape and shouted loudly towards the front. As he finished speaking, the Mary began to slowly sail towards the port of the 7 water cities. On the vast sea, the sun shines on the sparkling sea, and a uniquely shaped ship is sailing against the wind and waves. On this ship, flying the iconic flag of the Straw Hat Pirates, is the
Golden Mary.
that Luffy and his crew are riding. After a long voyage, the outlines of the 7 water cities finally appeared in everyone's sight. Luffy stood at the bow, looking at the city that was gradually becoming clearer, and shouted excitedly.
Wow, haha, we finally arrived at the 7 capitals of water. The Mary can be saved.
Everyone rushed to the bow, their faces full of anticipation. Nami stood in front of the crowd, her hands resting on the railing, her eyes firmly looking at the city in the distance. There was a glimmer in her eyes as if she saw the dawn of hope.
I hope the shipwright here can repair the Mary.
Nami said softly, her voice revealing her anticipation for the future journey. Zoro on the side was silently wiping his 3 swords. His expression was serious and focused, as if he was thinking about something important. Hearing Nami's words, he raised his head, looked at Nami with deep eyes, and then nodded firmly to show his agreement. Chopper jumped up to Lingtian, waving his short arms and shouting excitedly.
Lingtian, now that the Mary is repaired, we can continue our adventure.
Lingtian smiled and touched Chopper's head, his eyes full of expectations for the future. As soon as they got ashore, the Straw Hat Pirates couldn't wait to take action. They hurried along the street at a brisk pace, with only one goal in mind: to find the shipwright of the 7 water cities. Along the way, everyone talked and laughed, discussing how to repair the Mary and the next adventure plan. After asking around, they finally arrived at the gate of Carrara Shipbuilding Company. The company is large in scale and has a unique architectural style, giving people a solemn feeling. Walking into the company, you will see a busy scene. Workers are busy shuttling between workshops, and the sounds of hammers and sawing wood are interwoven into an exciting symphony. Luffy swaggered at the front of the team, looking around curiously. His signature smile was always on his face, as if he was full of confidence in everything that was to come. At this moment, a man in a suit and glasses walked over. He was tall, elegant, and looked very smart and capable. This man is Mr. Iceberg, the president of Carrara Shipbuilding Company and the mayor of Water 7 City.
Everyone, is there anything I can help you with?
Mr. Iceberg asked politely. Luffy jumped out directly, pointed at the Mary behind him and said loudly,
Uncle, our Mary is broken. Can you fix it?
Mr. Iceberg walked forward and carefully examined the Mary. His brows slowly frowned. As his brows furrowed deeper, everyone felt heavier. Nami clenched her fists nervously, while Usopp widened his eyes and didn't even dare to breathe. Time passed minute by minute, and finally, Mr. Iceberg raised his head. His already extremely cold face now showed even more seriousness. He opened his lips and said slowly,
The damage to the ship is very serious. The keel is broken. If we want to repair it, we need to replace it with a new keel, and this will require a lot of money and take a long time to complete.
Chapter 125, Good News from the Mary. Hearing this, everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates turned their heads almost at the same moment and looked at Lingtian in unison. Lingtian's face was filled with helplessness. He kept complaining in his heart.
Alas, for this melee, I have to put all the wealth I have accumulated over the years into it. I am really going to go bankrupt.
However, when his gaze swept across his companion's expectant eyes, the hesitation in his heart instantly dissipated. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, and as if he had made a great decision, he slowly raised his hand and carefully took out a large pile of berries from the mysterious system space. This is his last fortune. After all, the system's lottery shop only has 50 lotteries.
Mr. Iceberg, is this enough? In order to repair the Mary, I have taken out all the assets that I have worked so hard to accumulate without reservation.
Lingtian's voice trembled slightly, with a hint of unquestionable determination. His eyes were firm and persistent, as if telling everyone that he was willing to give everything for the Mary and his companion's dreams. Okay. Yes. I am Lingtian, this is the kind of person I am. Mr. Iceberg was stunned at first, then his eyes fell on the mountain of berries in front of him, and a hint of surprise flashed across his eyes. After all, such a huge amount of wealth suddenly appeared before his eyes, and anyone would be shocked. But soon, he regained his usual calmness, and his face reappeared that calm expression.
This money is enough, please rest assured. Come to the port of Shujikadu in 7 days, and I will definitely repair the ship by then.
Mr. Iceberg's voice was low and powerful. His eyes were firm and confident, as if he was making a solemn promise to everyone. Hearing Bingshan's solemn promise, Lingtian's heart, which had been hanging in his throat and beating fast, finally slowly settled down. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking silently in his heart.
The Mary finally doesn't need to go to an irreversible end, like the original.
After hearing this, the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates couldn't contain their joy and were as happy as children. Usopp and Nami were so excited that they hugged each other tightly. Usopp cheered, his voice seemed to break through the sky.
Great, the Mary can be saved. We don't have to separate from it.
A huge smile spread across his face, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Nami's voice was trembling with excitement as she said loudly,
Now we can continue sailing. We can move forward to the unknown distance and find more treasures.
Sanji took a leisurely puff of his cigarette, then the corners of his mouth raised, and that charming smile appeared again. His deep eyes were filled with satisfaction, and he whispered,
That's great, I can prepare delicious food for everyone again. On this vast ocean, let the food accompany us on every journey.
Chopper was dancing with joy, twisting his whole body like a happy little ball. He was so excited that he completely lost control, and the hat on his head almost fell off as it swayed.
Great, great, we can continue our adventures and continue to be with everyone.
After hearing what Iceberg said, Kuina was so happy that she completely lost her mind. Her excitement was as hard to suppress as the surging waves. She completely ignored everything else and ran over like a gust of wind and hugged Zoro fiercely. Zoro's face turned red instantly. He was so flustered that he didn't know what to do and stammered.
Kuina, let me go.
His eyes were evasive, and his hands and feet seemed a little awkward. Kuina ignored Zoro's words, still smiling, and said happily,
Zoro, I'm so happy. The Mary can be repaired, and we can set off together again.
Luffy couldn't help laughing when he saw everyone so happy. He waved his hand and said loudly,
Let's go and have a good look around the 7 water cities.
After saying this, Luffy turned his head and looked at Lingtian and asked Lingtian for money. When Lingtian saw this, he hit Luffy on the head with his iron fist of love. Didn't you see that all his property was used to repair the Mary? Fortunately, Nami generously donated some berry to each member of the Straw Hat Pirates. everyone strolled happily on the streets of the seven water cities, full of curiosity about everything around them. Nami and Robin walked into a store lightly. When they saw the various jewels and treasures on display in the store, their eyes suddenly lit up like two shining stars. They couldn't help but exclaimed.
Wow, these are so beautiful. Every piece makes my heart beat.
Usopp was deeply attracted by a toy store. He stood at the door in a daze, his feet seemed to be nailed to the ground and he couldn't move. He stared at the toys in the store and shouted excitedly.
Look, those toys are amazing. They are exactly what I dreamed of.
Sanji walked into a restaurant with elegant steps. As soon as he entered the door, the aroma that hit his nose instantly intoxicated him. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and said with great enjoyment,
This smell is really irresistible. It's like the aroma of food from heaven, so tempting.
Chapter 126, Mutation. 7 days later, in the early morning, the sun shone on the streets and alleys of the seven water cities, and the breeze blew gently, bringing a hint of the ocean's breath. Luffy walked in the front, taking big steps, his face full of anticipation and excitement, his bright eyes fixed on the direction of the port, and he muttered,
Mary, we will be able to adventure together again soon.
Zoro followed closely behind, his hands folded in front of his chest, his expression serious, his eyes firm and sharp. His green belly band swayed slightly with his steps, and the three swords on his waist hung steadily, as if ready for a new battle at any time. Nami seemed a little anxious. She walked quickly, raising her hand from time to look at the record pointer in her hand. Her golden hair shone in the sun, and her beautiful face was full of concern for the repair of the Mary. Usopp was nervous, with beads of sweat oozing out of his forehead. He kept muttering,
Mary must be repaired, must be repaired.
Sanji walked with an elegant step, a cigarette in his mouth and a confident smile on his face, as if he had full confidence in Mr. Iceberg's craftsmanship. Chopper walked and skipped, and the hat on his head bounced along with it. His big eyes were full of curiosity and anticipation. Robin was still elegant and calm. She walked lightly with the corners of her mouth slightly raised, as if everything was under her control. Lingtian walked in the middle of the team with a focused look, his eyes occasionally scanning the surroundings as if he was alert to possible dangers. He tightly grasped the sword at his waist and stood tall. Kuina walked lightly with a gentle smile on her face, and her eyes revealed her longing for future voyages. The Straw Hat Pirates walked towards the port of the seven cities of water with their own different feelings. Their figures appeared determined and full of hope under the sunlight. Soon the Straw Hat Pirates arrived at the port of the seven cities of water.
Oh, where is Mr. Iceberg?
After Luffy arrived at the port, he looked at the empty dock and couldn't help but wonder. He originally thought he would see Mr. Iceberg here, but now he didn't even see a shadow of him. Could it be that he came to the wrong place? Just as Luffy was puzzled, a scream suddenly came.
Oh!
The sudden scream startled everyone, and they all looked in the direction of the sound. They saw Usopp standing there, pointing in a certain direction, screaming in fear.
Mary.
Everyone looked in the direction Usopp pointed, and found that the Mary, which was supposed to be parked there, had disappeared.
What happened? Why is the Mary gone?
Nami asked anxiously.
Could it have been stolen?
Chopper guessed. Boom.
Luffy, Zoro, Sanji, the three of you immediately use your observation haki to search for where Mr. Iceberg is at the moment.
He knew very well the character of Mr. Iceberg and knew that he would never take the Mary away. However, things had developed to this point, and the only way to find the Mary was to find Mr. Iceberg first. After hearing Ling Tian's instructions, Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji did not hesitate at all. They immediately concentrated their minds, mobilized the power in their bodies, and displayed their observation haki. In an instant, 3 invisible waves spread out from them, quickly covering the entire 7 water cities. Under the sweep of the powerful observation haki, every corner of the 7 water cities appeared clearly in their perception. They searched carefully for Mr. Iceberg, not missing any details. Robin stood aside, quietly observing Luffy and the others frantically searching for the scent of the iceberg. She couldn't help but be touched by an inexplicable emotion deep in her heart.
No one in the world is always alone.
Sorrow once said this. At this moment, this sentence kept echoing in Robin's mind.
You will definitely find a partner who is willing to protect you in the future.
Looking at the determined and persistent figures of Luffy and the others, Robin knew that these people were the partners she had been looking for. Yes, Sorrow, Robin responded silently in his heart. I have found companions who are willing to protect me and fight alongside me. She stared at Luffy, Zoro, and Nami with genuine emotion in her eyes. Luffy and his friends' enthusiasm and determination seemed to ignite the fire of hope in Robin's heart. She knew that, with such a group of brave and fearless companions by her side, she would no longer feel lonely and helpless no matter what difficulties and challenges she faced. Robin secretly made up his mind to cherish this hard-earned friendship even more, experience more adventures with his partners, and pursue the other side of his dreams together.
Found it!
Soon, Luffy and his friends found the whereabouts of Mr. Iceberg. Lingtian and his group followed closely behind, and soon they found Mr. Iceberg dying in a sewer.
Hey, Uncle!
Seeing Mr. Iceberg seriously injured, Luffy rushed over immediately.
Spiritual arts assist treatment.
Lingtian's eyes focused, and he immediately used spiritual arts to treat Mr. Iceberg. His hands were flashing with a faint light, enveloping Mr. Iceberg. Soon, the external wounds on Mr. Iceberg's body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, but he was still unconscious. Lingtian knew very well that the spiritual arts he mastered mainly focused on attack and defense. In terms of treatment, the best he could do was to deal with external wounds like he was doing now.
Let's take Mr. Iceberg back to the hotel first.
Lingtian said as he looked at Mr. Iceberg's condition. The others nodded in agreement. They understood that although Mr. Iceberg's injuries had been treated initially, more professional medical methods and environment were needed for him to fully recover. So, everyone carefully lifted Mr. Iceberg and walked towards a nearby hotel. When they arrived at the hotel, Lingtian placed Mr. Iceberg in a quiet and comfortable room. Chopper was busy treating Mr. Iceberg in the room. He was concentrating on operating various medical equipment and medicines, trying to make Mr. Iceberg recover as soon as possible. The others were waiting outside anxiously, praying silently that Mr. Iceberg would be safe. During the treatment, Chopper's brows were always furrowed, and he kept muttering to himself.
How could I be so badly injured?
Chapter 127, The Whereabouts of the Mary.
Cough, cough.
Soon under Chopper's treatment, Mr. Iceberg slowly opened his eyes.
Uncle, you're finally awake.
Luffy rushed forward immediately when he saw Iceberg waking up, his face full of concern. Other companions also gathered around the bed, their eyes revealing a hint of worry and tension. Over the past 7 days, the Straw Hat Pirates have heard a lot about Mr. Iceberg's good deeds and his reputation as an excellent mayor. They sincerely hope that this kind mayor will be safe.
I'm fine.
Mr. Iceberg's weak voice made everyone feel relieved. He raised his hand to signal Luffy and the others that he was fine.
Mr. Iceberg, please tell us where our ship Mary is going.
Lingtian looked at Mr. Iceberg and asked with concern. After confirming that Mr. Iceberg was safe and sound, he couldn't wait to know the whereabouts of the Mary. At this moment, the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also turned their eyes to Mr. Iceberg, with anticipation flashing in their eyes, eager to get the exact answer from him about the whereabouts of the Mary. Everyone is concerned about the Mary and is worried about its safety. They have experienced countless adventures and challenges with the Mary and have already established a deep emotional bond. The Mary is not only their means of transportation, but also their companion and home. However, when Lingtian asked about the whereabouts of the Melee, Mr. Iceberg's face suddenly became a little embarrassed. He opened his mouth but hesitated and didn't know how to answer.
This.
Mr. Iceberg's eyes flickered, as if he was thinking about how to tell the group of people who were full of expectations. He knew that this answer might disappoint them, but the fact was so cruel that it could not be avoided. Mr. Iceberg sighed deeply and then slowly said,
Your ship is most likely at Judicial Island.
In fact, he really wanted to tell these people about the whereabouts of the Mary, but he was hesitant because he considered that the judicial island was too dangerous for pirates like them. You know, for more than 800 years, except for the mysterious man in white who broke into the judicial island more than 10 years ago and successfully escaped, no one has been able to leave this place alive.
Ensign!
Robin remembered something after hearing Mr. Iceberg's words. When Lingtian heard the words,
Judicial Island.
he had already roughly guessed the identity of the mastermind behind the scenes.
It was those guys from CP9 who did it, right?
When Lingtian heard Mr. Iceberg mention Judicial Island, he immediately thought of Lucci and his gang. After all, in the city of Seven Waters, there are only Lucci and his group of CP9 members. During these 7 days, Lingtian anxiously searched all over the Seven Water City for traces of Lucci and others, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not find them.
CP9, I remember they are the intelligence organization of the world government, right?
Robin suddenly remembered the identity and responsibilities of CP9. This organization was carefully nurtured by the world government. It is a special agency that combines intelligence gathering and assassination missions. They are specifically responsible for eradicating kingdoms that do not obey the orders of the world government in order to maintain world order.
Yeah.
Lingtian nodded heavily to show his agreement. The CP organization is indeed an important force for gathering intelligence for the world government. Among them, the full name of the CP9 organization is
Cypher Paul No 9.
They are a well-trained secret service organization under the world government, engaged in various secret operations. Their main goal is to fight against the global criminal organization, the Revolutionary Army.
Mr. Iceberg, please be sure to lend us a boat.
Lingtian stared at Iceberg with burning eyes and spoke in a firm tone. When the other members heard what Lingtian said, no one raised any objection. Even Nami, Usopp, and Chopper, who were usually the most timid, remained silent.
Do you really know what you're talking about?
Bingshan looked at Lingtian and others in astonishment, and his voice involuntarily rose octaves. He thought to himself, that's Judicial Island, one of the important bases of the Navy, and they actually want to go there to take back the ship. You know, the Navy can even reach Judicial Island directly from the Navy headquarters through the sea whirlpool. However, facing Bingshan's questioning, Lingtian did not back down, and his eyes revealed incomparable perseverance and determination.
Of course, I understand the risks involved, but Mr. Iceberg, the Mary is not just a ship, it is also our partner. No matter how rough and difficult the road ahead is, I will do my best to take it back.
His words were as hard as steel, yet they conveyed an unshakable conviction. At this moment, not only Lingtian, but everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates had the same determined expression on their faces. They were fully aware of the danger of this operation, but their feelings for the Mary made them determined to do it.
You guys!
Iceberg couldn't help but speak loudly as he looked at the extremely determined expressions of the Straw Hat Pirates. His eyes were full of confusion and puzzlement. It was hard to understand why they would take risks for a ship and face those unknown dangers. However, looking at the determined eyes of the Straw Hat Pirates, Mr. Iceberg knew that his persuasion would not have any effect, so he did not say anything more.
You go!
Iceberg hesitated for a moment and told the Straw Hat Pirates an address. His voice was steady and powerful, with a hint of expectation in his eyes.
When you get there, someone will give you a ship.
When the Straw Hat Pirates heard this, they immediately showed excitement and anticipation on their faces. Luffy clenched his fists with a gleam in his eyes. Zoro held the 3 swords tightly in his hands, as if he was ready to meet new challenges. Kuina, who was standing beside him, looked at him gently with determination in her eyes. Nami quickly packed up the things around her, her movements clean and neat. Usopp jumped up excitedly and cheered loudly. Sanji lit a cigarette with a slight smile on his face. Chopper jumped up and down, looking very cute. Robin smiled gracefully, her eyes full of confidence. Lingtian, the deputy captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, crossed his arms in front of his chest, his expression serious and calm, as if he was thinking about the various possibilities of the next journey. Without any hesitation, they prepared to set off immediately. Just before leaving, Chopper turned around, his eyes full of concern, and said to Iceberg,
Mr. Iceberg, you must take good care of yourself.
Chapter 128, Frankie. Lingtian and his group followed the specific location information provided by Mr. Iceberg and finally arrived near a coastline. Standing on the beach, looking at the endless sea in front of him and the islands looming in the distance, Lingtian couldn't help but feel puzzled.
What is this place?
He muttered to himself, his eyes falling on a lonely house not far away. After careful observation, he was suddenly surprised to find that the house was very similar to the residence of the Frankie family.
Is this where the Frankie family lives?
Lingtian wondered in his heart. At this moment, Luffy, who was standing by, could no longer hold back his curiosity and shouted.
Hey, is there anyone inside?
As Luffy shouted, the door of the house was pushed open, and people came out one after another. Some of them were sleepy, some looked confused, and they all looked in the direction of the sound. Frankie stood in front of the crowd with his arms folded across his chest, his unique crew cut standing out in the sun. He was wearing a pair of exaggerated sunglasses and looked at the group of people in front of him with confusion through the lenses. Luffy was seen wearing a straw hat with an innocent smile on his face, Nami's long orange hair fluttering in the wind, beautiful and charming. Zoro had 3 swords on his back with a stern look in his eyes. Sanji had a cigarette in his mouth with a leisurely look on his face. Chopper was hiding behind everyone, poking his little head out and looking around curiously. Frankie frowned and asked loudly,
Who are you guys? What are you doing here?
His voice was rough and powerful. When Luffy heard Frankie's question, he immediately stepped forward, gestured with his hands, and said excitedly,
We are here to borrow your boat.
His big eyes were full of anticipation. When Frankie heard Luffy's words, he was stunned at first, then he raised his head and burst into laughter. His laughter was deafening, as if the entire Seven Waters city could hear it.
Ha 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 ha, kid, do you think my boat can be borrowed casually? Why should I lend it to you?
When Nami heard Frankie's refusal, she hurried forward and said,
Mr. Iceberg asked us to come here.
Sure enough, when Frankie heard Nami mention Mr. Iceberg, his expression immediately changed. His smile disappeared instantly, replaced by a solemn and thoughtful expression. His eyes became complicated, as if he was experiencing a fierce struggle in his heart. He and Bingshin used to be fellow apprentices, but they rarely had any contact after that incident more than 10 years ago. Firstly, Frankie is different now and they don't meet often in order to hide their identities. Secondly, the blueprint of Pluto, one of the 3 ancient weapons, is on Frankie. So, in order to prevent the lackeys of the world government in the Seven Water City from obtaining the Pluto drawings, he and Iceberg did not meet often. Frankie was silent for a long time, and the air around him seemed to solidify. Luffy and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to do. Finally, Frankie slowly said,
It turned out to be that guy Iceberg.
His voice was low and full of emotion. When Frankie heard Luffy and the others say that it was Iceberg who asked them to borrow the boat, he hesitated for a moment, then said,
In that case, come in and talk.
After hearing Frankie's words, the Straw Hat Pirates all headed inside. Luffy took the lead, striding into the house with an anxious look on his face. Nami followed closely behind with a determined look in her eyes. Zoro's face was expressionless, but his steps were steady and powerful. Kuina beside him frowned slightly, with a hint of worry in her expression, but she followed Zoro's steps closely. Sanji still had a cigarette in his mouth, but his face was more serious. Chopper was skipping along, Usopp was looking around, full of curiosity, while Lingtian stood tall, with sharp eyes, revealing an unquestionable decisiveness. After the Straw Hat Pirates entered Frankie's house, Frankie crossed his arms, looked around at everyone and asked,
Then tell me, why do you want to borrow the boat?
Hearing Frankie's words, Lingtian took a deep breath, stepped forward and said,
It's like this. Our ship, the Golden Mary, was stolen by CP9. It is our partner, carrying our countless memories and dreams, so we must go to Judicial Island to take it back.
When Frankie heard Lingtian's words, his eyes suddenly widened and his face was full of shock. He unconsciously raised his voice and said,
Judicial Island? Do you know what that place is? It's an important stronghold of the world government and it's heavily guarded. Once you go there, there's basically no chance of coming back alive.
Frankie frowned, paced back and forth in the room, and continued to persuade.
Don't be impulsive. That is not a place you can easily set foot in. Give up, don't risk your life for a ship.
But Lingtian looked at Frankie firmly and said loudly,
Frankie, the Mary is not just a ship to us, it is our partner. We can't just give it up like this.
Not only Lingtian, but everyone in the Straw Hat Pirates said in unison.
We must take back the Mary.
Luffy clenched his fists and shouted.
Without the Mary, our adventure would be incomplete.
Nami's eyes sparkled with tears.
It is the testimony of the ups and downs we have gone through together.
Zoro crossed his arms and said firmly,
Even if it's a sea of fire and swords, we will never retreat.
Kuina, who was beside Zoro, bit her lip tightly and said with a firm look.
We can do it.
Sanji stepped on the ground.
For the Mary, we will fight.
Chopper waved his little fist.
We will succeed.
Usopp also straightened his chest.
We will not be afraid.
Lingtian looked at him with a sharp gaze and said in a loud voice.
No matter how many difficulties and obstacles there are ahead, we will take back the Mary.
Frankie was shocked when he heard what Luffy and the others said. He couldn't help but think of what his master, Mr. Tom, said.
No matter what kind of ship you build, there is no distinction between good and evil. It doesn't matter what kind of ship you build in the future. No matter who your ship hurts, even if it destroys the world, the owner who built it with his own hands must protect it. Only the person who built it cannot deny it or blame it. A man should face the ship he built with dignity. Mr. Tom,
Frankie muttered to himself. Based on newspapers from more than 10 years ago, Frankie knew that Mr. Tom was still alive. According to what was written in the newspaper, Mr. Tom was rescued by a man in white who broke into the Judicial Island. But he has been searching for a long time over the years and has not found any information about Mr. Tom.
Okay, I can lend you the boat.
Chapter 129, The Gods of Water. Soon, Frankie took powerful steps and led Lingtian and the others through the winding path and arrived at a spacious dock. The sun shone obliquely in the dock, reflecting the outlines and shadows of the ships.
I can lend you the boat, but I also want to go with you.
After Frankie led the Straw Hat Pirates to the dock, he suddenly turned around and spoke firmly to the Straw Hat Pirates. Luffy and the others were shocked when they heard Frankie's words. Luffy's eyes widened, his mouth dropped open in disbelief.
What, you want to go with us?
He scratched his head and couldn't understand why Frankie followed them.
We are here for the Mary, but Frankie, what are you here for?
At this moment, everyone in the Frankie family was in an uproar. I saw a burly member shouting anxiously.
Boss, you can't go there, it's too dangerous.
The muscles on his face were trembling uncontrollably due to excessive tension.
That's right, boss. Judicial Island is not a place where you can joke around. We can't let you take this risk.
Another member quickly echoed the advice, his eyes filled with deep worry.
Boss Frankie, if you really leave, what will happen to our Frankie family?
A young member even cried as he held onto the corner of Frankie's clothes tightly and refused to let go. Frankie's younger brothers came forward one after another, expressing their opinions in a flurry. They all tried their best to persuade Frankie to change his decision.
Boss, please don't be impulsive. Please think carefully. No, you absolutely cannot do this.
Frankie listened to the words of his brothers around him, and he couldn't help but feel deeply moved in his heart. However, his firm and courageous gaze never wavered. Frankie took a deep breath and then shouted in a tone full of strength and determination.
Brothers, I have made up my mind.
His voice echoed throughout the dock like thunder, as if to shatter the entire space.
But boss,
The people around him were still unwilling to give up their persuasion easily. They tried to use various reasons to convince Frankie to change his mind. Frankie crossed his arms and raised his voice.
I know you are worried about me, but this time I have a reason to go. The courage and determination of the Straw Hat Pirates moved me, and this may also be an opportunity for me to pursue my dream. Dream, boss, isn't your dream to protect the Frankie family?
A member asked in confusion. Frankie shook his head and looked into the distance.
No, my dream is.
Frankie looks off into the distance and recalls. His dream is to build his dream ship and watch it sail to the end of the world. He loves shipbuilding and devotes his passion and creativity to the design and manufacture of ships. For him, being able to build a unique ship that can conquer the ocean and carry countless adventures and hopes is his lifelong pursuit. At the same time, he also longed to go on adventures with the ships he built and witness those magnificent journeys. This was not only a test of his shipbuilding skills, but also a reflection of his deep yearning for freedom and exploration. Everyone immediately took action to check the ship's equipment and store supplies. However, just as they were about to set sail, dark clouds suddenly rolled in from the horizon and a strong wind howled. Frankie's face was pale, with beads of sweat oozing from his forehead. He shouted in fear.
Oh no, it's the water gods. This time we have encountered a huge tsunami that is rare in the Seven Water City. Its power is earth-shattering. We must not act rashly and take risks.
Luffy stared at the huge waves that were surging like a tidal wave. A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but it was replaced by determination and courage in an instant.
The Mary is still waiting for us there.
His voice was as firm as steel. Frankie was extremely anxious. He rushed towards Luffy and shouted at the top of his voice.
Straw Hat Boy, I know how anxious you are. But in front of such a terrifying existence as the gods of water, our ship is as small as a fragile leaf. If we make a mistake, we will be ruthlessly swallowed up and turned into ashes.
Nami stared at the turbulent sea, bit her lip hard, and said in a heavy voice.
Luffy, Frankie is right. We must wait for this tsunami to recede.
Her beautiful eyes flashed with determination and decisiveness. Zoro folded his arms across his chest and nodded in agreement.
To advance rashly is to seek death. Only by conserving our strength can we have a glimmer of hope to recapture the Mary.
For a moment, everyone fell silent, silently watching the gradually approaching water gods with endless helplessness and anxiety in their hearts.
Let's go now.
Lingtian walked quickly to the bow with firm steps, and the sea breeze made his clothes rustle. He held the railing tightly with both hands, his eyes were sharp, and he spoke firmly to the others behind him. His voice penetrated the whistling sea breeze with unquestionable decisiveness and urgency. As soon as Frankie heard Lingtian's words, his face was instantly filled with panic. He rushed towards Lingtian in 2 steps, shouting as he ran.
Lingtian, don't be so impulsive. Now is definitely not a good time to set off. If we set off when the water gods appear, we may be in an extremely dangerous situation.
Frankie's eyes were full of anxiety and worry. He reached out and tried to grab Lingtian's arm to stop him. However, Lingtian seemed to have not heard anything, and his eyes were still looking straight into the distance, as if that was the destination they had to reach as soon as possible. His body was tense and motionless, and he did not take Frankie's advice to heart at all. When the Straw Hat Pirates heard Lingtian's words, there was a brief silence. Then Luffy's eyes lit up with fighting spirit, and he said loudly,
Lingtian is right, we can't wait any longer. The Mary is waiting for us to rescue it.
Nami bit her lip. A look of determination flashed across her beautiful face.
That's right. Let's set off early and take back the Mary as soon as possible.
Zoro crossed his arms, raised his head slightly, and said coldly,
What are you hesitating about? Let's go.
Sanji stepped on the deck and blew out a smoke ring.
Let's go, don't waste time.
Chopper jumped and waved his little hooves.
I believe in Lingtian's decision.
Usopp clenched the slingshot in his hand, his eyes firm.
Let's go, we will succeed.
Chapter 130, Target Judicial Island. Lingtian stood there, watching them quietly as they prepared for action. His eyes flashed with determination, and he pulled out the 2 swords at his waist, Ryujin Jaka and Ace with both hands. He took a deep breath and began to chant an ancient and mysterious spell.
One sea and one sword become one world, merging all the seas and all the swords into one great world, clearing the world of evil, slaying all the evil, using the sword in the hand to transform into a posture of judgment, using the sword in the hand to determine the good and evil in the heart.
As he chanted, a powerful sword energy gushed out from his body. The sword energy was like a torrent, surging and surging, carrying unparalleled power and majesty. The light was dazzling, as if it was going to completely illuminate this dark world. Under the shining light, Lingtian's figure became extremely tall and majestic. He stood there like an unshakable mountain. His eyes were full of determination and resoluteness, without any intention of retreating. The two swords in his hands seemed to be integrated with him, becoming an extension of his will. The moment the chanting ended, Lingtian suddenly swung the sword in his hand, and an astonishing sword energy rushed towards the water gods like a torrent. The sword energy seemed like an enormous curtain of light, containing endless power and majesty. It cut into the surging waves with an unstoppable momentum. There was only a deafening, earth-shaking roar, and the seemingly indestructible and irresistible huge wave of the water gods was actually split in half by Lingtian's fierce blow. The seawater seemed to be pushed to both sides by an invisible force, and a wide channel suddenly appeared in the middle. The sunlight shone through this gap, forming a strange and magnificent scene. Zoro's eyes widened, his mouth slightly opened, his face full of astonishment and shock. He simply couldn't believe what he saw, and an indescribable feeling of awe surged in his heart. He knew very well how terrifyingly powerful this attack was, and he also understood how unfathomable Lingtian's strength was to be able to perform such a powerful sword technique. Although he had heard from Mihawk that Lingtian was the world's greatest swordsman, after 2 years of training, he thought that his strength was not much different from that of the vice-captain. However, when he witnessed Lingtian's astonishing swordsmanship with his own eyes, he truly realized how insignificant and ignorant he was. He originally thought that his swordsmanship had reached the pinnacle level, enough to surpass all others. But at this moment, watching Lingtian's dual sword style, ultimate skill, sword world judgment, he suddenly realized that he was just a frog in the well. That kind of unparalleled and domineering swordsmanship seemed to cover the entire world, making people feel awe. Kuina was also deeply shocked by the scene before her and couldn't even utter a word. She has been practicing sword skills with Zoro since she was a child, and her understanding of swordsmanship has already surpassed that of ordinary people. But at this moment, the move Lingtian showed gave her a completely new understanding of swordsmanship. This realm was something she had never thought of before and could not reach. At this moment, they finally understood what it meant that there are always people better than you. And Lingtian, with his peerless swordsmanship, taught them a lesson they would never forget.
This!
Zoro muttered to himself, with an expression of disbelief on his face.
Such a powerful sword skill, how on earth did he do it?
He opened his eyes wide and stared straight ahead, as if he wanted to engrave the figure deeply in his mind. Kuina took a deep breath, tried to calm her excitement, and said softly,
You are worthy of being the world's #1 swordsman.
There was a hint of admiration and yearning in her voice. Luffy and the others were also stunned by Lingtian's shocking attack. Then, as if they suddenly came to their senses, they burst into thunderous cheers.
Wow, Lingtian, you're so awesome!
Luffy jumped up excitedly, waving his hands and shouting.
I knew you could do it!
There was a gleam of surprise in Nami's eyes, and she smiled and said to Lingtian.
Great, we can finally set off.
Her tone was full of anticipation. Everyone returned to their posts and began to get busy, some adjusting the sails, some steering the wheel, and others checking weapons and equipment. Everyone was fully focused on their work, with a determined and confident smile on their face. When Lingtian used the dual sword style, ultimate skill, sword realm judgment to split the aggressive water gods in half, this shocking scene happened to be seen by everyone in the Seven Water City. The people who were originally busy in the streets and alleys were instantly stunned by this earth-shaking scene. Someone dropped the goods in his hands and they hit the ground, but no one paid any attention. Someone just walked out of a store. His mouth was still open, but the words were frozen at his lips. Someone was holding a teacup. The tea spilled and wet his sleeves, but he didn't notice it at all. The fishermen near the dock, who were originally worried about the impending tsunami, now opened their eyes wide with disbelief in their eyes. An experienced old fisherman who has been dealing with the sea all his life and has seen countless storms, but has never seen such an amazing scene. He held the fishing rod tightly in his rough hands, his body trembling slightly, and he kept muttering.
How is this possible? How is this possible?
In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to the split water gods. The children stopped laughing and the relief on the adults' faces disappeared, replaced by extreme shock and fear. A little boy grabbed his mother's clothes tightly and asked in a trembling voice.
Mom, who is that? How could he do such a thing?
The mother could not answer but just stared blankly into the distance, her lips trembling slightly. A fish stall owner, the fish in his basket were still jumping, but he seemed to be under a spell, staring straight at the sea, and the weight in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. The guards on the high watchtower were preparing to sound the alarm to notify all residents in the city to avoid the tsunami. At this moment, the alarm bells in their hands were hanging in the air, and their mouths were wide open, enough to fit an egg. One of them rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself.
Am I dreaming? This must be a dream.
Until Lingtian put away the two swords and slowly said,
Let's go. The destination is Judicial Island.
Chapter 131, Battle of Judicial Island. Soon, the Straw Hat Pirates bid farewell to the Seven-Water City and headed towards the Judicial Island at full speed with firm belief and determination. Their ships sailed on the sea with the sails hoisted high, as if declaring their fearless courage in the face of unknown challenges. After leaving the Seven Waters City, Lingtian came to the stern of the ship without hesitation. He formed seals with his hands, muttered something, and a mysterious light emanated from his body, which was a sign that he was about to perform a spiritual technique. As his spiritual power surged, a powerful force was injected into the ship. The ship, which was originally driven by wind and waves, was now like a powerful engine, and its speed suddenly increased. The stern of the ship stirred up huge waves, like a giant white dragon galloping and roaring on the sea. Under the blessing of Lingtian's spiritual arts, time seemed to be compressed. The originally long voyage became no longer far away, and soon, the mysterious and majestic Judicial Island appeared in their sight. From a distance, Judicial Island stands in the middle of the sea like a huge fortress, solemn and majestic. The buildings on the island soar into the sky, exuding an awe-inspiring atmosphere. Not long after, their ship slowly approached the shore and finally landed on the coast of Judicial Island. Lingtian raised his head and his eyes fell on the island, and he couldn't help but feel amazed.
What a city that never sleeps. This Judicial Island really lives up to its reputation.
He muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with curiosity and anticipation. As soon as the boat stopped, Lingtian jumped off without hesitation. After standing still, he turned to face his companions on the ship, especially Luffy, and said solemnly,
Luffy, the frontal breakout is left to you.
Luffy smiled confidently when he heard that. He clasped his hands together and replied firmly,
Don't worry, leave it to me.
However, when Zoro, who was standing by, heard Lingtian's arrangement, he couldn't help but frowned and asked in confusion.
Wait, where are you going?
There was a hint of worry and confusion in his eyes.
Go and take some precautions.
Lingtian left with a mysterious smile. Luffy and the others looked at Lingtian's departing back and couldn't help feeling confused, but they didn't ask any more questions. So, the Straw Hat Pirates decided to follow the original plan and rushed directly into the enemy camp through the main gate.
Let's go.
Luffy roared and rushed forward like an arrow. Inside the Judicial Island, the atmosphere was extremely tense. Suddenly, a marine hurriedly ran towards a mysterious man wearing a mask and reported,
Sir, we found a group of invaders.
The masked man narrowed his eyes slightly and stared ahead through the gap in the mask. He thought to himself,
Are they really here?
He gave the order in a low but firm voice.
Go out immediately and arrest them all. Don't let any of them go.
After receiving the order, the Marine responded without hesitation.
Yes.
Then he quickly turned and left, leading the other soldiers into action. Outside, as soon as Luffy and the others came in, they were shocked by the scene before them. The spacious square was filled with people standing densely. At a glance, it was like a sea of people. These people were fully armed, holding various weapons and ready for battle, forming a terrifying sea of people. Their figures intertwined together, forming a spectacular yet oppressive picture. Some of them are tall and strong with bulging muscles like moving hills. Some of them are agile with sharp eyes like cheetahs waiting for an opportunity. The armor on their bodies flashed coldly under the sunlight, and the swords, axes, and halberds in their hands reflected the cold light, making people shudder. From time to time, the sound of armor colliding and deep breathing could be heard from the crowd, as if foreshadowing a fierce battle that was about to break out. The entire space was filled with a tense atmosphere that made people feel suffocated.
Were you prepared?
Sanji took a deep puff of cigarette and asked with a frown. His voice was particularly clear in the silence. The others didn't say anything, but just looked at the scene in front of them with serious expressions. Luffy clenched his fists tightly, his eyes burning with fighting spirit, and walked forward fearlessly. Zoro held 3 swords tightly in both hands, his steps were firm, and he exuded a fierce murderous aura. Sanji followed closely behind, his steps were steady, and wisps of green smoke slowly floated out of the cigarette in his hand.
There's no need to worry about the miscellaneous soldiers,
Zoro said with a relaxed look, his hands folded across his chest, without even drawing his sword. When Luffy and Sanji heard what Zoro said, they looked at each other and understood what he meant.
Boom!
Chapter 132, Men in Black. Just when those non-commissioned officers were about to collapse with their legs trembling, the sky above the judicial island, which was originally relatively calm. Suddenly, a deep and majestic voice was heard, exploding in everyone's ears like thunder.
Straw Hat Boy, do you think you can do whatever you want on Judicial Island like this?
This voice seemed to carry an endless sense of oppression, causing the hearts of everyone present to tighten. Before the words completely dissipated in the air, a figure fell from the sky like a meteor, accompanied by a strong airflow, and landed steadily in the center of the square. The dust that was raised spread out, making the surrounding scene a little blurry. The visitor was wearing a black cloak which fluttered in the wind, as if declaring his majesty to everyone. He wore an exquisite yet mysterious mask on his face, revealing only a pair of eyes as sharp as an eagle, and his gaze was chilling. His body was straight and tall, and every inch of his muscles seemed to contain endless power. He exuded a terrifyingly powerful aura, as if he was the master of this area and no one dared to offend him easily. Luffy widened his round eyes, his eyes were full of determination and fearlessness, and he said loudly,
No matter who you are, we will not retreat. For the sake of our partners, we will never have the slightest fear.
His voice resounded throughout the square, full of indomitable determination to move forward. Zoro snorted coldly and gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist tightly with both hands, with a determined light flashing in his eyes.
If you come with ill intentions, then let's fight. You are a cowardly guy.
The fierce aura emanating from him seemed to be able to cut down all obstacles in front of him with his sword. Sanji had a serious look on his face, with flames of anger burning in his eyes.
HMPH, watch me kick you away. No matter how powerful you are, if you dare to block our progress, be prepared to face my wrath.
His legs were slightly bent, ready to attack at any time. When the mysterious man heard their words, he sneered and waved his hands violently. A suffocating force instantly burst out from his palms and rushed towards the 3 people like a surging wave. Wherever this force passed, the air made a sharp whistling sound, the stone slabs on the ground shattered and rolled up a sky full of rubble and dust, as if it was going to completely swallow Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji. Luffy showed no fear at all, with a burning fighting spirit in his eyes, and directly activated the
Rubber machine gun.
His arms instantly stretched out, like whips swinging at high speed, and countless iron-hard fists with an unstoppable momentum rushed towards the mysterious man like meteors. Each punch was accompanied by a whirring sound as if it could break the void. However, the mysterious man's power seemed to be extremely strong, and it seemed that an invisible barrier formed in front of him. This barrier was like an indestructible wall. Luffy's violent fist attacks were all blocked without even a ripple. Seeing this, Zoro frowned, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He drew his sword with both hands swiftly, and with a roar, he used his unique skill.
Three-sword style.
In an instant, three extremely sharp sword chi whistled out, like three lightning bolts that cut through the darkness with the power to destroy the world, and went straight to the mysterious man. Wherever the sword chi passed, the air was cut and made a sharp hissing sound. Faced with this fierce attack, the mysterious man just slightly turned sideways. His movements were light and swift as if he was strolling in the garden. He easily avoided this powerful blow. Sanji then flew up like an agile eagle. He unleashed a powerful
Devil's Wind Kick.
his feet burning with blazing flames. The flaming kicks, with blazing heat and powerful impact, struck fiercely at the mysterious man's head, as if to kill him with one blow. The mysterious man was not in a hurry. He raised one hand and grabbed Sanji's ankle directly and accurately with lightning speed. Then he swung his arms vigorously, and Sanji was thrown out like a weightless rag doll. He rolled on the ground for several times before he could barely stabilize his body. The first attacks of the three failed, and they looked at each other. In that brief exchange of eyes, there was no sign of discouragement or retreat, but instead, their determination to fight became stronger. Their eyes burned with even stronger fighting spirit, as if they wanted to burn away all the difficulties and obstacles before them. Luffy rushed forward again without hesitation, and this time he activated
Gear 2.
Instantly, a powerful aura emanated from his body, and his speed and strength were greatly improved. His fists were like a violent storm, pounding at the mysterious man densely and fiercely. Each punch was accompanied by a whistling sound and amazing power, as if to completely defeat the enemy in front of him. After the mysterious man felt the powerful force contained in Luffy's attack, his original contemptuous expression disappeared instantly and was replaced by a serious look. He no longer looked contemptuous, but began to be on high alert and seriously deal with Luffy's violent attack. His eyes were wide open, he was fully focused, mobilizing the hidden strength of his body, tensing his muscles, breathing vigorously, and engaging in a fierce confrontation with Luffy. Every collision stirred up energy ripples visible to the naked eye. Zoro and Sanji were not to be outdone, their eyes were determined, and they were burning with a raging will to fight. Zoro gritted his teeth, tightly grasped the three swords that were flashing with cold light with both hands, and his veins bulged as he displayed his unique skills. His figure was as fast as the wind, the sword flashing, and the
Three-sword style, Bloody Day.
move carried a momentum to destroy the world. The sword energy crisscrossed and went straight towards the mysterious man. Sanji jumped high, his legs burning with even hotter flames as if to ignite the air, and used all his strength to perform
Devil's Wind Kick, Dragon Meat Feast.
Chapter 133, Fierce Battle. The mysterious man seemed to be irritated by the three people's indomitable and never-give-up fighting spirit. His eyes widened in anger, and he raised his head and shouted loudly. The sound seemed to come from the abyss of the underworld, full of endless anger and majesty. A more powerful and terrifying force erupted from his body like a volcanic eruption. This force formed a violent whirlwind with the power to destroy everything in its path. Although Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji tried their best to resist, they were still unable to withstand this powerful force and were all repelled. Their bodies flew backwards like kites with broken strings and fell heavily to the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. The three of them fell to the ground as if they were hit by a heavy hammer, leaving deep holes in the ground. However, the tenacity and perseverance in their bones allowed them to struggle to stand up again.
This guy is too strong.
Sanji said while breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead and dripping onto the ground beneath his feet.
But we can't give up.
Luffy shouted at the top of his lungs. His eyes were still determined, as if burning with a fire that would never go out.
We must rescue our friends.
Zoro gritted his teeth, a determined look on his face.
Keep going, as long as we're still standing, we won't stop fighting.
Just as they were regrouping and preparing to attack again, the mysterious man suddenly stopped. He crossed his arms over his chest and said with a complicated expression,
You are indeed very brave, but this battle is meaningless. The existence of Judicial Island is to maintain the order of the world. Your resistance is in vain.
Luffy's eyes widened with anger, and he retorted loudly.
So what? We must save our partners. Partners are the most important to us. Even if it means making the whole world our enemies, we will do it.
His voice echoed in the empty square, with endless determination. The mysterious man was silent for a moment, then slowly said,
Your friendship is admirable, but your actions have violated the law. The dignity of the law must not be violated, and you should be aware of this. Unreasonable laws should be broken.
Luffy clenched his fists and said firmly,
Those so-called laws are wrong if they make innocent people suffer and put our partners in danger. They should be overturned by us.
The mysterious man was slightly moved, and a hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes.
Perhaps you have your reasons, but today you cannot succeed. Facing this powerful judicial force, your power is too small.
The atmosphere in the square of Judicial Island was extremely tense. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji were in a stalemate in their battle with the mysterious man, and none of their previous moves could cause effective damage to the mysterious man. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Luffy's eyes flashed with determination. He immediately used the armament domineering to arm his arms, then bit his arms, blew air into his arms, and compressed the air into his body. As his body expanded, his strength also continued to rise.
Stretchman!
Luffy shouted, his voice full of confidence and fighting spirit. Zoro and Sanji saw Luffy's changes and reacted quickly. Zoro held 3 swords tightly, and the armament haki instantly covered the blades, making them emit a dark light. Sanji tapped the ground with 1 foot, and the armament haki wrapped around his legs, and the blazing flames burned even more fiercely. After everything was ready, Luffy's eyes, which were like burning flames, burst into a determined light. He bent his legs slightly, his muscles tensed instantly, and then he flashed, rushing towards the mysterious man at an astonishing speed like a cannonball. He quickly retracted his fist into his body, accumulated all his strength, and suddenly fired a
Rubber Ape King gun.
This punch carried an overwhelming momentum, as if it could completely shatter all obstacles in front of it. However, the mysterious man did not seem to panic in the face of Luffy's thunderous attack. He just calmly raised 1 hand and waved it gently, instantly creating a wind wall.
Rubber Ape King gun.
This punch carried an overwhelming momentum, as if it could completely shatter all obstacles in front of it. However, the mysterious man did not seem to panic in the face of Luffy's thunderous attack. He just calmly raised 1 hand and waved it gently, instantly creating a wind wall formed by wind. This wind wall was like a solid barrier. When Luffy's powerful Rubber Ape King gun hit it, it was easily blocked like a stone sinking into the sea without even causing a ripple. Luffy was not discouraged by this first defeat, but his fighting spirit became even higher. Then he quickly retracted his feet into his body, and his whole body was like a spring compressed to the extreme. Then he used the
Rubber Rhino Howitzer.
with the force of thunder, and his legs kicked at the mysterious man like lightning with an indomitable momentum. The mysterious man simply shook his body. His movements were light and agile like catkins in the wind, and he easily avoided Luffy's swift attack. At this moment, Zoro saw that Luffy's attack was ineffective. A trace of anger flashed across his cold face, and he shouted loudly, his voice like thunder. He held the hilts tightly with both hands, the veins on his arms bulged, and he used the
3-sword-style burning demon slash.
The 3 burning blades were leaping with blazing flames, carrying rolling heat waves and a fierce aura, and slashed at the mysterious man with an unstoppable force. Seeing this, the mysterious man simply turned slightly, his movement gracefully and calmly, and he avoided the powerful attack just in time. Sanji was not to be outdone. He gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with anger. He kicked the ground with both feet, flew up, and swooped down on his prey like an agile eagle. He used the
Devil's Wind Kick, rough crushing,
and smashed the mysterious man with his heel with unparalleled force, like a mountain falling on his head. However, the mysterious man just raised his hand and a suffocating wind force instantly burst out, directly knocking Sanji back. Sanji rolled several times in the air before he managed to steady himself and landed on the ground. Seeing this, Luffy's fighting spirit burned even more vigorously in his eyes. He launched another attack, shouting,
Rubber, 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 rubber snake fist.
Then he swung his fist violently, and the moment the fist hit, it seemed to turn into a nimble giant snake, able to turn at will. With a momentum of not giving up until the goal was achieved, he attacked straight towards the mysterious man, vowing to hit the target. The mysterious man did not show any panic at all. He just waved his hands and used his wind power to instantly create a space called Jufeng Ridge where strong winds raged. Strong winds howled in this space, forming a powerful turbulence that disrupted the attack direction of Luffy's,
Rubber snake fist.
causing Luffy's attack to miss again. Zoro then used
Three-sword style, extreme tiger hunting.
Chapter 134, Fierce Battle. The mysterious man snorted coldly upon seeing this and waved his hands quickly, instantly creating a huge number of wind blades.
1,000 wind blades.
These wind blades flashed with cold light and rushed towards Sauron's attack like a dense rain of arrows. The two collided with each other, making a sharp and piercing sound, sparks flew, and the surrounding air seemed to be torn apart by this fierce collision. Sanji took the opportunity to use the
Devil's wind kick, beef shank strike.
His figure was like a ghost, moving at a speed so fast that it was almost impossible to see. His legs, flaming with fire, kicked at the mysterious man as fast as lightning. The mysterious man was not in a hurry. He waved his hands again and used his wind power to create a huge dragon-shaped, Feng Ming wind dragon made of wind. The wind dragon bared its fangs and claws, roaring as it attacked Sanji. The two collided violently in the air, erupting in astonishing energy fluctuations. The battle became more and more intense. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji cooperated closely, and the tacit understanding between them seemed innate. Their moves were endless, making people dizzy. Luffy quickly retracted his fists into his body, and then let out a roar.
Rubber, 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 rubber lion bazooka.
His fists were like two cannonballs fired from a gun, whizzing out with an incredibly powerful impact force. The powerful impact force exploded like a raging tsunami, causing the surrounding air to tremble violently, as if it could not bear the weight and would collapse at any time. The invisible pressure created by that force even caused the surrounding space to show signs of distortion, as if an illusory painting was constantly being pulled and deformed. Zoro's eyes opened wide, with a determined light in them, and he used
Yanwang 3 swords, Dragon 103, Emotions Flying Dragon Samurai Extreme.
He was seen wielding 3 knives in his hands. The blades were shining with light and instantly transformed into 3 mad dragons, rushing forward with endless power. Wherever the mad dragon passed, the wind blades broke one after another. The wind blades released by the mysterious man were vulnerable to this powerful slash and instantly turned into fragments and dissipated in the air. Sanji's body was as fast as lightning. He jumped high and attacked with the
Banquet Table Spin Kick.
His legs were like high-speed spinning windmills, bringing up bursts of blazing flames, forming a powerful whirlwind, and swiftly attacked the mysterious man's lower body. The fierce wind from his legs seemed to be able to completely shatter anything that stood in his way. However, the mysterious man's strength is too strong. He danced his hands quickly, muttering to himself,
Heavenly Wind Mingluan.
In an instant, powerful wind power surged out of his body, wrapped around himself, and created an indestructible hurricane armor. The armor was covered with mysterious runes and flashed with strange light. Luffy and his 2 companions' attacks hit the armor, just like hitting an invisible wall, and were resolved one by one without causing any substantial damage to the mysterious man. Despite this, Luffy and the other 2 did not retreat at all. Their eyes were still burning with determination, and their faith had never wavered. Luffy once again burst out with amazing strength. He roared loudly and used the
Rubber Great Ape King Gun.
This is an enhanced version of the Rubber Great Ape King Gun. He continued to add air to his muscles to strengthen his arms. His arms instantly became enormous, with muscles bulging and veins bulging. The powerful force seemed to be able to tear space apart. The surrounding air was squeezed by this force and made a sharp whistling sound. The mysterious man was slightly moved when he saw Luffy's powerful attack. He waved his hands again and shouted.
Feng Ming Yamata no Orochi.
In an instant, a huge Yamata no Orochi condensed in front of him. The giant snake was huge, with bared fangs and claws, and it exuded a terrifying aura. Luffy's attack collided fiercely with the huge Yamata no Orochi. For a moment, light shone, the sky and the earth changed color, a huge explosion resounded through the sky, and everything around was swallowed up by this powerful force. The aftermath of the explosion spread wildly in all directions like a raging wave, and the entire square began to tremble violently under this violent force. The strong vibration seemed as if the earth was groaning in pain, the stone slabs on the ground shattered one after another, and dust rose up all over the sky. The surrounding buildings could not bear the weight of this horrible impact and collapsed one after another. Bricks, stones, and rubble poured down like a rainstorm, making a deafening roar, and the whole scene looked like the end of the world. Zoro took this rare opportunity, his eyes stern, and used his unique skill.
3 Swords Style Secret, 6 Paths Tsuji.
He bit the sword in his mouth tightly and pulled out the other 2 swords with his hands at lightning speed. In an instant, 3 extremely sharp slashes erupted at the same time, and the light was so bright and dazzling that it seemed to cut the entire space apart. The power of this instantaneous slash was so amazing that the mysterious man had to be distracted to deal with it, and his face became more solemn. Sanji did not hesitate. He took a deep breath and used the
Devil Wind Kick, Spinning Burn Strike.
Chapter 135, Broken. Then he attacked the mysterious man like a mad beast, shouting,
Rubber, 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 rubber ape King Crow Cannon.
The dense fist shadows bombarded the mysterious man like a torrential rain. Each punch carried the momentum to destroy everything. The air was filled with sharp explosions due to the violent attack. Zoro was not to be outdone. His stern face was filled with determination and his aura suddenly reached its peak. He chanted,
9 mountains and 8 seas make up one world. Gathering 1,000 worlds makes a small 1,000 world. This world is multiplied by 3, there is no self and no end. This is the secret of the 3 Swords style.
He used his strongest move.
3 Swords Secret Art, One Big 3,000, the Great 1,000 Worlds.
As he chanted, the 3 swords in his hands seemed to merge with him, emitting an unparalleled pressure. The blades shone brightly, as if they were about to cut the entire world apart. Sanji also activated the demonic wind kick at this time. His feet were burning with even hotter flames, and the surrounding air was distorted by the high temperature. He rushed towards the mysterious man at high speed like a flash of lightning, and used the
Demon Wind Kick, Beef Explosion.
The kick with fire and lightning was as powerful as thunder, and wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn apart by this powerful force. The mysterious man felt this unprecedented powerful attack, and finally a solemn expression appeared on his face. He took a deep breath, mobilized all the strength in his body, and tried his best to deal with the fatal attack of these 3 people. For a moment, the light in the square was so dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it, as if countless suns were shining their brightest light at the same time. Luffy's fist shadow, Zoro's sword light, Sanji's kick, and the power of the mysterious man collided with each other, producing a devastating impact. The entire judicial island was in chaos. The ground was shaking violently, buildings were collapsing, sand and rocks were flying, and the wind was howling. The horrific scene made people feel as if they were in the abyss of doomsday. In this fierce battle, Luffy and his 2 companions tried their best, but still could not defeat the mysterious man.
Zoro Sanji.
Luffy shouted loudly, looking at the mysterious man who was still standing. His voice was full of urgency and determination, and his determined eyes burned with an unyielding fire. Zoro and Sanji heard Luffy's call and instantly understood. They were too familiar with each other, and years of fighting side by side had formed a tacit understanding between them that did not require much explanation. Luffy's hands were clenched into fists, the knife in Zoro's hand was emitting a sharp cold light, and Sanji's legs were slightly bent, ready to attack. At that moment, their hands, swords, and legs were all covered with a thick layer of armed color domineering, and crackling lightning flashed in the black light. This is an astonishing sight of using the domineering color to entangle. The powerful power fluctuations make the surrounding air seem to solidify. When the mysterious man saw the appearance of Luffy and the others at this moment, his expression instantly became solemn. He knew the power of this conqueror's haki. In this pirate world, it was a terrifying existence like the truth. Even if he was only hit by a single move, he would probably be seriously injured. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji did not hesitate, and after using the conqueror's haki to entangle, they rushed towards the mysterious man like 3 lightning bolts. Their figures were as fast as the wind, with an unstoppable momentum. Seeing this, the mysterious man immediately used his wind power to try to resist. The wind howled and formed a solid barrier. However, the mysterious man's wind power seemed so fragile in front of Luffy and the other two's conqueror's haki. The black haki was like a torrent that could destroy everything in its path, easily breaking through the wind barrier. Soon, Luffy's fist with infinite power, Zoro's extremely sharp sword, and Sanji's fast kick as fast as the wind hit the mysterious man hard. The powerful impact caused the mysterious man's body to fly out like a kite with a broken string, and he fell heavily to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The mysterious man's body hit the ground like a meteorite, creating a violent dust storm. The dust filled the air like smoke and did not dissipate for a long time. However, in the astonished eyes of everyone, the mysterious man actually stood up again in a slow and firm posture. His body was trembling slightly, as if he was in great pain, but at the same time, a strange smile appeared on his face. That smile revealed an indescribable confidence and satisfaction, which made people wonder. As time went by, tiny cracks began to appear on the mysterious man's body. These cracks spread rapidly like the surface of broken porcelain. Each crack flashed with a faint light, as if it contained endless power. The mysterious man's voice became extremely weak, but the sincere admiration contained in it did not diminish at all.
Luffy, Zoro, Sanji.
Hearing the mysterious man's words, Luffy and the other two became more solemn. They stared closely at this strange opponent in front of them, not daring to slack off in the slightest. Because they know very well that the other party is definitely not someone who will give up easily, and they may face even more difficult challenges next. The mysterious man's body was breaking apart at an alarming speed, but his gaze never wavered. As if he had seen through the constraints of time and space, his eyes flashed with an unwavering light.
Your courage and strength will lead you to sail across this vast ocean. I have no doubt that the future pirate king will come from among you.
As the last word fell, the mysterious man's body completely disintegrated and turned into countless star-like shining points that gradually drifted across the sky until they completely disappeared without a trace. Luffy, Zoro, and Nami stared silently in the direction where the mysterious man disappeared, with an indescribable emotion surging in their hearts. Finally, Luffy broke the silence first. He took a deep breath, then smiled and said,
Let's go, friends.
There was a new determination and perseverance in his voice.
Mary is still waiting for us.
Chapter 136, Unexpected Visitor. Lingtian walked alone in the winding passage of Judicial Island, thinking about his plan in his mind. His face was solemn, his steps were firm, and he was determined to find the Straw Hat Pirates Mary first. The atmosphere around was oppressive and dull, and the lights on the walls flickered, casting strange shadows. Lingtian's footsteps echoed in the empty passage, as if they were the only sound in the silence. Finally, he came to an open space and saw the Mary quietly parked there. However, what made him nervous was that there was a mysterious man in a cloak sitting on the deck of the Mary.
Are you the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates?
The mysterious man fixed his eyes on Lingtian and asked slowly. His voice was low and hoarse, as if it came from a deep cave.
Give us back the Mary.
Lingtian frowned and ignored the mysterious man's question. Instead, he opened his eyes wide and shouted angrily.
If you want this ship, you'll have to see if you have the ability to do it.
The mysterious man raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful smile, then jumped from the Mary, landed steadily on the ground, and spoke coldly.
Then there's nothing to talk about.
Lingtian knew that time was running out, so he stopped hesitating. He clenched his hands and instantly pulled out Ryujin Jaka and Ace. The blades flashed coldly under the light. Although he had no idea about the origin and background of this mysterious man, he had only one thought in his mind at this moment, which was to recapture the Mary as quickly as possible. Just now, he heard bursts of noise coming from afar. He must have thought that Luffy and his crew had successfully broken through the outer perimeter of Judicial Island and were rushing towards this side.
Dual sword style, Flame Phoenix Bird.
Lingtian used his special move without hesitation. In an instant, a powerful aura burst out from him, and the power of fire burned fiercely on the two swords, gathering into a lifelike firebird. The firebird was surrounded by raging flames, and its hot breath seemed to ignite the air. It swooped down towards the mysterious man in front of it with an unstoppable momentum. The mysterious man witnessed this scene with a calm face. He waved his hands gently, and a jet of ink-black and extremely thick black smoke suddenly gushed out from the front of his body, like a surging wave, and rushed straight towards Lingtian's flame phoenix bird with great momentum. In an instant, the majestic and powerful fire phoenix bird was completely swallowed up by the black smoke and disappeared without a trace.
Is this the dark fruit?
Lingtian's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief, and he shouted. His eyes were full of confusion and shock, and he was obviously stunned by the sudden change in front of him. However, Lingtian quickly came to his senses. His mind raced, and he immediately realized that the dark fruit could only absorb the abilities of the ability user, and the move he had just used did not rely on the ability of the fruit. The mysterious man raised his head and let out a wild laugh. The laughter echoed in the empty space, revealing endless pride and arrogance. It was as if the whole world was under his feet, which made people shudder.
This is the dark fruit that can devour everything.
The mysterious man's voice exploded like thunder, creating ripples in the air. When Lingtian heard the mysterious man's words, his brows furrowed and he muttered to himself in confusion.
Darkness fruit, what is this? Why have I never heard of it?
His mind quickly recalled the various plots in the original work, trying to find clues about the dark fruit, but found nothing.
I remember there is no such thing as the dark fruit in the original book.
Lingtian was full of doubts, and he began to wonder if he had missed some important information. In other words, the dark fruit possessed by this mysterious man is an existence that completely exceeds the setting of the original work. For a moment, countless questions flooded into Lingtian's mind, causing him to fall into deep thought. The mysterious man stood aside, quietly observing Lingtian's reaction, with a barely perceptible smile on his face, seeming to be very satisfied with Lingtian's confusion at the moment. Lingtian couldn't find any information about the dark fruit in his mind, so he simply stopped thinking about it. He knew very well that in this fierce battle, too much thinking would only distract him. The most important thing right now was how to defeat this mysterious and powerful enemy and take back the Mary.
No matter what dark fruit you have, I want to see how many of my moves you can take.
Lingtian shouted angrily, and his body was as fast as lightning, rushing towards the mysterious man in an instant.
Dual sword style, double blazing flame.
Lingtian roared, and the two swords in his hands danced like flying. Two flexible ropes of fire instantly gushed out from the blades, like two burning fire snakes, sweeping towards the mysterious man at lightning speed. However, facing this fierce attack, the mysterious man was not in a hurry. He just slightly turned his body, and the two fire snakes passed by his body without causing any harm to him. Lingtian was not discouraged by this. Instead, he sped up again, and the two swords in his hands flashed with blazing flames.
Dual sword style, flame dragon.
As he roared again, an extremely huge fire dragon roared out from the blade, carrying a scorching breath, and pounced on the mysterious man with its fangs and claws, as if it wanted to burn everything around it to ashes. Seeing this, the mysterious man still appeared calm. He put his hands together, and a stream of black smoke emerged from his palms. In the blink of an eye, the black smoke actually tightly wrapped up the mighty fire dragon. As time went by, the shape of the fire dragon gradually became blurred and finally completely disappeared into thin air. Lingtian's heart suddenly tightened and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. The strength of this mysterious man was far beyond his previous expectations. However, he absolutely could not give up resistance so easily. He held the long sword tightly with both hands, his eyes were determined, and he swung the sharp blade in his hand.
Dual sword style, two moons shine together.
As he shouted angrily, two dazzling sword lights came out, like two bright crescent moons intertwining with each other, and pounced towards the mysterious man with unparalleled fierce momentum. However, facing such a powerful attack, the mysterious man simply raised his hands slightly and easily blocked the attack.
Damn it!
Lingtian couldn't help but curse under his breath, gritted his teeth, and launched a more fierce attack again.
Dual sword style, flame dragon breaking the wind.
Chapter 137, Dark Fruit. Seeing this, the mysterious man finally stopped taking a defensive stance. He flashed and disappeared from the spot in an instant, and the next moment he appeared beside Lingtian. Then, he gently waved his palm, and a terrifying force like a tidal wave gushed out, hitting Lingtian's back hard and directly knocking him back several steps away. After Lingtian stabilized his body, the doubts in his heart became stronger. He always felt that the guy opposite him was very familiar. Where did this familiar feeling come from? He pondered over it but still could not find the answer. However, Lingtian did not have time to delve into this issue at the moment. He had to concentrate on dealing with the challenges at hand.
Come again!
Lingtian shouted and rushed towards the mysterious man again. He swung the two swords in his hands in a cross-shaped trajectory, forming countless phantoms in an instant, which made people dazzled and difficult to distinguish the true from the false. These phantoms seemed to have life, constantly changing their positions and shapes, causing great confusion to the opponent. Facing such a fierce attack, the mysterious man seemed to be at ease. He shuttled between the phantoms easily, as if he was strolling in a garden. With his keen insight, he accurately found Lingtian's true body and lightly threw a punch, knocking Lingtian back several steps. Lingtian was breathing heavily, but his eyes were still firm, even sharper than before. He knew that facing such a strong enemy, he could not retreat at all. Only by going all out could he defeat the person in front of him. Thinking of this, Lingtian decided to use a move.
Dual sword style, storm spin.
He held the two swords tightly with both hands, and his body began to spin rapidly. As the speed of rotation continued to increase, a powerful storm force gradually formed around him. This force was like a tornado, sweeping towards the enemy in front with unparalleled power. Seeing this, the mysterious man finally stopped dodging. He took a deep breath and thrust his hands forward. A cloud of inky black smoke suddenly surged towards the storm force like a surging wave. In the blink of an eye, the two extremely powerful forces collided fiercely. There was a loud earth-shaking noise, and the entire space began to tremble violently, as if it would be torn into pieces at any time. The smoke and storm entangled and devoured each other, forming an extremely spectacular scene. In this thrilling confrontation, neither side was willing to give in, and both tried their best to suppress the other. Lingtian only felt his arms go numb, but he still held the two swords tightly. He took a deep breath, and the power in his body continued to gather in his arms.
Dual sword style, star-splitting sky.
He roared and began to swing the two swords in his hands at an astonishing speed. Every time the sword was swung, it brought up a brilliant and dazzling sword light which shone brightly like bright stars, crossing the dark night sky, as if tearing the entire space apart. When the mysterious man saw this scene, a trace of solemnity finally appeared on his face. He did not dare to be careless and quickly put his hands together, muttering something. As his spell sounded, the surrounding black smoke began to condense rapidly and finally formed a huge shield. The shield was shining with a dark light and looked indestructible, as if it could withstand any attack. However, Lingtian's attack did not stop. He took a step forward, his figure was as fast as lightning, and swung the two swords in his hands again.
Dual sword style, so leading Netherworld.
This move was more ferocious than before, and the strange black light emanating from the two swords made people shudder. This black light seemed to have the power to devour everything. It could not only cause damage to the enemy's body, but also directly attack their souls, bringing a double blow to the enemy both mentally and physically. The mysterious man felt the powerful threat of this move, and he knew he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. So, he roared wildly, and all the energy in his body suddenly burst out. The black smoke seemed to be ignited, and instantly became turbulent. They collided and competed with the black light released by Lingtian, and there was a stalemate for a while. In the stalemate, Lingtian clenched his teeth tightly, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but his eyes were firm, and his hands were tightly holding the weapon, as if he wanted to integrate it into his body, and he held on and refused to show weakness. Suddenly he shouted,
Dual sword style, Aoki strangling.
The two swords in his hands were like two flexible pieces of green wood, strangling the mysterious man like a poisonous snake with an extremely tricky angle and a strange and flexible attack method. Seeing this, the mysterious man was secretly shocked and had to deal with it with all his strength. But even so, he inevitably had a few minor wounds on his body.
HMPH, boy, you have some skills.
The mysterious man snorted coldly, with a hint of anger in his voice. He didn't expect that this seemingly ordinary boy in front of him could actually hurt him. Lingtian did not stop his attack after hearing the mysterious man's words, but instead took advantage of the situation to pursue him, not giving the mysterious man any chance to breathe. His movements became faster and faster, and his sword skills became more and more fierce, with each sword containing endless killing intent. However, the mysterious man was too powerful. Although Lingtian had tried his best and even exceeded his limits, he was still unable to cause fatal damage to him.
Bankai Zenkadachi.
Seeing that he still couldn't defeat the man in front of him after a long battle, Lingtian's eyes flashed with determination, and he shouted angrily. As soon as Lingtian finished speaking, a terrifying temperature that seemed to be able to burn everything in the world instantly emanated from the knife in his hand. The blazing heat waves rolled, and the surrounding air seemed to be ignited and distorted. When the mysterious man saw this, his face suddenly changed. He did not dare to hesitate at all and could only jump back quickly. His eyes were filled with shock and fear.
What a terrifying temperature.
The mysterious man looked at the knife in Lingtian's hand and said with lingering fear. His voice trembled slightly, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead unconsciously. He really didn't expect that this guy actually had such a terrifying trump card hidden.
Zanhu Dao Bei, heaven and earth are reduced to ashes.
Chapter 138, The Identity of the Mysterious Man. His defense seemed so fragile in front of this terrifying flame, and he was vulnerable. In just a moment, the mysterious man was completely burned, turned into ashes, and instantly disappeared into the scorching air.
It should be solved now.
Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked at the burnt ash marks in front of him. There was a hint of fatigue in his voice, and the hand holding the knife was shaking slightly. The Bankai just now consumed a lot of his physical and spiritual strength, but fortunately he finally defeated this difficult enemy. He breathed a long sigh of relief, and his tense nerves finally relaxed.
As expected of the vice captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, he still has some strength.
Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from behind Lingtian. Lingtian's heart trembled, and he jumped forward without hesitation and turned around quickly to look. When he saw who it was, he couldn't help but gasp. He saw a mysterious man in ragged black clothes, a hat, and officer's uniform standing firmly in place.
How is it possible? He can actually withstand the ashes of heaven and earth of the Zanhuo Dao.
Lingtian widened his eyes, with a feeling of astonishment and disbelief in his heart. He was well aware of the power of this move, but the man in front of him took the attack easily, which made him deeply curious and wary of the man's identity. That's a temperature comparable to that of the sun. It's beyond imagination. However, what's shocking is that this guy in front of me has successfully resisted such a scorching attack.
If it weren't for this dress, I would have been killed by you a long time ago.
The man in military uniform slowly lifted the tattered black cloak covering his head and spoke with lingering fear. Lingtian stared at the man in front of him, his eyes widened in disbelief.
You are.
His voice was trembling and doubtful, as if he couldn't accept the fact he saw before him. I saw that the man in front of me had his hair standing up like a hedgehog, as if they were about to pierce the sky. His face was frighteningly gloomy, revealing an indescribable ferocity. What shocked Lingtian the most was undoubtedly the face of the person in front of him. He would never mistake that face.
Why?
Lingtian's voice was filled with uncontrollable trembling and astonishment.
Rox D. Jibek.
These words came out of his mouth with difficulty, as if every syllable weighed 1,000 pounds. Lingtian couldn't believe his eyes. He actually saw this man again. Decades ago, he had personally witnessed the legendary pirate being defeated by Garp and Roger. At that time, he thought the legend had ended forever, but he never expected to meet him again today.
Oh, you know me.
When Rox heard Lingtian's words, a hint of interested smile suddenly appeared on his originally tense face. His voice was low and magnetic, like the roar of a demon from the depths of hell. In today's world, there are probably very few people who know of his existence.
Have you forgot? I am Dockley D. Lingtian.
Lingtian responded immediately after hearing what Rox said.
Lingtian.
Rox fell into deep thought after hearing this.
Oh, I remember. Aren't you the little guy who followed Newgate back then?
After some thought, Rox finally found some fragments about Lingtian from the depths of his memory.
Ha 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 ha, I never thought you would become such a great figure.
Rox couldn't help but laugh out loud as he looked at Lingtian in front of him. He could never have dreamed that the young boy from the past has grown into such a powerful figure. If he had not been besieged by Garp and Roger, he might have already overthrown the world government, reached the top of the world, and become the king of the world, right?
Why? Why would you choose to stand on the side of the Navy?
Lingtian slowly unleashed the seal of the Zenka no Takai and asked solemnly. He remembered that Rock's goal was to become the king of the world. Logically speaking, it was impossible for such an ambitious person who wanted to rule the world to become a thug of the world government.
Tusk, do you think I'm willing to help those bastards?
Rox looked unhappy and started to curse.
If those guys hadn't planted an explosive device in my heart, I would have run away long ago. Really, it seems like you're in a pretty miserable situation too.
After hearing what Rox said, Lingtian spoke thoughtfully. He thought to himself that he had actually guessed long ago that the world government would dare to send Rox out to carry out the mission, and that they would definitely be doing something behind the scenes. Moreover, Lingtian was very sure that in the Battle of God Valley that year, Garp and Roger had successfully defeated and killed Rox. So now the question is, since Rox is dead, why is he here again? The only explanation is that the world government has some advanced technology that can revive people. Thinking of this, Lingtian's eyes became more profound.
Then, can you return our ship to us?
After listening to Rox's words, Lingtian said calmly.
Do you still want to continue to compete with me?
Lingtian gently put the Ryuren Ryuhyuo, an ace in his hands, into his pocket, and then he stretched out his hand to grasp the lightning hanging at his waist, as if to pull it out.
No, I have no such intention.
Rox waved his hands and explained.
I really don't want to experience your shocking tricks again.
In fact, Rox had lost all his fighting spirit and had no intention of fighting again. Firstly, he had no interest in working for the world government in the first place, and he came here only at the instigation of those old guys because he heard that there were peerless, powerful people lurking here. Secondly, he was really afraid of being hit by Lingtian's move again. If it weren't for the life-saving cloak specially made by Vegapunk, he would have died. If it happened again, he would be doomed and his life would be in jeopardy.
Goodbye.
Chapter 139, Lingtian and #039's Pale Face. After Rock's figure gradually went away and disappeared, Lingtian jumped onto the Mary without hesitation.
Then let me try my luck.
Lingtian stared at the dilapidated Mary in front of him and spoke slowly.
System, open the properties panel.
Host Lingtian. Level 4, there are 10 levels in total, and the highest level in the pirate world is level. Ability, Sealing Device Lightning, open. Items owned, Sealed Lightning, Ryujin Jaka Zenka Takai, A Scale Ring.
System, give me a 10-draw combo first.
Lingtian tried to remain calm and made his voice sound steady and powerful, but the slightly trembling ending still revealed his inner nervousness and anticipation. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a level 1 item of 500 million berries. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a level 1 item of 600 million berries. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning a level 4 item Devil Fruit Evolution ticket. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a level 4 item character physical voucher. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a second level item, the Demon Sword, 7-star sword. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a level 1 item of 100 million berries. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a level 1 item of 300 million berries. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing the first level item 700 million berries. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing a level 4 item 5 attribute kick card. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the top reward, a set of level 7 item Wang Xiaming template and its attached items. Lingtian stared at the pile of items in front of him without blinking, and he instantly became excited. His excitement was beyond words, especially when his eyes fell on the physical voucher of the character. He originally thought that he would have to use up all 50 draw opportunities to have a chance to draw this precious physical character ticket, but he never expected that he would succeed in getting it after just the first 10 draws. However, Lingtian soon forced himself to calm down. He knew very well that if he wanted to know whether this was what he really wanted, he had to take a closer look first. Lingtian simply chose to ignore Barry's introduction. After all, he had already drawn so many times that he was used to this situation. The first thing that caught my eye was the Devil Fruit Evolution ticket. Devil Fruit Evolution voucher. Level 4 item, after use, it can make a Devil Fruit ability user's ability reach the awakened state. Lingtian stared at the information displayed on the Devil Fruit Evolution voucher, and Luffy's figure immediately appeared in his mind. Once Luffy's Devil Fruit is successfully awakened, most people in this pirate world will probably find it difficult to become Luffy's opponent. Moreover, Luffy has now learned how to dominate and his strength is at its peak. In this situation, almost no one can compete with him. Thinking of this, Lingtian temporarily suppressed his thoughts, turned his gaze to other items again, and carefully examined the next item. Character Entity Voucher, Level 4 item, can materialize a virtual character. Note, the materialized character must have a trace of intelligence. When he saw the introduction of this item, Lingtian's eyes lit up instantly, and he became extremely excited because this was exactly what he had been dreaming of getting. As long as he had this, then Mary could be materialized. And as long as Mary was successfully materialized, even if the Mary was damaged beyond repair, it would not matter. However, despite his extreme desire, Lingtian forced himself to calm down. He did not impulsively use the voucher at that moment. Instead, he suppressed his eagerness and continued to look at other items carefully. 7-star sword, level 2 item. The 7-star sword is a demon sword from the original One Piece world. Once someone uses it, they will go crazy. Note, you can give it to Kuina to see. Lingtian looked at the detailed information presented by the knife with great concentration, and only then did he realize that this was the knife that appeared in a certain theatrical version of the original work. You know, this demon sword is an extremely terrifying existence. Once someone picks it up, even if they don't know the swordsmanship at all, they will instantly become extremely powerful and their strength will increase greatly. However, what surprised Lingtian was that the system actually prompted him to give the demon sword to Kuina. Thinking carefully, according to Kuina's current abilities, she should be able to control the 7-star sword. After all, Kuina's original body is a weapon spirit. For her, controlling a sword that has not yet developed any intelligence should be a piece of cake. Thinking of this, Lingtian temporarily put aside his thoughts about this magic sword and continued to check the next item. 5 Attribute Kicking Card, a level 4 item. After using this card, the owner will learn a set of 5 attribute kicking skills which can perform 5 attribute kicking skills: gold, wood, water, earth, and thunder. Ling Tian stared at the kicking skill in front of him and couldn't help but sigh that it came just in time. Zoro's strength has increased so much now, how can Sanji, who is the king's wings corresponding to Zoro, stand still? Now this kicking skill is tailor-made for Sanji, and it couldn't be more suitable. With it, Sanji's strength will definitely be able to reach a higher level and be on par with Zoro. Thinking like this, Ling Tian temporarily put aside the thoughts in his mind and turned his attention to the next item. Wang Xiaming Template, Kamen Rider Kadoya Template. Level 7 item, Kamen Rider Decades Template. After using it, you will have all of Kamen Rider Kadoya's abilities and will be equipped with Decade Driver White and Decade Driver Magenta, and a driving card box as well as cards of all knights from Showa to Ryuwa.
See?
Seeing this, Ling Tian couldn't suppress his inner excitement and shouted.
WC.
Chapter 140, Melee. Ling Tian stared at the dazzling array of items in the system space and took out the physical character voucher without hesitation.
System, what method should I take to make melee materialize?
Ling Tian stared at the character physical voucher in his hand and asked in confusion. Ding, the host needs to communicate effectively with the person he wants to materialize.
Communication, then how do we communicate?
After hearing what the system said, Ling Tian's expression of confusion became more intense. At this moment, Melee was a completely invisible and intangible existence to Ling Tian. Ling Tian couldn't even be sure whether Melee had really developed intelligence at this moment. When the host uses the character physical voucher, the host will clearly see the characters who have developed intelligence within a range of 5 kilometers around the host. After hearing what the system said, Ling Tian used the character's physical voucher immediately without any hesitation. At the moment when Ling Tian used the physical character voucher, a dazzling white light suddenly flashed across his eyes, and the light was so bright that he subconsciously closed his eyes. After a while, when he opened his eyes again, he was surprised to find that everything around him seemed to have undergone earth-shaking changes.
Is this the world that Mary sees?
Ling Tian couldn't help but mutter to himself as he looked at the completely different world in front of him. His eyes were full of curiosity and confusion, as if he was in an illusory and mysterious place. However, Ling Tian quickly recovered from this brief moment of distraction, and he quickly began to look around for Melee. His eyes were anxious and focused, not missing any corner. Soon, he saw a figure on the fence of the Mary. It was a child, holding a wooden hammer tightly in his hand and wearing a raincoat. The child just sat quietly on the fence, his small body looking a little thin and lonely in the wind.
Melee.
Ling Tian looked at the figure and called softly. His voice was filled with a hint of expectation and caution, as if he was afraid of disturbing something. The figure seemed to have heard Ling Tian's call and slowly turned her head. Her movements were a little slow, and her eyes were filled with confusion and curiosity. Ling Tian's heartbeat accelerated involuntarily. He took a deep breath and tried to keep his voice calm, but it was still difficult to hide his excitement.
Melee, I have a way to make you materialize.
These words were like a thunderclap, exploding in Mary's heart. Her eyes widened, her face full of disbelief. She originally thought that she could only watch Luffy and his friends go on adventures forever, and even thought that after this period of time, he might not be able to accompany them on adventures anymore. And now, Ling Tian actually told her that there was a way for her to have a real body. When Mary heard this, her mouth opened and closed as if she was saying something, but no sound came out. Ling Tian frowned and muttered to himself.
Is it because Melee hasn't materialized yet that she can't make any sound?
He couldn't help feeling confused and worried. In order to better communicate with Melee, Ling Tian decided to get closer. He slowly moved forward, shortening the distance between them and stretched out his hand, trying to convey his meaning to her through gestures. He tapped his chest gently with his finger, indicating that he had the ability to help her materialize. At the same time, Lingtian's lips moved and he whispered,
Meili, please believe me, I can really help you become a real person. As long as you are willing to nod, everything can become a reality.
His tone was sincere and firm, and his eyes revealed endless sincerity and kindness. At this moment, Ling Tian was expecting Meili to understand his intentions and respond. He hoped that through his efforts, Meili would feel his sincerity and determination so as to establish trust between them. After hearing Ling Tian's words, Meili nodded vigorously without any hesitation. A look of determination appeared on her beautiful face, as if she was telling the other party,
I have no doubt, and will support you with all my strength.
after all, Mary is also a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, so she is quite familiar with this vice captain and knows that he always keeps his word. Ling Tian saw Meili nod in agreement decisively, and an ecstatic smile appeared on his face. Then he stretched out his right hand and gently placed it on top of Meili's head, as if protecting a precious treasure. Time passed by bit, and every minute and every second seemed to be stretched out slowly. Mary's body began to undergo strange changes. At first, the changes were subtle, but as time went on, they became more and more obvious. A faint but not negligible light flickered at the edge of Meili's body. This light was like the brightest star in the night sky, not dazzling but full of mysterious attraction. At the same time, the originally illusory part gradually became solid and was no longer as vague as before. As the changes continued, the speed of change seemed to speed up. Starting from Meili's feet, the illusory part turned into a solid entity at a speed visible to the naked eye. First the toes, then the soles, the heels.
That's great, Meili.
When Ling Tian saw Meili's look, a big stone in his heart finally fell to the ground. He walked to Mary in 2 steps and looked at her carefully, as if to confirm whether what he saw was real. After a while, he slowly said,
Mary, do you know who I am?
Although he was somewhat confident in his heart, Ling Tian still decided to give it a try. After all, although the original book mentioned that Meili had the ability to repair ships by herself, Ling Tian was not very clear about the extent to which her spirituality had developed. As time passed, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Finally, Meili's lips moved and she uttered a gentle voice.
You are the deputy captain.
Chapter 141, Zoro Sanji vs CP9. After seeing Meili reveal her identity, Ling Tian's tense heartstrings finally relaxed. He breathed a sigh of relief and said,
That's great, Meili.
Then, with a gentle smile on his face, Ling Tian took Meili's hand and lightly jumped off the Meili. He turned to look at Meili and said seriously,
Meili, I want to put the Meili into the virtual space first.
After hearing Ling Tian's words, Meili raised her head slightly, thought for a moment, then nodded and said,
Okay, I agree. Now that I have a physical body, the Meili really has no effect on me. And as a ship elf, I also know that the Meili can no longer sail.
After seeing Meili nod, Ling Tian looked focused and placed one hand firmly on the Meili. With a flash of light, the Meili was instantly put into the virtual space.
Let's go, let's meet up with Luffy and the others.
Ling Tian said to Mary, after putting the Mary into the virtual space. Meili, who was standing aside, watched Ling Tian's actions quietly. A gentle smile appeared on her face, and she nodded slightly to show her agreement. Time quietly went back to a few hours ago. After a fierce battle, Luffy and his crew successfully defeated the mysterious man. They did not stop at all and continued to rush towards the depths of the judicial island with an indomitable momentum. Soon, they came to a wide open space. Luffy and his friends looked forward and saw 7 figures blocking their way. These 7 people are none other than the CP9 members stationed on Judicial Island, namely the powerful Rob Lucci and others. They all stood tall with serious expressions, exuding a chilling aura as if they were an insurmountable solid line of defense, quietly waiting for Luffy and the others to arrive.
You guys are really slow.
Looking at Luffy and the others who came in front of them, Lucci laughed sarcastically.
Could it be that those rubbish could hold you back for so long?
He originally thought that someone like the Straw Hat Kid should be able to quickly deal with those guys outside, but he didn't expect that he would have to wait so long.
Get out of the way.
Luffy glared at the person in front of him and said bluntly. Lucci did not respond to Luffy's words, but continued to speak on his own.
You no longer need to move forward, because you are destined to die here. Get started.
As soon as he finished speaking, Lucci no longer cared about the reactions of Luffy and the others, and directly gave orders to other CP members to take action. After receiving the order, the CP members immediately used the Razor, one of the 6 styles of the Navy, and rushed towards Luffy and the others at an extremely fast speed. Their figures were like lightning, and they instantly closed the distance with Luffy and the others. The one who arrived in front of Luffy and the others the fastest was Gabra.
Look, I'm going to take your head off.
Gabra said arrogantly, looking at the motionless straw hat boy in front of him. Boom.
We don't even need our captain to take action to deal with a guy like you.
After Sanji kicked Jabra away, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a disdainful smile. At the same time, he took out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it leisurely and took a puff, slowly exhaled the smoke and spoke. For such a small character, there is no need for their captain to take action personally. He can easily handle it alone.
Luffy, you go first, leave this place to us. Once we have dealt with these enemies, we will follow you immediately.
At this time, Zoro also stepped forward, looked at Luffy with firm eyes and said. Luffy nodded vigorously after hearing what Zoro said. Although he was usually a bit honest, he knew clearly at this moment that these enemies were no match for Zoro and Sanji.
Yoshi, then let's go forward.
Luffy turned and said to Nami and others behind him. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued to run towards the judicial island without hesitation. Seeing this, Nami and others followed Luffy and rushed towards the island together.
Don't even think about getting over there.
Lucci's anger instantly burned when he saw that Luffy ignored him and left them to his 2 crew members to deal with. His eyes were wide open, veins popped out on his forehead, and his roar was filled with rage. Lucci's figure flashed and he used the
shave
to attack Luffy and the others at an extremely fast speed, as fast as lightning, causing a sharp wind sound. Boom!
What do you think, green algae head? Do you want to see who can kill more people?
Sanji, who had kicked Lucci away, walked briskly up to Zoro, raised the corners of his mouth, and spoke with a hint of provocation.
Tusk, I definitely killed more of them.
Zoro frowned when he heard Sanji's words, and said with disdain.
I only need 1 move to get rid of them all.
He crossed his hands in front of his chest, his eyes full of confidence.
Nanny, I only need half a move to get rid of those guys.
Sanji said loudly in dissatisfaction after hearing what Zoro said.
I only need 0.3 moves.
Zoro still had that nonchalant expression, his tone full of arrogance.
Then I only need 0.2 moves.
Sanji's eyes widened and his face turned red, as if he had made up his mind to defeat Zoro in this argument.
My 0.1 move.
Zoro was not willing to be outdone, and his voice became louder and louder. The 2 of them argued endlessly about how to deal with Lucci and the others. Neither of them was willing to give in. Gabra and the others who were watching were dumbfounded, and they were dumbfounded.
These 2 guys don't even take us seriously.
Jabura's face was full of disbelief, and he stared at Sanji and Zoro, who were arguing with wide eyes.
They look down on us like this. This is too much.
Bruno clenched his fists in anger, and veins bulged on his forehead.
Damn it, we must let them know how powerful we are.
Chapter 142, Naval Style. In the gloomy and solemn square of the judicial island, the 7 members of CP9 Lucci, Jabra, Kaku, Bruno, Watori, Owl, and Califa were staring angrily at Zoro and Sanji, who were arguing not far away.
HMPH, these 2 guys are so stupid as to make a scene in front of us.
Gabra's face was full of impatience, with his hands clasped in front of his chest, his sharp nails flashing coldly in the sun. Lucci, standing by, had a cold look in his eyes like a cheetah hunting for prey, staring at Zoro and Sanji. He was the leader of CP9 under the world government, representing absolute authority, yet he was looked down upon by others. Moreover, he was known as the strongest person in the world government in the past years.
They actually have the audacity to discuss how to kill us instantly. It's simply an insult to us.
Kaku's eyes were wide open, his teeth were chattering, and the muscles on his face were trembling slightly with anger. He clenched the sword in his hand tightly, and his knuckles turned white due to the force. At this moment, Zoro and Sanji completely ignored the angry gazes of CP9, which were almost spitting fire, and continued to argue fiercely with red faces.
I can kill them all with one kick.
Sanji shouted loudly and stomped on the ground. The huge force caused the ground to instantly raise dust. The raised dust was like a layer of gauze spreading in the air. Zoro snorted coldly, his eyes showing disdain and determination. He tightly grasped the three swords, the veins on his arms bulged, and said,
Just you, let's see how powerful my three-sword style is.
The 7 members of CP9 could no longer tolerate the provocation of Zoro and Sanji. Their anger was like a volcano about to erupt. They shouted in unison.
How outrageous!
This shout seemed to shatter the air around them, carrying with it endless anger and majesty. Then, they each displayed the amazing 6 styles of the Navy and attacked Zoro and Sanji like a group of hungry wolves. Bruno's eyes focused, and his figure flashed in an instant like a ghost, using the shave skill at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Sanji like a ghost, and then stabbed straight at him with a powerful finger gun, and the sharp finger wind seemed to be able to penetrate everything. However, Sanji remained calm and composed, not panicking, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised, outlining a contemptuous smile. He just slightly turned sideways and easily dodged the fierce attack and even mocked.
Too slow, you dare to embarrass yourself in front of me at this speed. You are still far from it.
On the other side, Kaku moved his body, leaped high with the
Moon step!
And leaped lightly into the air. He held the weapon tightly with both hands and performed the
Storm kicks, four-sword style.
In an instant, 4 extremely sharp slashes swept towards Zoro with the sound of whistling wind. Wherever the slashes passed, the air seemed to be torn apart. Zoro's eyes were stern, revealing determination and fearlessness. He moved flexibly, like a nimble fish, and dodged the fatal attack in an instant. At the same time, he cursed mercilessly.
What a petty trick! How dare you show off your skills like this?
The 7 members of CP9 watched helplessly as their first round of attacks were easily avoided by Zoro and Sanji. The anger in their hearts was like a raging fire, becoming more and more uncontrollable. Their faces became even gloomier, and their eyes almost spewed fire.
Damn these 2 guys!
One of them shouted with gritted teeth. Afterwards, they used the extended skills of the Navy 6 styles again without hesitation, launching a more violent and fierce attack. Gabra roared angrily.
Iron Fist Wolf Fang!
His voice was like thunder, exploding in the air. His sharp claws, under the powerful blessing of the iron block, turned into 2 black shadows and attacked Sanji fiercely at lightning speed. The fierce attack seemed to tear everything in front of him into pieces. Sanji seemed remarkably calm in the face of this fierce attack. He was agile and did a neat backflip, dodging Gabra's attack like a nimble swallow. At the same time, he raised the corners of his mouth and confidently replied,
You can't hurt me with this skill. You'd better save your energy.
On Zoro's side, Kaku also used his special skill.
Storm Kick, Chaos.
For a moment, a large-scale slash came overwhelmingly, and the powerful force made the surrounding air seem to be ruthlessly torn apart, making a terrifying whistling sound. However, Zoro showed no fear. He stood firmly in place, holding the sword tightly in both hands, his eyes revealing great firmness and determination. He performed
Extreme Tiger Hunting.
with fierce momentum. In an instant, powerful fighting spirit burst out from his body, colliding fiercely with Kaku's slashing wave. A deafening roar broke out in an instant, as if to shake the entire space. In this fierce battle, Zoro and Sanji nimbly dodged CP9's torrential attacks while arguing fiercely without giving in. and leaped lightly into the air. He held the weapon tightly with both hands and performed the storm kicks, four-sword style. In an instant, four extremely sharp slashes swept towards Zoro with the sound of whistling wind. Wherever the slashes passed, the air seemed to be torn apart. Zoro's eyes were stern, revealing determination and fearlessness. He moved flexibly, like a nimble fish, and dodged the fatal attack in an instant. At the same time, he cursed mercilessly, "What a petty trick! How dare you show off your skills like this?" The 7 members of CP9 watched helplessly as their first round of attacks were easily avoided by Zoro and Sanji. The anger in their hearts was like a raging fire, becoming more and more uncontrollable. Their faces became even gloomier, and their eyes almost spewed fire. "Damn these two guys," one of them shouted with gritted teeth. Afterwards, they used the extended skills of the Navy 6 styles again without hesitation, launching a more violent and fierce attack. Gabra roared angrily, "Iron Fistwolf Fang!" His voice was like thunder exploding in the air. His sharp claws, under the powerful blessing of the iron block, turned into 2 black shadows and attacked Sanji fiercely at lightning speed. The fierce attack seemed to tear everything in front of him into pieces. Sanji seemed remarkably calm in the face of this fierce attack. He was agile and did a neat backflip, dodging Gabra's attack like a nimble swallow. At the same time, he raised the corners of his mouth and confidently replied, "You can't hurt me with this skill. You'd better save your energy." On Zoro's side, Kaku also used his special skill, Storm Kick, Chaos. For a moment, a large-scale slash came overwhelmingly, and the powerful force made the surrounding air seem to be ruthlessly torn apart, making a terrifying whistling sound. However, Zoro showed no fear. He stood firmly in place, holding the sword tightly in both hands, his eyes revealing great firmness and determination. He performed extreme tiger hunting with fierce momentum. In an instant, powerful fighting spirit burst out from his body, colliding fiercely with Kaku's slashing wave. A deafening roar broke out in an instant, as if to shake the entire space. In this fierce battle, Zoro and Sanji nimbly dodged CP9's torrential attacks while arguing fiercely without giving in. "If I'm serious, I can take care of them in an instant," Sanji shouted loudly. Before he finished speaking, he performed a moon step and leaped into the air in an instant, cleverly avoiding the fierce attack of Wike. His figure drew an arc in the air, like an agile flying bird.
"Stop bragging and let me end this battle."
Zoro responded angrily, and at the same time, he swung the sword in his hand quickly, accurately blocking Khalifa's tricky attack. His movements were clean and neat, without any delay, and his eyes were full of determination and confidence. The 7 members of CP9 were attacking more fiercely, like surging waves, one after another, without any sign of stopping. Their moves became more fierce, and their coordination became closer, trying to force Zoro and Sanji to reveal their flaws with strong pressure. However, despite their best efforts, they were unable to hit Zoro and Sanji. Zoro and Sanji were like ships that sailed steadily in the storm. With their excellent combat skills and quick reaction abilities, they easily avoided CP9's seemingly impenetrable attacks time and time again, making the CP9 members more and more anxious and angry. Finally, Zoro and Sanji were completely enraged by the constant harassment of the 7 members of CP9. Their patience was exhausted in this endless entanglement, and anger burned in their chests.
"Enough!"
Zoro could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. His eyes widened and he shouted at the top of his lungs. This shout seemed to be able to break the sky and make the surrounding air tremble. At the same time, his whole body's momentum surged like a surging wave, and the powerful aura spread out in all directions with him as the center.
3 Swords Style Secret 1-3000 The Great Thousand Worlds.
Chapter 143, Instant Kill. In an instant, the 3 knives in his hands were like ignited stars, instantly emitting extremely dazzling light. The light was so bright that it was almost impossible to look directly at it. Immediately afterwards, a powerful slashing wave that could destroy the world roared out, like thousands of horses galloping or a tidal wave, sweeping towards the 7 members of CP9 with an unstoppable force. Wherever this slashing wave passed, the space seemed to be cut apart and the air was squeezed to make a sharp whistling sound. Seeing this, Sanji was not willing to be outdone, and he was equally furious, shouting.
Devil's wind legs, memories of hell.
His roar was like a loud bell, resounding through the sky. As he roared, flames instantly ignited on his legs. The flames were extremely hot, taking on a strange and violent color, as if they were the karmic fire from the abyss of hell. Sanji kicked at CP9 with a force as powerful as thunder and with endless anger. His movements were as fast as lightning and as strong as the wind, and the powerful force seemed to be able to crush everything in front of him. Of course, Sanji's powerful move deliberately avoided Khalifa, the only woman in CP9, because deep in Sanji's heart, the chivalry he adheres to is sacred and inviolable. That is his belief and principle. No matter what the circumstances, he would never allow himself to make a move on a woman. This was something that was ingrained in his bones. These two attacks, so powerful that they were beyond imagination, erupted in an instant, and their power was like the arrival of a doomsday disaster. The surging force knocked all 7 members of CP9 to the ground in an instant with overwhelming force. They didn't even have time to make any effective defense or resistance before they were hit hard by this unrivaled force. Like autumn leaves swept by a strong wind, they fell to the ground in a mess and found it difficult to get up for a while.
Impossible!
Kaku, who was defeated in an instant, opened his eyes wide, his face full of unwillingness, and spoke with difficulty. His voice was weak and trembling, filled with incredible astonishment and unconvinced.
We are CP9, how could it be?
Lucci said with reluctance and disbelief at the last moment before he was about to lose consciousness. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. He couldn't understand why the CP9 he led, which had always been known for its strength and mystery, could be defeated so easily. The other members of CP9 also looked confused and incredulous. Waidu raised his head with difficulty, looking at the receding backs of Zoro and Sanji, muttering to himself.
How is this possible? We failed just like this.
The owl's eyes widened, and he kept repeating.
No, this is not true. This is not true.
Bruno lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his face full of despair.
Everything we carefully planned was ruined just like this.
Gabra clenched his fists and slammed them to the ground, roaring.
I won't accept this, I won't accept this.
Khalifa looked dazed, her eyes lacking the pride and confidence she once had, and she mumbled.
What the hell is going on?
They lay on the ground, groaning in pain, their once powerful majesty gone. Each of them had injuries of varying degrees, their clothes ragged, and they looked extremely miserable. After defeating CP9, Zoro and Sanji ran towards the judicial island while arguing fiercely.
It was my attack that knocked them all down.
Zoro said loudly, his voice full of confidence and pride, as he ran and waved the 3 swords in his hands.
Nonsense, it's obviously my devil wind kick that's more powerful.
Sanji did not give in, he quickened his pace, trying to surpass Zoro.
Stop dreaming, you pervert. If it weren't for me, would they have fallen so quickly?
Zoro glared at Sanji with a firm tone.
Nanny, you green algae head, stop being so self-righteous. Don't you know my strength?
Sanji fought back unwillingly. The two continued to argue, and neither of them was willing to give in. Their quarrel echoed in the corridor of Judicial Island, and their figures gradually faded away. Their figures gradually disappeared into the depths of Judicial Island, leaving behind only the devastated battlefield. Broken stones, messy footprints, and the painful groans of the CP9 members were all witnesses of the thrilling and fierce battle that had just taken place. Luffy walked forward and left the previous place. His iconic straw hat swayed slightly in the wind. Not long after, Luffy's smart eyes caught Lingtian walking outside. Next to Lingtian, there was a child wearing a raincoat.
Hey, Lingtian!
Luffy waved his arms and walked towards Lingtian at a fast pace. Soon, he arrived in front of Lingtian.
Lingtian, where is the Mary?
Nami, who came with Luffy, asked anxiously. They came all the way to Judicial Island. Their purpose was to recapture the Mary that was detained here by CP9. However, when Lingtian appeared here, they did not see the Mary, and they could not help but feel nervous. The others stared at Lingtian nervously. their hearts filled with worry, fearing that Lingtian would suddenly say something terrible. After hearing Nami's question, Lingtian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, revealing a smile, then turned to look at Mei Li beside him and said softly,
So should you tell them, or should I tell them?
Let me do it.
Mary looked at the familiar faces in front of her with a firm gaze, then spoke slowly. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates were very confused when they heard the conversation between Ling Tian and the child beside him. However, at this moment, they did not say much. Mei Li took a deep breath, calmed herself down, and then said,
Hello everyone, I'm Meili. Mary, what, you are Mary?
Nami asked with wide eyes and a puzzled look on her face.
Yes, I am Mary.
Mary explained to Nami again.
Oh,
For a moment, there were bursts of exclamations from all around. When others heard what Mei Li said, they couldn't help but be shocked. The child in front of them actually claimed that she was Mei Li. You know, the Mary is a ship, but no matter how you look at it, the person standing in front of you is clearly a living person with flesh and blood. This is really unbelievable.
what's going on, Lingtian? Is it really Mary?
Chapter 144, Return to the City of Seven Waters. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Usopp's eyes widened, his mouth opened wide, and his face was full of disbelief. His eyes seemed to bulge out as he stared at Mary in front of him, as if he wanted to see through her.
Here's what happened.
Ling Tian looked at their incredulous expressions and decided to explain it to them in detail. At this moment, Sanji and Zoro, who had just defeated Lucci, also ran over panting.
What happened?
Sanji asked anxiously while gasping for breath and adjusting his breathing. Usopp's body trembled uncontrollably. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Mary tremblingly and said with a hint of fear in his voice,
Hey,
When Sanji and Zoro heard this, they were stunned for a moment, then they turned their eyes to Mary, with the same look of astonishment on their faces. Their eyes were full of confusion and puzzlement, as if they had seen the most incredible thing in the world, and they seemed completely unable to accept the facts before them. Zoro's brows were knitted tightly together. His eyes, as sharp as a sword, were fixed on Ling Tian. He said with a hint of disbelief in his voice,
are you kidding me? How could the Mary turn into a child? What is going on? This is what happened.
Ling Tian took a deep breath, then explained Mary's current situation in detail to the other members of the Straw Hat Pirates. After everyone heard this, the expressions on their faces were still in extreme shock, and no one spoke for a while. Sanji touched his chin, his eyes flashing with thought.
I didn't expect that, Lingtian. You actually have this ability.
Zoro quickly recovered from his shock. After all, if he could even resurrect Kuina, then turning Mary into a child was not particularly strange to him. After Ling Tian explained the matter of Mary to the Straw Hat Pirates, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and said,
Let's take the original ship back to the Seven Water City.
Everyone nodded, their expressions still showing the complex emotions of just learning about Mary's situation. However, deep inside the judicial island, Spandam heard his men panicking and reporting, Sir, the Straw Hat Pirates Blackfoot Sanji and Zoro defeated Lucci and the others. Spandam's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. His distorted face was filled with anger and fear. He gritted his teeth and said,
Damn Straw Hat Pirates, I will never let you go.
Then, he thought of the golden den mushi that he got from Aokiji, which could launch the demon-slaying order. A hint of madness and determination flashed in his eyes. He picked up the den mushi without hesitation and gave the order to launch the demon-slaying order. At the naval headquarters, 5 vice admirals took immediate action after receiving the order. They quickly assembled their troops and prepared to set out on their mission. Unlike the original work, this time, because Ling Tian is in the Straw Hat Pirates, Garp also decided to go with them. As one of the legendary figures of the Navy, Garp's joining undoubtedly adds more variables and expectations to this operation. Not long after, the Navy's warships arrived at the waters near Judicial Island in a menacing manner. On the warship, a general stood at the bow, looking resolutely at the Judicial Island ahead. He raised his right hand and shouted loudly,
Prepare for bombardment.
As his order was issued, countless shells rained down on Judicial Island. These shells flew towards the target with great power, instantly covering the entire Judicial Island in a sea of fire. At this moment, Lingtian and others who were running suddenly heard a deafening sound of artillery fire coming from behind them. Lingtian frowned, thinking to himself that something was wrong.
This is the sound of the demon slayer orders artillery fire. It looks like the situation is not good.
He stopped, turned around and looked behind him. In the distance, the Navy ships were firing shells and bombarding Judicial Island. Smoke and flames filled the air wherever the shells went. The peaceful Judicial Island had now turned into a ruin.
Luffy, you go first. I have some things to deal with.
After knowing that the Navy used the Demon Slayer order, Lingtian spoke to Luffy and the others with a serious expression. When Luffy heard Lingtian's words, he stopped and looked at Lingtian with a puzzled look on his face. He asked loudly,
Lingtian, what do you mean? We are partners, we should go together.
The purpose of their coming to the Judicial Island was to save the Mary. Now that Mary has been rescued, Luffy really doesn't understand what Lingtian is going to do.
What are you going to do?
Zoro also stopped, frowned, and asked with sharp eyes in confusion. Zoro had the same idea as Luffy. The Mary had been rescued, and he couldn't understand why Lingtian had to stay alone. However, facing the questioning of the two, Lingtian did not respond immediately. He just stood there quietly, his eyes flashing with determination. At this moment, only he himself knows what his real intention is. In his heart, Lingtian silently said to the system,
The system integrates Kadoyashi template.
Integrating.
Let me take a look at the legendary Demon Slayer order.
After all the new memories in his mind were sorted out, Lingtian turned to look at Sauron and others with determination in his eyes and spoke solemnly. However, before Zoro and the others could respond, Lingtian raised his arm without hesitation and swung it vigorously. In an instant, a transparent light curtain appeared out of thin air, like a stone thrown into a calm lake, causing ripples. This light curtain exuded a heart-pounding mysterious light, as if it was a passage connecting to another world.
This is...
Zoro and others were surprised, but before they could finish their words, they were enveloped by the sudden appearance of light. This is exactly one of Kazushi Kadoya's skills, Aurora Curtain. After Lingtian's Aurora Curtain completely enveloped Luffy and the others, something magical happened. Luffy and the others only saw a flash of light before their eyes, and then they were surprised to find that they were already in the harbor of the City of Seven Waters.
This.
Nami widened her eyes and looked at the familiar scene around her in disbelief. Her heart was filled with shock and curiosity. This ability to teleport was beyond her imagination. Sanji lit a cigarette and muttered to himself,
How many mysterious abilities does this guy have?
His eyes revealed a hint of admiration and envy. Luffy jumped up excitedly and shouted,
Wow, Lingtian is so awesome.
Chapter 145, Masked Rider Decade. After sending Luffy and the others back to the City of Water 7, Lingtian's eyes focused, and he gently waved his right hand in the system's space, and a larger main part appeared in his hand. The body is roughly rectangular, with a height of approximately 97, a width of approximately 202, and a thickness of approximately 88. This is exactly the transformation device of Kamen Rider Decade Driver. Lingtian looked serious and held it firmly on his waist. In an instant, a tough belt popped out from the left side of the driver, quickly wrapped around Lingtian's waist like a snake, and then accurately reattached to the right side of the belt. As the belt popped out, a delicate driving card box was hung on the left side of the belt, swaying slightly. Lingtian reached out without hesitation and pulled out a magenta night card from the driving card box. Lingtian stared at the card in his hand, took a deep breath, and then inserted it into the belt around his waist.
Masked Rider.
As Lingtian inserted the card into the belt made a steady and powerful sound.
Decade.
After inserting the card into the belt, Lingtian carefully closed the belt. Now Lingtian doesn't dare to push violently like Kadoya Shiinzayo. He thinks to himself,
What if I fail? This is no joke.
Along with this series of actions, exciting sound effects suddenly rang out, and light instantly poured out from the belt like a torrent, quickly covering Lingtian's entire body, displaying a shocking transformation special effect. In the light, various mysterious runes can be vaguely seen flashing with strange light, and lines of energy flow like agile dragons, as if telling of powerful power, representing that Kamen Rider Decade is obtaining power from knights in various parallel worlds. After a while, the light gradually dissipated, and Lingtian successfully transformed into Kamen Rider Decade. His overall look is cool and eye-catching, with mysterious magenta, deep black and shining silver as the main colors. His face has unique stripes similar to barcodes, with smooth lines and a sense of technology. The eyes have a unique compound eye design, emitting a breathtaking light as if they can see through everything. He was wearing a magenta bodysuit with silver line decorations, which fit his body perfectly and showed off his agile figure. It is covered with a layer of solid black light armor with subtle textures, showing its extraordinary defensive power. There is a big logo on the chest, shining brightly under the light, representing Decade's unique identity. His hands are wearing black gloves with delicate textures and raised pads, which are not only beautiful but also provide good protection in combat. On his feet, he wore black combat boots with silver decorations and covered with mysterious minerals. These minerals emitted a faint glow, which undoubtedly increased the impact force of his kicks and made him more powerful in battle.
Is this the power of Emperor?
Lingtian looked at his slightly trembling hands and couldn't help but exclaimed. At this moment, he felt as if endless power was constantly emerging from his body, giving him the illusion that he could easily destroy the entire world. At the same time, on a majestic doghead warship, Garp folded his hands in front of his chest, looking deeply at the judicial island in front of him, with a complicated expression on his weather-beaten face, and no one knew what he was thinking. Boom!
Who are you?
Looking at the man standing on the wreckage of the warship in the distance, Karp frowned and asked in a loud voice. His eyes were fixed on the other person, full of doubt and vigilance. Lingtian originally just wanted to test the strength of Emperor Knight. However, he never expected that the huge impact force generated by just a simple jump and landing would directly destroy a warship like a rotten wood. Originally, Lingtian was still immersed in shock at the unimaginable power of Emperor Knight, so much so that he was distracted for a moment. However, when he heard Garp's majestic question, he immediately thought of a sentence.
I'm just a Kamen Rider passing by.
Lingtian looked at Garp, a relaxed smile appeared on his face, and he answered without hesitation. At this moment, he was also muttering to himself in his heart, wondering if saying this to Garp would trigger some unknown death effect like what happened to Kazuhiro Kazuya.
Kamen Rider.
Garp muttered to himself with a puzzled look on his face when he heard Ling Tian's words. The wrinkles on his weathered face trembled slightly, and his eyes were full of doubts. After all, this was the first time he heard the unfamiliar word.
Kamen Rider.
And he had no idea what it meant.
No matter who you are, if you dare to damage the warship, you will pay the price.
After thinking for a while but couldn't think of anything, Karp's face darkened, his eyes became extremely sharp, and he spoke angrily to Ling Tian. Before he finished speaking, Garp flashed and performed the
shave
from the 6 styles of the Navy. He instantly turned into an afterimage and came to Ling Tian at an astonishing speed. Garp came to Lingtian's side without hesitation and instantly covered his fist with the armed color domineering. The ink-black fist carried a force like a tidal wave and smashed towards Lingtian fiercely. The air seemed to be squeezed by this powerful force and made an explosion sound. Pin code. At this critical moment, Ling Tian reacted quickly and immediately pulled out the control card box on his left belt. The control card box instantly transformed into a sharp control card box sword. Ling Tian held the sword tightly in both hands and used the sword to block Garp's extremely powerful fist.
Final attack ride. Slash.
Chapter 146, Fierce Battle with Garp. After knocking Garp away, Ling Tian gently wiped the flashing card box sword in his hand. His eyes were calm and resolute, as if the previous attack did not take too much effort.
How is it possible? Vice Admiral Garp was actually knocked away by that guy.
A Marine stared at Garp, who was knocked away by Lingtian's sword, in disbelief, his mouth wide open in shock. Not only the Marine, but even the 4 lieutenant admirals were staring at the scene in amazement. They knew how powerful Garp was, but they couldn't help but feel astonished when they saw Garp being knocked out so easily by his opponent. However, Garp did not stop there. With a loud bang, he suddenly blew up the deck that was pressing on him. Everyone looked closely and saw that the place on Garp's chest where Lingtian had slashed was covered with a layer of inky black substance. It turned out that in that thrilling moment just now, Garp covered his chest with armed color domineering with amazing reaction speed, thus blocking Lingtian's fierce attack.
Ha ha ha, boy, you are very strong.
Garp stood up from the ruins, his laughter echoed in the air with a sense of heroism and confidence. He stared at Lingtian with sharp eyes, the desire to fight burning in his eyes.
Come again!
Cap shouted, his voice as shocking as thunder. He leaned forward slightly, ready to attack again at any time. The atmosphere around him suddenly became tense, as if a fierce duel was about to begin again. He didn't sense any murderous intent from Lingtian, so Garp secretly guessed that the guy in front of him might not be a very evil person. Garp's hands were covered with armed color domineering, and he rushed towards Lingtian like a cannonball.
Final attack ride. Blast!
Facing the aggressive Garp, Lingtian did not dare to be negligent. He immediately switched the card box sword in his hand to the card box gun and quickly inserted a card. As the exciting sound effects rang out, the gun in Lingtian's hand was instantly strengthened and split into several branches. Then, a series of light bullets were fired continuously at an astonishing speed, whizzing towards Garp like raindrops. However, looking at the dense bullets coming towards him, Garp just smiled contemptuously. In his eyes, how could these ordinary bullets pose a threat to him? However, when the bullets hit Cap's body, his face suddenly changed drastically. Garp quickly covered his entire body with a stronger armament haki, trying to resist the sudden attack. But even so, he was still suppressed by Lingtian's high-speed bullets like a storm, and he couldn't move a single step. How could the bullets fired from the pilot card gun be the same as the bullets in the One Piece world? The bullets in the One Piece world are usually round bullets with limited power. Even Luffy, who has a rubber body, can't be hurt. The bullets fired by the card box gun were not ordinary bullets, but extremely powerful ones. The bullets contained huge energy and could penetrate even a steel plate more than 10 meters thick. Its destructive power was terrifying. However, Lingtian's attack soon ended. Although this controlled attack was extremely powerful, it could only last for a moment. After the brief and brilliant light disappeared, everything returned to calm. After Lingtian's attack ended, Garp instantly used the shave, and his figure instantly turned into an afterimage. Almost in the blink of an eye, Garp arrived in front of Lingtian.
Die, kid!
Garp came in front of Lingtian and roared. His powerful voice seemed to shatter the surrounding air. The muscles on his right arm bulged, veins popped out, and he was about to punch Lingtian away. His eyes burned with anger, as if he wanted to completely defeat Lingtian in front of him. However, Lingtian ignored the aggressive Garp who came to him but appeared nonchalant. He focused his eyes on the driving card box in his hand, slowly pulled out a card from it, and inserted it into the driver without hesitation.
Form ride. Kuga. Titan.
Chapter 147, Clock Up. Lingtian looked at Garp dodging his attack without any surprise on his face. After all, Garp was a battle-hardened and experienced warrior, and it would be strange if such an easy attack could hit him.
In that case, how about this?
Lingtian's voice was low and firm, his eyes were resolute. After watching Garp dodge his attack, he did not pause at all, took out another card from the driving card box, and inserted it into the driver without hesitation.
Cayman ride, Kabuto. Change beetle.
As this powerful sound effect sounded, the original armor on Lingtian's body began to decompose rapidly. The parts flashed in the air, and then reassembled in a complex and orderly way. Garp stared at Lingtian and saw that the mysterious purple armor on Lingtian's body was like a transformation and turned into a new form with bright red as the main color and metallic silver or gray as embellishment, with bright colors and lustrous. The armor with flowing light seemed to contain endless power. After transforming into Jayadu, Lingtian did not stop moving at all. He pulled out another card from the driving card box and quickly inserted it into the driver.
Clock up.
As the unique sound of the driver sounded, Ling Tian's figure instantly disappeared, leaving only a breeze blowing, stirring the surrounding air.
Gone.
Karp looked at Ling Tian, who disappeared in an instant. His eyes widened in shock, his eyeballs seemed to pop out of their sockets, and he spoke in disbelief. His mouth opened wide, his face full of astonishment and confusion. Then, he quickly looked around, his head spinning like a rattle, eagerly trying to catch any trace of Ling Tian, but to no avail. The air around him seemed to freeze because of his nervousness.
Call out.
Call out.
Move at high speed.
Garp couldn't help but shout in shock after seeing his military uniform being cut off a bit. His voice was full of astonishment and alertness. At this moment, he instantly realized that it was not that Ling Tian disappeared, but that Ling Tian was moving around at an unimaginable speed, so fast that their naked eyes could not capture his figure at all. After realizing that Ling Tian was moving at high speed, Garp, without any hesitation, immediately covered his entire body with a layer of iron-hard armed color domineering. That domineering aura was like a layer of black armor, tightly wrapping around his body and exuding a chilling aura. Bump, bump, bump. Just when Garp was covered with armament haki, Ling Tian immediately launched a violent attack on Garp. Each attack was as powerful as thunder and lightning. In an instant, Garp was knocked away by Ling Tian's powerful force, and the whole person floated in the air. In Ling Tian's eyes, Garp's movements in the air were extremely slow, just like a slow motion in a movie. The high-speed movement of the Night System in the Kabuto series is different from other high-speed movements. Other high-speed movements usually achieve the effect of high-speed movement by accelerating their own speed. However, the high-speed movement of the Kabuto series is a different approach, more like slowing down the speed of the surroundings, thereby relatively speeding up its own speed. This unique high-speed movement method allows Kabuto to often take the enemy by surprise in battle and gain an absolute advantage. After being knocked away by Ling Tian, Karp could only defend himself as best as possible to avoid getting hurt. After knocking Garp into the air, Ling Tian looked at Garp's full-strength defense and guessed that Garp was unable to withstand Kabuto's high-speed movement. In fact, in the world of pirates, there is still a way to resist Kabuto's super acceleration. Only if that person's observation haki is able to predict the future, he can attack himself. However, it is obvious that Garp's observation haki is not about foreseeing the future. Thinking of this, Ling Tian immediately pulled out a card from the driving card box. Insert the card into the drive. 3, 2, 1.
Rider kick.
Ling Tian looked at Garp and said, "Rider kick." At this time, a sound came from the driver. Ling Tian was seen with his feet firmly planted on the ground, his legs slightly apart, and his body slightly squatting. The extent of his squatting was just like a fully drawn bowstring, containing the power that could explode at any time. His right hand casually hung at his side, his left hand raised, elbow bent, palm facing the enemy in front of him. He held his head high, his eyes revealing coldness and confidence, as if the enemy in front of him was already in his pocket. Then, the horn on Kabuto's head began to flash with a strange light, which flowed along his body as if it had life, and finally gathered on his right foot. The light enveloped his right foot, making the cavalier's piston punch appear dimly, and powerful energy waves spread out in all directions with his right foot as the center. The next moment, Ling Tian rushed out like a flash of lightning. His body instantly leaned forward, and with a strong kick of his left leg, he shot forward like a cannonball. At the same time, his right foot, which was filled with powerful energy, was raised high, drew an arc, and kicked towards Garp with an unstoppable momentum. During this kick, his body was agile and flexible, his leg muscles were tight, and every movement was full of power. In the blink of an eye, Ling Tian's right foot fiercely kicked Garp. At the moment of contact, a dazzling light suddenly burst out, accompanied by a deafening explosion, and a powerful energy shock spread in all directions with them as the center. The surrounding air seemed to be distorted by this force, and dust and debris flew everywhere under the influence of the shock wave. Garp was kicked by Ling Tian and was sent flying like a cannonball, then fell into the sea at high speed. After knocking Garp into the sea, Ling Tian released the super acceleration state, but he did not stop his actions. He then made that familiar classic gesture of pointing his finger to the sky again, as if announcing his victory to the whole world.
Vice Admiral Garp.
Chapter 148: The Sudden Arrival of the General. Ling Tian stood proudly in the air like an inviolable god, his cold eyes like a sharp blade, mercilessly sweeping across the panicked and terrified navy below. The sea breeze whistled and swept over, rushing past with overwhelming force, and his sleeves rustled in the wind like a fluttering flag. At this moment, the seemingly calm sea suddenly surged up with huge waves, which rolled and roared as if to swallow everything. Cap suddenly jumped out of the turbulent sea, his body wrapped in endless anger, like a volcano about to erupt. The majestic aura emanated from him continuously, which was intimidating.
Boy, don't be so arrogant.
Carp's eyes were wide open, his voice was like a bell, and his roar resounded through the sky. With full of anger and unwillingness, he rushed towards Ling Tian again regardless of everything, and his momentum was like a violent beast. Ling Tian raised the corners of his mouth slightly, outlining a hint of disdain, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes for a moment. That light was hot and flamboyant.
Then let's fight again.
As soon as he finished speaking, he used Clock Up without hesitation to enter the superacceleration state. Seeing Ling Tian once again enter this astonishing superacceleration state, Garp did not dare to slack off, concentrating all his attention and exerting his observation haki with all his strength. He closed his eyes tightly, frowned, and concentrated all his energy on sensing all the subtle changes around him, trying to capture the trajectory of Ling Tian's lightning-fast movements. Although theoretically speaking, only the level of observation haki that can foresee the future can foresee the movement of super acceleration. However, if you use ordinary observation haki with all your strength, you can still detect some subtle changes. After all, even if it was just a very slight change, for the experienced and battle-hardened Carp, it was enough to become a clue for him to find Ling Tian's whereabouts.
Is it there?
Garp used his observation haki to the fullest and instantly entered a state of extreme concentration. His senses were infinitely magnified, and all the movements around him were clearly transmitted to his mind. Relying on the keen intuition accumulated from years of fighting, he immediately sensed Ling Tian's ghostly movements. In a flash, the two of them collided violently again. Every time they fought, it was like the violent collision of two giant meteorites, causing violent vibrations in the surrounding space. The powerful impact force made the space seem to tremble and twist. Upon seeing this, the sailors retreated rapidly in panic, their faces pale, for fear that they would be affected by this suffocatingly powerful force and be crushed to pieces if they were not careful. Garp's attacks became more and more fierce and violent, like a violent storm, one after another, without any intention of stopping. Each attack contained overwhelming power, carrying his full anger and determination. Ling Tian was not inferior at all. His moves were exquisite and varied. Facing Garp's violent offensive, he was still able to cope with it with ease, dodging and counterattacking flexibly, demonstrating extraordinary fighting skills and a calm mentality. Just as the battle entered a white-hot stage, the air seemed to be burning, and every collision burst out with dazzling light and deafening sound. The figures of Carp and Ling Tian intertwined, forming a terrifying battle storm. At this moment, a strong and suffocating breath suddenly came from the sea level in the distance. This breath was like a giant beast that had just awakened after a long sleep, carrying endless pressure and mystery. Everyone's attention was drawn to the ship, which was so huge that it was beyond imagination and slowly approached. The ship was like a moving steel fortress, with a cold metallic luster on its hull and huge gun muzzles pointing majestically in all directions. The warship broke through the turbulent waves, and a stern-looking admiral stood with his head held high on the bow. He was wearing a gorgeous and solemn navy cloak, and his golden epaulets sparkled brightly in the sun. His face seemed to be carved, with hard lines and sharp edges. Under his thick eyebrows, a pair of deep eyes revealed majesty and courage. His tightly pursed lips showed his seriousness and determination at the moment, a kind of imposing aura without anger.
"Stop it!"
The general shouted. His voice was like thunder, exploding on the vast sea, making people's eardrums hurt. This voice contained endless majesty and irresistible power, as if it was a will from heaven. His chest rose and fell violently, and it was obvious that he was breathing rapidly because of anger. His gaze was like a sharp sword, shooting straight at Garp and Lingtian, who were fighting fiercely. His eyes were full of dissatisfaction with this chaotic battle and anger at the destruction of order. Cap stopped his movements temporarily after hearing this roar, but Lingtian ignored him and continued to accelerate. However, although Lingtian did not stop, he did not continue to attack Garp. Garp's body still maintained a fighting posture, his muscles tense, his breathing rapid, but his eyes were all looking towards the slowly approaching warship. Cap's face was covered in sweat, which slid down his resolute features and dripped into the sea. He was breathing heavily, his eyes showing both reluctance to be interrupted and surprise at the appearance of this general. Lingtian narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of vigilance and doubt as he tried to guess the intention of this general who suddenly appeared. He had never seen this general before, but since this guy could make Garp obey him, he must be no simple person. The general looked at Lingtian solemnly. His eyes seemed to be able to penetrate all disguises and cover-ups and reach the deepest part of people's hearts.
"No matter what your purpose is, you will be punished for destroying peace so wantonly."
His voice was low and powerful, and every word hit Lingtian's heart like a hammer. The general clenched his hands into fists, his knuckles turning white from exertion. His body trembled slightly, not because of fear, but because the fire of justice in his heart was burning fiercely. He would never tolerate any acts that destroyed peace. Behind him, the sailors on the warships were lined up in neat rows, each with a solemn expression, ready for battle, as if they would rush to the battlefield without hesitation as long as the general gave the order.
"Peace, ha ha ha."
Chapter 149, Fegolando Carlodi Falls. After hearing Lingtian's words, the naval commander's face changed instantly, like a sudden rise of wind and clouds. He really didn't expect that someone would dare to slander the Navy so wantonly in front of him. Although he himself was not a member of the Navy, deep in his heart, the world government was the absolute justice, the maker and maintainer of the rules of this world. In his opinion, the Navy, which was openly pushed to the public by the world government, undoubtedly represented the dignity of the world government and would not allow anyone to blaspheme or offend it in the slightest. Just when his eyes widened with anger and he was about to scold Lingtian in a stern voice, Garp suddenly jumped onto his warship like a flash of lightning.
"Why are you here?"
Garp asked, staring at the person in front of him with sharp eyes. His face was full of confusion and puzzlement. Before setting off, he had not heard any news that the world government would provide reinforcements.
"Lieutenant General Garp, please be aware of your identity."
The general shouted angrily when he heard Garp's impolite question. In his opinion, he represented the supreme world government. Garp, a mere vice admiral, dared to speak to him in such a casual tone, which was a provocation to his authority. When Garp heard the general's words, he was filled with disdain. He secretly thought in his heart that if it weren't for this guy's special identity and his concerns, he would have punched him without hesitation and let him know what respect is.
"Humph!"
Seeing that Garp remained silent, the general snorted coldly, then turned his gaze to Lingtian, who had released his super acceleration and stopped in the distance.
"My name is Fegolando Carlodi. How dare you, a mortal, slander the world government in front of me?"
He raised his head and said with an extremely arrogant attitude.
"Fegorando."
Lingtian was stunned when he heard the words of the general who suddenly arrived, his face full of astonishment. You know, the surname Figolando is not simple. It is a symbol of extremely deep background and noble status. This is the surname of one of the 20 countries that originally formed the world government, and it possesses power and glory that others cannot achieve. In other words, the general who suddenly appeared in front of him was actually a high-ranking celestial dragon.
HMPH, catch that guy for me.
Carloti Luosheng's face was filled with rage. He pointed his finger at Lingtian viciously and spoke in a harsh voice. As soon as Carloti Luosheng's voice full of majesty and anger fell, a group of people in white clothes wearing strange masks rushed out of the huge warship like a tide. They moved in unison and with great momentum, as if they were carrying an unstoppable force.
In that case, let's try this.
Looking at the group of white-clothed men rushing out of the huge warship like wolves and tigers, Ling Tian looked solemn. He took out a card from the driving card box without hesitation and spoke.
Cayman Ride. Decade.
As the rhythmic and heart-shaking sound effects of the belt sounded, the shining armor on Ling Tian's body instantly began to decompose, scattering like countless twinkling star fragments, and then reassembled at a dazzling speed, turning back into the original emperor. However, this emperor is obviously different from the previous emperor. The light on the top of the previous emperor was a vibrant green, but this time the light on the top of the emperor is a mysterious and deep purple. Yes, this is the legendary purple light emperor with powerful power and mysterious colors, as if it came from an unknown dark abyss, exuding a chilling breath. Ling Tian took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling violently, his eyes revealing an unwavering light mixed with determination. He began to concentrate on adjusting his state, squatting slightly, bending his legs slightly, clenching his hands into fists, and posing as if he was ready to launch a special move, like a beast about to pounce on its prey. At this moment, a strong red light shone on Emperor's body. The light was just a faint trace at first, and then it spread rapidly like a prairie fire, as if an extremely hot flame was burning. The light became brighter and brighter, gradually wrapping his entire body tightly in it, forming a layer of dazzling light shield. Energy was like a surging tide, constantly gathering and surging in his body. It seemed that it could break through the constraints of his body at any time and explode with devastating power. His feet began to move quickly, his steps light and agile, and he sprinted forward. Every step left a deep footprint on the solid ground, and the powerful impact splashed countless debris and dust, forming a misty smoke. At the same time, crackling and flashing golden electric currents appeared around his right foot. The electric currents were like nimble snakes, dancing wildly, as if tremendous power was gathering, emitting a terrifying aura that made people's hearts palpitate. As the speed increased dramatically, Emperor rushed towards the group of CP-0s like a red lightning. When he was still some distance away from CP-0, he suddenly tensed his leg muscles and pushed hard, leaping high up like a cannonball, stretching and spinning his body in the air. His posture was agile and graceful, yet filled with endless murderous intent. When he reached the highest point, time seemed to stand still. At that moment, the whole world seemed to be left with only his right foot shining with golden electricity, which kicked towards CP-0 with endless power and the force of a mountain falling down. At this moment, the entire space was illuminated. The light was so strong that it was impossible to look directly at it. The powerful energy fluctuations made the surrounding air become hot and distorted, as if the space was about to be torn apart by this unparalleled force. Then, a huge flame exploded on the spot, and the flame shot up into the sky like a gorgeous mushroom cloud. The huge roar was deafening, and the hot air waves swept wildly in all directions. As the flames gradually faded away, all the people in white who had just rushed out disappeared without a trace. It was obvious that all of them were killed by Ling Tian's earth-shattering attack just now, without even a trace left.
Gulu is so strong.
Chapter 150, Ice Crystal. Looking at CP-0 and others lying on the ground, who had been killed swiftly by the man in armor, Carloti Luosheng was not moved at all. In his eyes, the lives and deaths of these people were like grass, insignificant. To him, if they died, it was no big deal. If he wanted, he could just train them again. To Carloti Liusheng, the lives of these CP0s were not worth mentioning at all.
Humph, what a waste! You can't even block one person's attack.
Carloti Liusheng could no longer suppress the anger in his heart and cursed. His angry voice echoed in the air, full of majesty and dissatisfaction.
Let me meet you.
Carloti Liusheng said, and without hesitation threw aside the military uniform that symbolized his authority. His eyes were full of provocation and fighting spirit, and he spoke to Lingtian. He wanted to see what this guy was capable of, to dare to be so arrogant in front of him. Thinking of this, Carloti Liusheng flashed, and in an instant he was in front of Lingtian with a powerful aura rushing towards him. I saw that Carloti Liusheng's hands were instantly covered by a layer of thick-armed color domineering aura. The black domineering aura was like a substance, exuding a terrifying aura. Then he swung towards Lingtian without hesitation, and the sound of a sharp wind was created as his arm swung. However, at the critical moment when Carloti Liusheng's powerful hand was about to hit Lingtian, an oriental dragon appeared at an astonishing speed. It has the classic appearance of an oriental dragon with a slender and agile body like a blazing fire, emitting a terrifying and powerful aura. The whole body is bright red, covered with hard and shiny metallic scales, majestic and shocking. It is Kamen Rider Ryuki's contracted beast, the warrior dragon Crimson. It suddenly exerted force, and with its powerful force, it knocked Carloti Liusheng away in an instant. Carloti Liusheng, who was knocked away, was about to fall into the bottomless sea. At this critical moment, a crystal-clear ice sword suddenly flew out from the body of Carloti Liusheng. When the ice sword touched the sea surface, a magical thing happened, and the sea surface instantly turned into crystals at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lingtian keenly discovered that this crystal was obviously different from Aokiji's ice. Aokiji's ice is made by lowering the temperature of seawater, causing it to condense into ice cubes, while Carloti Liusheng's ice crystals directly cause the quality of seawater to change and transform it into crystals. There is an essential difference between the two. Ordinary ice can be broken relatively easily as long as you have enough force. In other words, ordinary ice has relatively low defensive capabilities. However, this ice crystal is completely different. It is similar to a dense crystal like diamond, and its atomic structure is as tight and regular as diamond. The atoms formed are tightly packed in a tetrahedral form, just like diamonds, thus building an extremely strong crystal structure. This unique structure gives ice crystals extraordinary rigidity and stability, comparable to diamonds. They are incredibly strong and almost indestructible by ordinary forces.
Devil fruit user.
Lingtian couldn't help but say as he looked at the sea that had turned into ice crystals. There was a hint of solemnity and alertness in his voice, and his eyes were fixed on the strange scene before him. As Lingtian spoke, the fierce Wushwang dragons that were originally surrounding him immediately rushed towards Carloti Liusheng without hesitation. The huge body of the Wushwang dragon brought with it a sharp sound of wind, as if it was going to completely crush everything that stood in its way. Looking at the Wushwang dragon charging over, Carloti Liusheng's face was grim. He calmly stretched out his hand and instantly fired an extremely sharp ice sword. The ice sword carried a cold air and shot towards the Wushwang dragon at an extremely fast speed. Looking at the ice sword flying towards it, Wushwang dragon was not afraid at all. It opened its huge mouth and suddenly spewed out a blazing flame with extremely high temperature. The flame was a dazzling orange-red color, as if it could instantly ignite the surrounding air. However, surprisingly, when the blazing flames spewed out by the Wushwang dragon hit the ice sword, it had no effect at all. The ice sword was not damaged at all, and still rushed forward with its original speed and power. You know, if it was Aokiji's ice, it would probably turn into steam in an instant under the high temperature of 5,000 degrees. But at this moment, Carloti Liusheng's ice sword obviously has an extraordinary ability to resist heat. In a flash, the ice sword of Carloti Liusheng mercilessly hit Wushuanglong. At the moment of contact, the huge body of Wushwang dragon was immediately covered by a thick layer of ice crystals. Its movement stopped instantly, and then its entire body lost its vitality. Its entire body turned into ice crystals and fell heavily onto the cold and hard ice ground, making a dull, loud noise and splashing countless tiny ice crystal fragments. Looking at the shocking scene before his eyes, Lingtian finally sorted out the principle of transformation into ice crystals in his mind. The reason why Kalodi Luosheng could so easily turn the vast sea and the powerful Wushwang dragon into ice crystals was because of the ice sword he shot out. The moment the ice sword came into contact with an object, it possessed an incredible ability to assimilate the atomic structure of the object and transform it into ice crystal atoms like itself. It is precisely because of this unique and powerful ability that Kalodi Luosheng can turn the sea surface and the Wushwang dragon into ice crystals so easily. Of course, the Wushwang dragon that was turned into ice crystals by Kalodi Luosheng's ice sword was definitely not the real Wushwang dragon. It was just an energy body created by Lingtian using the dragon rider's energy.
Humph!
After dealing with the Wushwang dragon, Kalodi Luosheng snorted coldly, his voice full of disdain and arrogance. Then, Kalodi Luosheng began to slowly change. His originally yellow skin, as if covered by magic, gradually turned into a clear sky blue, just like the deep sky. On the back of his hands suddenly grew extremely sharp blades, flashing with cold light, which was frightening. His feet turned into crystal-clear ice crystals, refracting the surrounding light, appearing like a dream. His head turned into a standard majestic dragon head, with piercing eyes and exuding a cold aura. On his back, sharp barbs sprouted like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, as if they could pierce any enemy who dared to approach.
Animal Department,